Feels you love me right.
Love my content, right?
I'll be doing the same shit for the rest of my life.
Every day of my life is the best day of my
I
life.
still do nothing wrong, I do everything right.
I did nothing wrong.
You just keep on tipping me and everything will be alright. Feels you love me. Feels you love me.
Anyone who supports the stream anyway, whether it be a like, a super chat, a membership, a gifted membership, a tip, all appreciated, okay?
Feels you love me.
To a town outside Seattle rode a recluse one fine day. Never talks to those around him, in his office he's all day. 'Cause he runs a bankrupt business and he asks for all your tips. Sitting there and moaning, super soaker on his hip, soaker on his hip. It was early on a Wednesday when he rode into the town. He had 2 big bills to pay and an appointment for his gal. He's a madman loose and running with an alcoholic lip. You can judge him by his wobbling and his awful nasal drip. Awful nasal drip. On the web there was an outlaw by the name of Tevin Black, making content so illegal, and he said his stream was whack. He was getting way more viewers and his content way more chill. He was striking down the fear into the heart of Darkside Phil. Heart of Darkside Phil. Now the madman started rambling, made it plain to dance around. He was not really Italian, you could help by tipping now. An entire fucking story about how he hurts his back, in ranting at the viewers about the outlaw Tevin Black. Outlaw Tevin Black. Wasn't long before the segment was restreamed by Tevin Black. But the outlaw didn't worry, he was laughing ack. Fat Italian was yelling, grease running down his hair. He was biting on his nails as he was shaking in his chair. Shaking in his chair. He decided that it's over, it was time for them to meet. But on the fateful day of battle, he had crystals on his feet. So he stayed at home just crying and begged for some more tips. Later got some DoorDash with the spicy Italian dip. Spicy Italian dip. So the fake Italian greaser kept on grifting all along, while his wife was getting black, dressed up in a yellow thong. He is fat and he's retarded and he's nasty with the drip. But you say you love his content and today's been slow for tips. It's been slow for tips.
I need your help to buy my meals from QVC. Okay. Tiffany Super Chat me made a hit of WE. I love it. I'll buy her Burger King instead of burnt turkey. But baby, most of all, I need my cardboard cheese. Buy me my cups. Need more plastic cups. I need mine, yes I need my paper plates. You won't ever tip nobody. Won't clean mine, no I will never clean my paper plates. You won't ever tip nobody. Paper plates, paper plates. It's none of your business. Paper plates, paper plates. I can use whatever plates I want. If you don't send me cash, I will cut off the stream. A little gambling is fun with Strokee. I love it. 6-star marshmallow man won't ever come for free. And maybe after that I'll need a new TV. The king of snot, I'm the gotcha god. Can't beat my, no you can't beat my gamer face. Oh, the camera's been on the whole time, huh? Can't beat my, no you can't beat my gamer face.
Oh my god, he's drinking salt.
Those toxic assholes don't give a shit about anyone else but themselves. They're selfish idiots who just want to get a laugh on someone else's behalf and don't care about the repercussions of their own actions. They think they're protected because they're all anonymous on the internet, right? So here I am with an actual business being destroyed by that toxic behavior.
Big ups to your dad.
Me. That's what this is all about and what it's always been. Me.
I care about nothing in life.
Me. Human pieces of shit. Kill yourself. Me. I don't care about anyone telling me that I need to improve or change. My nigga, I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address. I have all your fucking personal information. I will come find you in real life.
I'm gonna find out who the fuck you are. Let this be noticed live on the internet. You're fucked and you are done. I'm coming for you.
Me. That's what this is all about and what it's always been. Me.
I care about nothing in life.
Me. Human pieces of shit. Kill yourself. Me. I don't care about anyone telling me that I need to improve or change. Me. That's what this is all about and what it's always been. Me.
I care about nothing in life.
Me. Human pieces of shit. Kill yourself. Me. I don't care about anyone telling me that I need to improve or change. But let me tell you something. When your life is all positive instead of negative, it's a much better situation. And I can tell you that from personal experience. Look at my life now. I have a beautiful wife. I have a beautiful life with a family, right? Everything here is so much better than what I had before. Why? Because I'm a positive person. That's why. I never would have gotten to where I am today if I just sat there constantly being negative, being angry, being upset, being jealous, crapping on stuff, shitting on stuff, hating. It's such a way, it's not a way to live. But these idiots actually do this and don't know that. I really have to think and I have to hope. These people just don't know better.
This is how you don't play.
Really, bro?
This is how we stream it.
This is how we stream it. This is how we stream it. This is how we stream it. This is how we stream it.
This is how we're streaming. It's Friday night and he feels alright. The stream starts here on the west side. We see that he's 40 and he shows it up. Petty his account, but YouTube took a cut. He curls and swells and get faded. Scopely hit him up singing, Phil, yo, we made it. It feels so good in his hood tonight. Feeling the wind in his hair, all on the ride. All the pay pigs, forgot about his old lies. He gotta get his bag on before he go get paid. So let him tip up his cut and let loose from his gut. And let me hear the chat say he needs the funds and it's all because
This is how we streaming.
DSP does it like nobody does.
This is how we streaming.
So all his neighbors hold the answers a favor.
This is how we streaming.
Let's flip the track, bring the old Phil back.
This is how we streaming.
This is how he's streaming. No hands up in his hair, and he scratches from here to there. He doesn't care if you're a fan or a shithead hater. You see, YouTube's fed DSP ever since he was rolling in Doji, but now he's penny pinching the dense ass why no money. $100 pulls, y'all. If you were from where he's from, then you would know that he only lose cause of online lag. He plays right under Taquito. Whatever it is, the stream's underway. So let him tip up his car and let loose from his gut. And let me hear the chat say he needs the funds and it's all because
This is how we streaming.
DSP does it like nobody does.
This is how we streaming.
So all his neighbors hold the answers a favor.
This is how we streaming.
Let's flip the track, bring the old Phil back.
This is how we streaming.
He's kinda buzzed, still needs the funds.
This is how we streaming.
DSP does it like nobody does.
This is how we streaming.
The FGC can suck on his PP.
This is how we streaming.
Let's flip the track, bring the old Phil back.
This is how we streaming.
Check it out. Once upon a time at Evo, Philip placed fourth, inflated his ego. And even though it was a busted port, he's the best gamer in the country, he'd retort. There lived a dude, John Rambo was his name. He came up to Philip and made a claim. Come on, let's reboot Project 7. But Philip took the cash and dashed out to Renton. Oh, he needs the funds and it's all because
This is how we streaming.
DSP does it like nobody does.
This is how we streaming.
To all his neighbors hold the answers a favor.
This is how we streaming.
Let's flip the track, bring the old Phil back.
This is how we streaming.
He's kinda buzzed, still needs the fun.
This is how we streaming.
DSP does it like nobody does.
This is how we streaming.
To all his neighbors hold the answers a favor.
This is how we streaming.
I still think it's kinda wack you never hit Panda from the back.
This is how we streaming.
Now, I just have to say something for full disclosure. Number one, because I'm doing it in this format, it is 100% protected under fair use law. I'm just going to tell you there's a little place for you, all right? It's a big white building. If you go inside, what they're going to do for you, they're going to put a nice jacket on you. And then get this, they're going to put you in a nice comfy room where the walls have pillows all over them. So you can't hurt yourself. You can literally just bounce off the walls in comfort for the rest of your life.
276 on the Vest Street, yeah. Well, tell Jen in my next drink, yeah. Air raid Laura, call me bestie, yeah. Jay, yeah, you broke, hit me next week, yeah. Pig fled drip, got the oops on my wrist. Get a couple pulls by the loops on my tips. Skin tight shirt, big whoops on my chest. Big gout, baby cherry juice on my lips. DoorDash always coming through. Walking around my neighborhood, I'm trying to find my food. Street Fighter 6 always put me in a mood. Master Ranks about to send me back to Street Fighter 2. Got a third channel about to get my money made. Never hesitated, turned down to 50K. King came through, had to send him on his way. Hair fading faster than the money in my bank. Got my ride going and they took the tie off it. Pulled up broad day and then they took it right off it. Called my dad crying and I told him I can stop it. Pulled up to the dealership with maxed out cars on me. 276 on the Vest Street, yeah. Well, tell Jen in my next drink, yeah. Air raid Laura, call me bestie, yeah. Jay, yeah, you broke, hit me next week, yeah. Pig fled drip, got the oops on my wrist. Get a couple pulls by the loops on my tips. Skin tight shirt, big whoops on my chest. Big gout, baby cherry juice on my lips.
Meerkat mop pulling up on the ops. Take a quick shot and I'm cooking up pork chops. Doing pretty fine if you ask me. Fat cat eating Big Macs in the backseat. Half a mil filled goes free for the tip. Get a goal hit in time for a sip. Booting up online, nothing is fine. Cause he's getting bodied all the time. Gonna break his jams with a leg drop. Put him in a figure 4 leg lock. Time to go outside, Phil. Cause you getting hit with the dark side drill.
276 on the Vest Street, yeah. Well, tell Jen in my next drink, yeah. Air raid Laura, call me bestie, yeah. Jay, yeah, you broke, hit me next week, yeah. Pig fled drip, got the oops on my wrist. Get a couple pulls by the loops on my tips. Skin tight shirt, big whoops on my chest. Big gout, baby, cherry juice on my lips.
So here we go. Oh, it smells so good. I love this gin. It's a shame that there's so little in this bottle for as expensive as it was. Now, this is a double shot glass, meaning if I fill this at the top, it's 2 shots in one. So I'm going to go halfway. Taking the shot of gin, I'm not cheaping out and lying to you guys. That's why I'm giving you the transparent. This is a double shot glass. So. Okay, ready? Whale tail, whale tail, whale tail, cheers!
No matter how hard I try, I can't stay away from total wine, but I need that dude. Them bank leaks are true.
Fucking idiot.
And I'll babble with no meaning. I'll pass out while I'm streaming. Cause after all is said and done, I'm gonna be the one that's stronger. Please give me more alcohol.
Gin is great.
I can feel some gin inside myself, but I really don't think I'm drunk enough now. Please give me more alcohol.
Gin is great.
I can feel some gin inside myself, but I really don't think I'm drunk enough now. So what am I supposed to do? Just drink a bunch of cherry juice? Well, I can't do that.
Pure 100% tart cherry juice.
The gout's not that bad.
Gout.
I take shots while they all watch. I drink water like it's mouthwash. Cause after all the tipping is through, I'm gonna buy a bottle or 2. Oh, please give me more alcohol.
Gin is great.
I can feel some gin inside myself, but I really don't think I'm drunk enough now. Please give me more alcohol.
Gin is great.
I can feel some gin inside myself, but I really don't think I'm drunk enough now. And I know that I need tips or another member bomb.
Squirrel.
Oh, I need another bomb. Oh, I need another bomb. Oh, I need another bomb.
Squirrel.
So I can go and get drunk. Please give me more alcohol.
Gin is great.
I can feel some gin inside myself, but I really don't think I'm drunk enough now. Please give me more alcohol.
Gin is great.
I can feel some gin inside myself, but I really don't think I'm drunk enough now. Please give me more alcohol.
Gin is great.
I can feel some gin inside myself, but I really don't think I'm drunk enough now.
This vest is a symbol of that positivity. It's a symbol that together we can have fun as long as we stay positive and we can overcome anything together. I firmly believe at this point in my life, all right, that no matter what comes my way, that we can work together to overcome it. All right? That being said, it's time for something new. Which vest is best? Which vest is e-beggar best? Okay, vest is best. Vest.
Yeah, young cat. Got that 150 on my chest. bitches all around me, and they let me touch their breast. Got that saggy man boobs flowing, but that members count keeps growing, so I got to put it on a
vest. Best. Vest is best.
150.
Okay.
150 for the vest.
Okay.
150, and I put it on my chest.
Okay. The vest goal has been pretty hard to hit recently, and that's tough when, you know, things are tight. I get it. Things have been tight for a lot of people, you know. Another thing I don't want people to freak out about is the members. The members right now are super low.
Yes, I'm feeling fucking blessed. Begging for hats and glasses and a vest. Coping that the pay pigs will impress. Everybody's begging me, stop spending on the WWE.
Rich vest, okay, is best. Rich vest is e-beggar best.
150.
Vest.
150.
Best. Rich vest
For the best.
is best. Rich
150, and I put it on my chest.
Okay. Vest is best. Vest is best. Okay. Vest is best. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. Is best. Vest is best.
Popplecock.
Vest is best. Vest is best.
This is great.
Oh, you're right. You will take the ban. You're absolutely right. You will take the ban. You'll take the ban hard right in your fucking ass. Get the fuck out. You're supposed to be someone I trust, and you're gonna be a dickhead and go behind my back and hurt me and insult me. Get the fuck out. You'll take the ban real hard right up the finger.
I'm just going to ban.
Why am I toxic?
Ban. Gone. Bitch.
Fuck you and your mother. So if you're gonna be an asshole, you're gonna be treated like an asshole. You're gonna be shown the door. And your mother.
I'm just going to ban.
Why am I toxic?
Gone. Ban. Gone. Bitch.
Fuck you and your mother.
I'm just going to
Fuck you and your mother.
That's right. This is the United States of Phil. I am the supreme being. I make the rules, and what I say goes. This is my land.
A nice lean-in manual. Now, just because I can, I'll issue a lean-in manual ban.
ban.
Why am I toxic?
Ban. Gone.
Bitch. Fuck you and your mother. Fuck the trolls.
Bitch.
Now, just because I can, I'll issue a lean-in manual ban.
Ban.
Why am I toxic?
Ban. Gone.
Bitch. Fuck you and your mother.
I'm just going to
Fuck you and your mother. Alright guys, how about this? How about everyone relax and let me play the fucking game and stop derailing my stream? Maybe I don't give a fuck that someone maybe in here you're accusing of being someone else who was previously banned. Maybe I just want to play the game and I don't fucking care about you guys derailing. Like, there's people watching this stream right now, they're trying to watch me play the game. Here's everyone in the chat. There's someone in the chat who's someone else who might have been previously banned. They might be saying racist things to do that. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm looking at the chat for the last 5 to 10 minutes. None of that is happening in the chat. None of it. It's just you guys screaming.
I'm trying to order that fast food, yeah. Cat wants barbecue, that's cool, yeah. Grocery shopping, then cat food, yeah. More water bottles for Jasper, yeah. Gotta send a real quick tweet, ooh, yeah. Gotta make sure my horse eat, ooh, yeah. No fish, no red meat, ooh, yeah. Need a nice meal once a week, ooh, yeah. I need a cat or a panda lead. Someone to take me out to Burger King. Never mind, do ask the king. And eat it all with a stupid face. DoorDash says it's on the way, even though they always running late. Okay, let's take a taste. And eat it all on some paper plates. Look at my toes. Everyday people trying to troll me, yeah. Cat gets a little more swollen, yeah. Skin gets a little more gross, oh yeah. Gout crystals so frozen, yeah. Should I go and get some Total Wine? Doc says a little bit's alright. Probably why my nasal drips on fire. Got a tip, supersize my fries. I need a cat or a panda lead. Someone to take me out to Burger King. Never mind, do ask the king. And eat it all with a stupid face. DoorDash says it's on the way, even though they always running late. Okay, let's take a taste and eat it all on some paper plates. Look at my toes. I'm a motherfucking cowboy. Look at my toes. I'm a motherfucking cowboy. Look at my toes. I'm a motherfucking cowboy. Look at my toes. Yeah. I'm a motherfucking cowboy.
Of course, bounties are for fun, little girl. Again, I can't make anyone do anything. This is not a commitment. There's no legal contract. These are people saying they're going to do something nice, right? So if you say you're going to do something nice, then do it. And if you don't, you're banned. Oh, Rob. You owe me easy money, right? 10, 20, 40, bruh. Easy money. 10, 20, 40, easy money. $10 top 10, $20 top 5. Got the bag, got the bag, got the bag. Correct? I have your super chat right here. That's $40. And if you don't pay up, I'm gonna open the door and shoot you. You owe me easy money, alright? 10, 20, 40, correct? Easy money. 10, 20, 40. Easy money. Easy money. 10, 20, 40. Correct? Easy money. 10, 20, 40. Easy money. Hey guys, come on the stream and dump a ginormous contribution. Hey. Come to the Fighting Game streams, please. Watch, please support. Please consider supporting in some way besides ad revenue. Ad revenue on YouTube is so tiny, but hopefully you'll consider maybe a tip or a super thanks. That would be very, very nice of you.
Bitch, I need more cash. Wanna feel it in my snort sack. Snort deep, pay big for the DoorDash. Riding down my street on a horseback. Yeah, yeah. Bitch, I need more cash. Wanna feel it in my snort sack. Snort deep, pay big for the DoorDash. Riding down my street on a horseback. Yeah, yeah. Showing up to the stream late. I got a pull for the beefcake. I don't give a fuck what the stream say. Burp in the mic, more gas in the V8. Co-op stream, you can call it Dundoko. Gorilla mouth, you can catch it on socials. Can't touch it though, cause she say that's a no-go. I'm the biggest bum all through the intercoast. Couldn't block, there was nothing I could do. Fucking lag, my controller's not picking up my moves. I'ma blame the reason that I suck on all these other dudes. Still 4th place, 05 Street Fighter 2. Oh. We just gotta tip in. More pulls, baby, you know I'ma dip in. $20 from a pedal while I sip gin. Please, thank you. Better take a sip then. More cash. Wanna feel it in my snort sack. Snort deep, pay big for the DoorDash. Riding down my street on a horseback. Yeah, yeah. Bitch, I need more cash. Wanna feel it in my snort sack. Snort deep, pay big for the DoorDash. Riding down my street on a horseback. Yeah, yeah. Bitch, I need more cash. Wanna feel it in my snort sack. Snort deep, pay big for the DoorDash. Riding down my street on a horseback. Yeah, yeah. Bitch, I need more cash. Wanna feel it in my snort sack. Snort deep, pay big for the DoorDash. Riding down my street on a horseback. Yeah, yeah.
See the face on the YouTube stream, begging at you every weekday. See the face in the thumbnail, well that man is me. My content's my legacy. Forget the time that they caught me wanking. You won't believe this all started with a helicopter company. You may have heard troll rumors, Jindor WWE. You don't need to believe in their slander, just believe in Ree. As viewers, you love me, and you know I'm right. I've been working my ass off for you all day and night. I did nothing wrong, I did everything right. You just keep on tipping me, sound good, alright. I protect my family, my wife says and my son's beside me. I work so hard I don't have time for friends, and I sleep alone at night. You watch detractor content, they always take me out of context. Watch me and only me, I deserve the damn spotlight. Cause my content is superior, cause my playthroughs are so pure. All of this is thanks to you, my loyal pay pigs, whales and viewers. God. Big ups.
In the not too distant past, 2008 AD, there was a guy named Phil, pretty different from you.
Creature that would look like you're sitting in a wheelchair. Good morning, everyone. How are you? It's Sunday, and you know what that means? It's React Day across my channels. I'm DSP, and welcome to the Level 1 podcast for Sunday, the 30th of June, 2024. This is it. This is the grand finale, the final day of June. We are now full-fledged into the summertime here, at least in the northern hemisphere of the world. I don't know exactly where you live, and I do have more of an international audience than a domestic one. According to my analytics, I think it's like 53% of my audience is actually outside of the U.S., so don't know where you are, but here, things are heating up, temperatures are warmer, humidity is sweeping in for the summer, and air conditioners are pumping. So, yeah, we're heading into the second half of the year. Let's hope, fingers crossed, the second half of 2024 is much better gameplay-wise or gaming-wise than the first half, because, man, the first half of this year was very disappointing. I'm sorry to say, it just really was. So many different games and franchises that looked like they were going to be good with new iterations, and they just weren't as good. I mean, even games that I was expecting to be hugely great, like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, what I feel wasn't as good as the last one. And so, let's hope for the best. We have a huge game lineup starting basically late August, correct? Into September, October, November, December. And we got to hope that some of these games are going to be good. Because, man, it has not been a good one so far. Anyway, I welcome you all here to the show. Today is React Day. Means today is more of a laid-back, chill day. There is no pressure to get any kind of progress in any kind of video game. It's more just sitting back and enjoying each other's company while I react to various things. First stream will be DSP versus the internet over on DSP Reacts, my weekly clip show. Now, I'm not shocked at this. This week, there's a lot of political submissions. Can you figure out why? Because we had this presidential debate this week in the United States that was such a joke that, like, politics are at the forefront of everyone's mind. I'll just tell everyone this. Don't worry. I'm not going to be talking heavy politics the entire React show today.
This shocks me.
For some of these clips, they're ultra submissions, and we'll watch them. But I'm not going to go crazy or anything. There were some that were submitted more for the submission tier, but since we have so many political ones to get through for the ultra tier, I'm probably not going to watch many of them in the submissions tier. We're going to try to do more variety than that, okay? Anyway, should be a good show regardless. Good variety in there. Just for example, taking a quick look at the ultra member submissions for the week. We've got countdowns of the worst consoles ever, why you can't argue with conspiracy theorists, some stuff about Marvel Comics villains, which is interesting because I don't know what the hell's going on over there anymore. An insane bull fire festival. Jeez, there's just so much. But a lot of political stuff. Like, I would argue out of these 1, 2, 3, 4 political submissions just for ultra members today. So I think you kind of get the gist of what I'm saying here as a result of that that debate. Anyway, should be a good show regardless. I hope you'll join me over on DSP Reacts as soon as the show ends. And it should be a good time. After that, later tonight on the late stream, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, over on my DSP Throwback channel, it is time for a Retro React continuing of Dark Souls 1. My original experience with the game from back in 2011 before there were guides all over the internet. There were wikis all over the internet before there was a zillion playthroughs out when there was literally nothing about the game and I was trying to play it cold. My original run was hilarious. I was failing miserably, raging constantly. At this point, we're at the point where either I have to go fight the Belfry. Is it the Bell Tower or the Belfry Gargoyles? I think the Belfry Gargoyles is from Dark Souls 2. But we have to either fight the Gargoyles or I think, if I'm correct, I might actually end up running into Dark Root or Deep Root. Is it Deep Root or Dark Root? I think it's Dark Root in Dark Souls 1, right? So I think I end up running in there like an idiot, which obviously is not what you're supposed to do yet, and getting lost and getting trounced. So we'll see tonight. Full stream of that on the late stream over on DSP Throwback. That's going to be fun, especially because I'm playing Elden Ring right now. What a contrast it will be, right? To see me playing the predecessor 13 years ago, having no knowledge of the franchise whatsoever, versus now playing the brand new one, exploring this new DLC, a whole different attitude, right? So that'll be good. I hope that you'll join me for that over there. Full React Day today. Of course, tomorrow we get back to gameplay. Tomorrow we will have a daytime stream of Street Fighter 6. And as a direct result of your suggestions, it's going to be a different take where basically what I'm going to do is play like 3 sets of matches and then take a break, around 5-minute break every 3 sets to talk with the audience about what we just saw in those sets, see how they're feeling, and basically just cool down and relax rather than get overheated at, too much going on. So that'll be fun. A daytime stream of Street Fighter 6. Plus, people have outright said it seems like I do better when I do day streams of Street Fighter 6 because I have more cool to me. I'm not overworked or tired at that point. And I agree. Like, it seems like when I play like M. Bison, when I used him for the first time on Wednesday, I was doing very good, and then play at night and you start to fall apart and getting tired probably. So anyway, that's tomorrow's day stream. Tomorrow night is something special. Tomorrow night, Monday night on the late stream, it's the premiere of Riven. Riven is the sequel to Myst from back in the day. 90s. The 1990s had a lot of PC-centric franchises. Myst was one of the huge ones. This point-and-click adventure game with tons of puzzles and narrative. Really unique fantasy design to it. And I'm excited because I played Myst many years ago. I want to say 3 years ago. And people really loved it. And they always asked me, would you go play Riven? I was like, maybe one day. And then all of a sudden, they announced Riven Remake. Made with modern graphics, And so I'm going to play that on my mini PC. I installed it actually last night. And what's funny is I was worried. I was like, oh, this game might be really, really big. So I don't know about it fitting on my PC. I wonder if it'll fit on there. And I looked and it was only 20 gigs. I was like, oh, that's actually not that bad. How much storage space do I have on my PC? 850 gigs. So I guess that mini PC has a pretty decently sized SSD on it. It certainly doesn't have a standard hard drive. There's no way it would fit in there. So it's got to be an SSD. Like, damn, that thing's actually not that bad. You know, I could probably fit a ton of games on there. So anyway, it's installed and ready to go. I might have to downscale some settings. I probably got to play it at like 1080p, maybe 60 frames. We'll see. I hope I can. Obviously, I don't want to have this thing looking like a potato, but at the same time, people did check and said, yeah, it should run on your rig. It meets the requirements to be played. I'm like, oh, okay, good. So hopefully we'll have a good time with that tomorrow night. Haven't played a game like that in ages, and that'll be perfect for like a late night chill stream for variety. So, and then keep in mind this week, only one more streaming day for me Tuesday, and that's going to be more Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree DLC and Stardew Valley. I am off on Wednesday of this week. And you might say, why? Life. You know, a bunch of stuff has happened. Had to rearrange my schedule for this week, particularly a couple appointments that could only be done on a Wednesday. And I was like, well, there's nothing I can do about that. I guess I got to do them. So the schedule changes this week, okay? Next week, it's up in the air. I don't know if my days off will continue to be on a Wednesday or if they'll go back to Thursday. I'll let you guys know when I know. But next week should be another combination of the Shadow of the Erdtree, more Street Fighter 6, which will probably be daytime streams except for Friday Night Fights, because Friday nights is a really key time to play. Everyone expects it. Friday Night Fights is kind of a staple. Oh, I'll probably keep that going, but I'm likely going to be trying to play Street Fighter during day streams moving forward, so I can have those breaks and cool down and not be what was the word? It's not really anxious. I just get like too much adrenaline in my body is what it is. My blood pressure goes up and I start getting very agitated. So hopefully having it as day streams with appropriate breaks and stuff, that won't happen. We'll find out tomorrow when I try it for the first time. And then night streams will be Stardew Valley and Driven with my React Day in the middle there. Now next week, not this week coming up, but next week, so that first full week of July, I will have to take a night off to do private patron React videos. Likely it will be that Monday night. No, I will be missing one stream, but there's not, it's fine. Particularly this, this particular month coming up, it's not going to be a big deal. It's not going to set us back to have one stream missing or anything like that. It'll give me the opportunity to get the private React videos done right away so that we don't have interruptions later on in the month. It's going to work out fine. So no big deal there. But what this does mean is that I'm here on July 4th. And originally that wasn't going to be the case. Originally, Independence Day here in the United States was actually going to be a day off for me. But now it's not. So here's the thing. Like, I don't know how many people will realistically be here on July 4th. Like, I would hope a good amount of people would be here. But there's no telling when it's going to be a national holiday. Now, less than half my audience is American. However, it's like 48%. So it's still a humongous chunk, right? So, yeah, I might have a big reduced views on Thursday as a result of the national holiday. So I guess we'll see how that goes. Likely it'll just be another day of Street Fighter and Riven. That way, it's not a huge deal if you can't make the Street Fighter stream, but hey, you could get caught up later, right? It's not like you're missing a narrative-based experience there. So there you go. I'll be here all day. Okay, that kind of covered the schedule, right? Outside of all of that, what else is going on right now? Well, not a lot, all right? And you can always tell when there's really not anything too crazy going on. Have the audio settings changed? It sounds like the noise gate isn't working. No, I have not changed them. Let me check. That is not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted either. Where's the audio properties? No, it's still, okay, that's correct. And then audio properties, filters. Nope, filters are still on. Don't know what to tell you. The filters are on. Today, it's my allergies. My allergies are very bad right now. I'm sneezing. My eyes are itching. I have gunk in my throat. It's gross. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just that time of year. So it is what it is. Apologies if, you're hearing me clear my throat more or whatever. I can't really do anything about it. That's just what happens in this part of the country this time of year. It actually hit later this year. Sometimes it hits in like April. And here we are. It didn't really affect me till June. And it'll probably affect me for like the next month or two. And there's nothing I can really do about it. That's why I have to keep clearing my throat and everything. Okay. So here's the thing. There's just not a lot going on right now in regards to big deal stuff. And what do I mean by that? I mean, right now, things are actually going quite good. For example, the Elden Ring playthrough, going swimmingly. I've tried multiple different builds. I'm swapping builds, so I'm not just doing the same thing the entire playthrough. It seems like every few streams I swap weapons and change up my strategy. You know, I started off magic build. That didn't work. Then I tried dual electric axes, and they were kind of stubby. Then I found this insane anvil and started doing giant stagger build jump R2. That worked for a bit, but I kind of got bored of it. Then I adopted a shield. I said, ooh, maybe I could try tank build. And it was working, but I wasn't really optimizing it. So last stream, I equipped a couple things that optimized it, including a new hammer that now has a counterattack buff attack with a giant holy explosion. And I equipped a flask, a wondrous flask, or physic flask, whatever it's called, that buffs counterattacks if you do perfect guarding. So you have to guard relatively close to when the attack hits and then do the counterattack, and you keep buffing that attack. So, like, literally, I'm like 20 hours into this now, maybe? I think I'm like 18 hours in. Oh, no, I am. I'm 20 hours into Shadow of the Erdtree. And, by the way, I guess people are saying I'm about halfway through it, which is pretty crazy to think that I'm only halfway through it. I guess it really is a 40-hour DLC. Keep in mind, I am exploring everything, right? Like, I'm not skipping anything. I'm literally going through it with a fine-tooth comb, looking for all the optional dungeons and all the stuff to do. So that's probably why it's taking me a good time to get through this. But anyway, you know, 20 hours in, I've already changed my build 1, 2, 3, 4 times, you know. Now, will I completely respec? I might again. You know, I really like those dual swords I got from Rolana, and I had just gotten enough dexterity to use them, but then I was like, dude, I'm building the tank build. I want to try it. So it worked yesterday, and I'm excited for more for that. Like, it's going really well. This playthrough, I'm enjoying myself in general. It's much different from how I approach these kind of games because I'm giving it a shot, trying new weapons, doing different things. It's really good. So it's working out well. Street Fighter 6 and Bison. Arguably my best start ever trying a new character. I mean, I've literally only played the guy twice, and I'm only a stream away from hitting Master. I very well could hit Master tomorrow as long as I don't hit a bunch of roadblocks. Tonight, I'll probably watch a bunch of videos of Bison to see what top players are doing with him, different from what I'm doing. But having a good time with Bison and with this more relaxed stream style that I'm going to be doing tomorrow with Bison, taking those breaks, I think I might do really well and maybe get him the Master, in which case I want to keep going. I want to keep improving and climbing, right? So that's really cool, right? Stardew Valley. Wow, I never imagined that playing that game was ever going to have this level of success. And what I mean by success, I don't mean, oh my God, sky-high attendance and views, and because that's not really what success is for me. You know, I'm a small-time guy. I'm never going to have sky-high views on anything that I do. It's never going to happen. YouTube doesn't even allow for it. It's so rare that my videos would even hit the algorithm. So, in regards to a playthrough like that, just to have enough people who are there who are engaged and constantly talking, enjoying the stream, not only talking about the game and helping me with the mechanics of the game, but also just other things. It really is the kind of ultimate late night chill stream where we all hang out and have a great time together. And it really allows me to de-stress from the stressful streams. On a day when I'm playing Elden Ring or Street Fighter 6, to then have that Stardew Valley in there, it allows me to calm down and get the stress out and relax. And that's really the whole point, I think, of the game, is it seems to be that kind of a game. But I mean, let's be honest, the game is exceptional by itself. It has tons of content, good variety of stuff to do in it. You know, there's fishing, there's mining, there's combat, there's farming, there's a social aspect, talking with the people, there's exploration, there's questing, there's crafting, there's building. I mean, all of that stuff together is really, really neat. So it's exactly what I need. And, you know, I'm happy that even though 7 years ago, when I first played this game, I thought it was good. And I asked my audience, would you like to see me bring it back? And I actually did bring it back once, and it just didn't click back then. For whatever reason, it didn't click at all. And a lot of people were like, nah, don't play it again. So I never did. But I always owned it on Steam. And now, having played it during this Indies Marathon in May, you know, boom, bring it back. All of a sudden, it fits perfectly. It's what people want. I'm enjoying it. It's working great. So I'm enjoying doing it, you know, a couple times a week, and I'm going to keep that in the rotation. It's a perfect late night chill stream. The one question mark here will be Riven. I hope Riven will work. You know, it was like $30 on Steam, so not a giant, you know, budget breaking game or anything like that. I really liked Myst years ago. I thought that the Myst playthrough was special, something different and fun to be able to hang out with you guys and try to solve puzzles, talk them out, and then sometimes I got stuck and you guys would help me with hints and the like. And in this case, a remake, which is going to have better graphics and everything, should be pretty neat. It's my absolute first exposure to the game. I've never played Riven before, so it'll be a true first-time reaction to it. I'm excited for it. So everything going on right now in my schedule is working really well, right? And to be quite honest, this year has been so much better for me than last year. I have completely and utterly stayed out of drama. 100%. Okay? That's great. That I avoided all the drama nonsense. It's actually gotten so good for me that now the people who obviously thrive off of the drama literally just have to invent things every day that don't happen, which is hilarious that they have to do that, you know? They literally make shit up. Like yesterday, now just to briefly breeze by this, I'm not going to focus on this because it really is just a fart in the wind to me. It's nothing. But yesterday, sadly, a former very longtime fan of mine passed away. And so I did a tribute video to this person because I used to be very friendly with them. I used to have conversations with them. They were very influential in the accessibility community for video games. So I made a 5-minute demonetized, well, not demonetized, unmonetized, separate tribute video on this channel for that person. Now, why did I do that? Because I've now been around for a long time, and I know that if you're going to do something like that, you absolutely make sure that it's not part of monetized content, right? If I'm going to do a tribute video to someone, no one should be making money or getting clicks and stuff based on that. It should just be a heartfelt tribute just for the sake of doing it because it's the right thing to do, right? I want to leave a remembrance of this person because they were special to me. And I think they were special people, a special person to a lot of people, and he deserves to be immortalized in a way by having someone talk about them in that way. So I made this video outside of my stream, outside of any other content, and I purposefully made it that was what I had to say, and I didn't talk about it all day long on purpose because I didn't want any monetization of any content regarding that, right? That's why I did it that way, okay? I uploaded the video before I even streamed yesterday, completely unmonetized, all right? And I went about my way during the day. And of course, again, like I said, there's nothing going on with me drama-wise at all. So what happens? Literally those unhinged, insane, greedy, insanely immoral people made lies up about it, saying that I monetized the video. Once again, I'm trying to make money off of the deceased and all of that. Literally zero realm of reality. Never happened. But they all said it in insanely lying, defamatory videos. What they don't realize is they could outright be fucking sued for it right now because it's 100% factually wrong. There's a difference between taking something that kind of happened on a stream and exaggerating it to make drama content, to make money on YouTube, or outright lying about someone because you want to make a buck. That's illegal. In no realm of reality can you do that, okay? Anyway, yeah, so the video's been demonetized, and it's funny because people leave in comments, why is this monetized? All you have to do is look at the video. There's no ads on it. It's not a monetized video. Like, what are you talking about, right? So here's the best part about it. So since it's not monetized, what happens is some people actually started calling it out and saying, wait a minute, it's not monetized. You outright made videos saying it was monetized when it's not. That's a lie. That could get you in trouble on YouTube. That could get you sued. What do you think you're doing? So guess what they did? They changed the narrative. Oh, well, what about super thanks? So it's monetized. What? Super thanks. You mean a feature that anyone who's partnered on YouTube has and is channel wide and you can't turn off on videos? What the fuck are you talking about? So you see what I mean? When the narrative gets pushed back to them, like, what are you talking about? You're completely dishonest scumbags. They then change the narrative to try to save face when in reality, the narrative never existed to begin with, right? So, but this is what I mean. This is what they do when there's nothing going on. Because this year has been very good. There's been no drama. I've avoided, there was going to be drama, trust me. Like I said, that documentary that I almost was involved in, and I completely dodged that bullet and decided, with, a lot of good feedback from everyone, from my family members, from you guys, everyone said, don't do it. And I said, you know what? That was a great choice. I got out of that, stopped it from happening, and here we are. And it's just been me making content all year. No drama. Man, they're trying. Let me tell you. And every day people come on my streams, oh, what about the review tech drama? Key logging, blah, blah, blah. What about, Boogie and his cryptocurrency scams and shit? I don't care. Why would I care about any of that? Why are you even telling me about it? I have nothing to do with it. I don't involve myself with their bullshit. The thing is, people so desperately want to pull me into this lolcow narrative that doesn't exist. I'm not part of it. I have nothing to do with it. I'm my own guy making my own content, completely away from any of that circle of bullshit. I don't want to involve myself with that circle of bullshit. Whenever you ask me, I say no, 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 and we move on. You know what I'm saying? So I have nothing whatsoever to do with any of that shit. You can try as much as you want to pull me into it. It ain't gonna happen. I'm done. I'm so far removed and done with that nonsense, So we're good. If anything, I'm actually legitimately looking forward to this June the King documentary that's gonna come out about me in August. Because what I want to do is go down my entire history and look at the stuff that I've done that's both good and bad, and honestly react to it. I know a lot of it's gonna be bad. When I was coming up as a YouTuber, particularly, there was absolutely no example of how to do it. There was no, oh, look at this guy who made it become a millionaire and here's how he did it, so follow his example. None of that existed. There were no YouTube millionaires, right? I was one of a group of burgeoning content creators during an era of, it was like the Wild West and no one knew what they were doing. So I know that I made an absolute ton of mistakes with the kind of stuff that I was doing back then. So I'm actually looking forward to doing it. It's going to give me good stuff to do on my React channel, which has kind of been pretty dead this year, besides DSP versus the internet. And now I just covered, the Summer Game Fest and the Xbox Game Showcase. But outside of that, just hasn't been that much going on, right? So this will be opportunity for me, especially if it's as long as June the King is saying. This is going to be a 4-hour documentary. This is going to give me a chance to react long form to something. And I know it's going to be well done, even if he gets some stuff wrong, or even if the information he found is contradictory to actually what actually happened, which might happen. The thing is, the stuff that I'm really expecting is how thoroughly he covers my past before YouTube, because none of it was documented. If you're talking about the Street Fighter community, no one really did anything to document that time. It was rare that someone would record a tournament. It was just a bunch of forum posts and shit talking in IRC chat rooms. Like, that was the Street Fighter community back then. You're going to get a lot of hearsay. You're probably going to get a lot of people say, oh, I don't like you. Well, I don't care if you like me back then. The point was that I didn't want anyone to like me. I was supposed to be the heel of the community, right? So to reflect on that time is absolutely going to be interesting and fun, I think, even though I'm probably going to be cringing at a lot of the dumb shit from back then, and even, today we cringe when I do my retro react and my old commentary and stuff on my old videos too. It's like, well, that's life. You look back at your past, you say, hey, as long as I've changed for the better, I can acknowledge that this is how I used to be. And I don't do that stuff anymore because I grew up, right? So that's what it's all about. I think that's going to be something fun to do in August, okay? But outside of that, like, there's no drama going on. This is been a relatively 6 straight months of drama-free year with me. I haven't had any involvement in it. The one time that there's drama, it had nothing to do with me. Like, remember when what it was, the former editor from Review Tech, Jay or whatever his name is, he basically was saying, oh yeah, he'd be interested in doing something with me. So I DM'd him on Twitter and said, hey, you want to just have a podcast where we shoot the shit or whatever? He's like, yeah. So then we go back and forth and we're talking, arranging how to do it. And then I find out he's talking shit about me on his Twitter timeline about stuff we never discussed. Like an interview or something. Like, there was no interview. We were just supposed to hang out on a stream together.
I'm bi.
I don't even know what he's talking about. So, that was like the one stupid piece of drama this year that had nothing to do with me. I didn't create the drama. I wasn't being dishonest. I was just having a little conversation with someone about a what if, Everything else has been great. So, yeah, seriously, what a good year it's been. I've enjoyed the stuff we're doing, even during the months where it was kind of dead, because there wasn't a lot going on in gaming. Now things have picked up, right? Now we got a good Elden Ring DLC. Street Fighter 6 is great with M. Bison and stuff going on with there. And me, oh my God, the improvements to my setup this year. My videos look better. Almost no input delay now. Like, everything has been just up and up and up. And there's more coming. I'm going to do this PC migration in July, where I'm going to swap over to a newer PC. And that's going to probably improve stuff as well. I might be able to implement some new stuff like the Stream Deck, which will let me do scene transitions and funny things here probably on the fly just by pushing buttons, which will be really neat. So far, it's been great. If you were to ask me what's my biggest complaint about 2024, it's the games. There just haven't been that many good games, and that's very disappointing. You know, if there were better games, I think this year would have been even better. I'm very happy that because I'm a variety content creator and because now I've got an audience that likes to just hang out with me as opposed to cares so much about the games, I'm happy that I'm not tanking because there's no good games. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it definitely could have been, well, there's no good games this year, so now everything is down for Phil because it's boring or whatever. But actually, that's not the case. Like, we've had late night chill streams where we just hang out and talk. Those have been successful, right? We're implementing new chill games and stuff. I mean, it's working well. And that's a great sign. That's a sign of a healthy community that likes just to hang out and enjoys each other's company rather than, only rely on good games, right? So yeah, that's it. I'm having a great time. I just want you guys to know things are good right now. Your feedback particularly is helping me a lot for improvement. This positive feedback that you're giving me has absolutely allowed me to improve so much content that I really, really appreciate that. And I can't wait to keep improving further with you guys. So thank you so much for that. Okay. So today I don't really have that much to do on the show. I have a couple quick news stories to cover for you guys that actually are not really related directly to video games, but actually to disc media, which is kind of weird that both stories today are related to disc media, but they are. Very odd that they both came out on the same day. So we'll talk about that. Outside of that, there's just not a lot. So if you want to do some Q&A, remember, guys, anything that you do today to support this podcast carries over to my React show, and the goal is always to make $50 on a stream via tips. So if we could get that going early, then it helps out the React stream, and I don't have to worry so much about it over there. Okay? So thanks in advance. Anyone who supports this stream in any way, I appreciate it. Thank you for watching and hanging out with me. And thank you, of course, for supporting. Okay, so our two quick news stories for today. Again, not a very heavy news day whatsoever. Pretty light news day. Sony is going to cut approximately 250 jobs from its recordable media business key manufacturing hub because there has been a dramatic decline in demand for traditional storage formats. They are actually going to slowly cease production of all optical disc storage media products, including Blu-ray discs, according to sources. Yeah. Now, what does this mean? Does this mean you can never buy physical media for anything Sony ever again? No. First of all, what it means is you're not going to be able to buy, like Sony disc, like burnable discs, burnable DVDs and stuff like that. They won't exist anymore. They used to be a competitor in that market, right? They're not going to be anymore. They feel that there's such a decline of disc media, there's no reason to have that be a part of their business model anymore. From what I'm to understand, because I looked further into the story, I was like, how is this possible? You tell me they're not going to sell any Blu-rays and they're not going to put any of their games on discs? That's not the case. Apparently, they're going to outsource it. They always did it in-house. They had their own division of their own company that would produce their discs, and they're actually going to now outsource it to cheaper companies who are doing it en masse. So for them, it's not so expensive, but for Sony, they just don't see the reason to keep manufacturing disc media anymore, okay? So, of course, this story is causing panic amongst those who love physical media. Oh my God, does this mean that we're not going to be able to have physical copies of games and movies anymore? Well, do you want the honest answer? Yeah, we're going there. Yes, we're going in that direction. We absolutely are. The writing has been on the wall for over half a decade that everything is now going to go digital, that you need to have a digital subscription somewhere to have access to a game or a movie in order to play it. I'm not saying this is good. I'm just saying this is what it is. This is what these companies are now pushing toward for a very long time. And it just seems like some people are like, they're not accepting it, or like they don't want to believe it. So they're just like, no, that's not what's happening. It's totally what's happening. Just think about it this way. Okay? You go to buy a game at a store versus buy a game on a digital marketplace. So let's just say it was God of War Ragnarok. Okay, that's Sony exclusive game. Perfect example here. So you go on your digital marketplace on your PlayStation 5, and there's a page that was designed for the game. Okay, that cost a little bit of money. There's some clips that were put there to advertise the game. I'm sure producing those cost a little bit of money. There's text descriptions. And then there's the certification process. The game has to go up, be certified by the digital marketplace that it's not a virus and shit like that. That might probably cost a little bit. And then the game's available. So all anyone has to do is enter payment information, click, process, instant download, done. Okay? Done. So is there some money involved with distributing games via digital marketplace like that? Yes, there is. Is it huge amount? Probably not. Okay? Now let's think about the physical disc. Okay? So not only do the game developers have to have essentially something to put on that disc, whether it's the playable game or not, because a lot of cases these days it's not. It's literally a placeholder file. You put it in your console, the file triggers the download of the real game digitally. So you never actually owned the game. It wasn't even on the disc. Okay? So that's step one, is that a lot of these physical copies aren't even really physical copies to begin with. Then whatever file they're going to put on the disc, they have to mass produce the discs, which is what Sony is talking about right here. Previously, they were mass producing the physical discs themselves, and then putting the file on the disc, probably putting copy protection onto said disc. That's an increased cost to make sure no one can rip the file off the disc and you know, basically try to reproduce it or resell it, or hack it and then, you know, backwards engineer it on PC or whatever it may be, hack the files, etc. You don't want anyone to get your source code, right? But then you got to mass produce the boxes. You got to mass produce the art that slides into the box for the outside case so people know what the heck they're buying, right? Some of these games have instruction booklets. A lot of them do not anymore. They phased a lot of that out a long time ago. So essentially there is physical production costs. So not only do you have all of the cost of essentially what would make this go onto the digital marketplace, but now you have a physical production cost as well. Now, how much is it? No one's going to know or tell you. Like, Sony's never going to come out and say, yeah, it costs us $3 to produce a physical copy of a disc. Why are they not going to do that? Because they don't want you to know that. They want you to think it's really expensive, so that you think, oh, the value of when I buy this game physically. But in reality, it's probably not a lot of money. It's probably a few bucks a game. But hey, you got a million seller and it's $3 per game. They just lost $3 million because you wanted the game physically instead of digitally. Think about that. Okay? So, that's pretty interesting to think about. That just because you bought the game digitally versus physically, Sony lost $3 on the transaction, and multiply that by $1 million. Think about how much money they just lost, right? But here's the thing. The pricing of digital and physical is exactly the same. Correct? At least at launch. I should say at launch. Because sometimes there are exceptions where things change, where a game might be cheaper or more expensive for a different version. And that totally really depends on the popularity of the game. Like, there's some games, they come out and within a month they flopped. So the physical discs are insanely price slashed because these stores don't want them on their shelves anymore. They want to replace it with product that's going to sell. So they'll be like, oh, what's 60? And now it's like 10. Yeah, get it out of here, right? So that does happen. But for the most part, the prices are identical. And it's just weird because why are you charging the same price, okay, for the digital version of a game, which has no box, no physical medium at all, no art, nothing, as you are for the physical? It's the same price. Why is that? If this is the case and they're actually saying, listen, the reason that we're cutting out the physical copies of games is because it's too expensive for us to mass produce, there's really no value to it. I get that. So then offer it for a premium, right? Say, okay, the base game digitally is $65. But if you want to get it, you know, physical, it's $70. So it pays for the loss of investment there for them to make the physical version. So that's what I don't get. Like, it's like they refuse to do that. Like, they don't want to say, hey, it costs more to produce the physical, pay a little bit more. I think people who want the physical would probably do that. I actually believe they would. They would pay like a $5 premium to get a physical copy. I think they're okay with that, right? But for whatever reason, they must have some weird philosophy in their mind, you know, that that would lead to a downfall or something, or I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, in my head, what would the pros and cons of that be? Like, right now, there are companies that produce physical copies of games when a game is all digital, and people pay a premium price to own that physical version because they want a physical version on their shelf. So there already has been shown consumer interest in paying more to keep the physical alive. So then why just say, no, we're deciding to phase them out? It's kind of weird. At the same time, maybe this is just their plan. Maybe they just don't want to deal with it. You know, if they look at a game, again, a recent sales game from Sony exclusive that sold well digitally, They're like, well, we don't really care about the physical at all. We don't even care if collectors care. We're not going to sell the product. We don't want to, right? We just want to sell the game. We don't want to sell all this extra shit. You know, for me, it is a shame because, you know, back in the day when I started on YouTube 16 years ago, all right, and I started a series called Release Day Unboxing. This series was so neat because I could go to the game store, which usually was GameStop at the time, and I would sit there, I would buy like 3 new games, right? And come home,
forever.
Look at the boxes, unbox them, look at all this cool stuff that used to be on the inside. A full color instruction booklet explaining lore and controls and all kind of stuff, right? Usually some promotional materials for maybe other games from that publisher. Sometimes a coupon, right? All that stuff. That was nice to look through. Hell, if you bought a collector's edition of a game back in the day, it would come with so much stuff. You know, soundtrack, art book, supplementary download code materials to add DLC to your game. You know, physical medium as collectibles. Remember the chip for Fallout New Vegas and the deck of cards that had all the characters on it, right? All those neat things that you would get to be remembrances of tie-ins with the game. That was awesome. That era of gaming, you know, 10, 15 years ago was really cool, that 5-year span. And then slowly over time, you started to see things change. I would buy a game and I would open it to unbox it. There's nothing in there but the disc. There's no instructions. There's no insert. There's nothing with this at all. It's an empty box except for the game disc. In some cases, you actually would open the game box and there was no game in there, just a download code. So you didn't even get a physical game anyway. You just got a box, right? So I had to, over time, phase out release day unboxing. There was nothing left to unbox. So I just started getting I started getting digital games. I remember it was around 2015 into 2016 when all of a sudden there really was no reason to get the physical copies anymore. So I just started getting everything digital. I never had to make trips to GameStop ever again. Originally, it was part of my routine. On a new release day, I would get up early. I would go to, say, Jack in the Box or another place around here, get a breakfast sandwich, go to GameStop, pick up the new games in the morning, come back home, release day unboxing, and then play them for you guys on stream that day. And it just phased out after, of course, like 1 to 2 years of me living here. I just stopped doing it because there was no point. It was nothing. It was a joke to do those unboxings. So, yeah, it's a lost thing now. And I think it's orchestrated by the companies. They 100% felt this was the way to go. They don't care about the reseller industry. They don't give 2 shits about GameStop being negatively hurt by this at all. They never liked GameStop to begin with. Don't let them fool you. They wanted to go all digital for a very long time. And really, it was this physical games market that was holding them back. But now I feel like they like there's nothing to stop us now. We're just gonna get this shit out of here. So yeah, this story is not surprising. Now again, it's not. This is gonna change it immediately. This is just Sony's just not gonna make their own discs anymore. So if for discs they're gonna outsource to other companies that are already mass producing these on the cheap. But absolutely, you might have noticed if you go to your local store like Best Buy. Used to have an insanely huge movie section. They don't have movies or music anymore. It's gone. They don't even sell it. Like, just get it digitally. Wow. So you really can't even own a movie collection anymore. It doesn't exist. I mean, the reseller market right now is booming because of this. But outside of that, yeah, we're on the way out. Everything's going to be just over the internet since the internet has improved so much in the last decade. Everything is just becoming this now. So, pretty interesting story. Now, what's actually interesting about it is that there's another story. Just listen to this. Anyone remember the company Redbox? I remember them. I've never used it, but I totally remember it. Has anyone in my chat, or even watching this on demand, have any of you ever used Redbox before? The service. Did you put your hand up? If you did? Well, why'd you do that? I can't see your hand. What do you... Put your hand down. But anyway, for those who remember Redbox, or don't remember Redbox, I should say, allow me to explain what it is. Redbox came out around the same time as Netflix was becoming popular. So, yeah, it's been around for a while, okay? That's why you probably haven't heard of it now, because it really is something that's outdated today. So here's what happened. Video rental stores were going out of business. Blockbuster Video, Hollywood Video, they weren't thriving anymore as everything was becoming DVDs and then starting to be digital. A lot of these mail services, like Netflix originally was, hey, we mail you a disc of what you want, you watch it, and you mail it back to us. It was a mail order disc service at first before it became an all digital on demand service. So at that era, when they were doing that, Redbox wanted to basically cut out the middleman and say, well, why do you have to mail anything? Instead, we're going to have these actual like booths, kiosks that are basically look like soda machines. Okay. And they're going to be all over the place. You'll find it at a local mall. You'll find it at a movie theater. You'll find it at a convenience store. And all you got to do is you walk up to the Redbox machine and you can pick what movies you want to watch and what format. Because at first, it was just regular DVDs. Then, of course, everyone converted over to Blu-rays. But at one point, it was actually regular DVDs. You say, oh, for the menu, you pick what movie you're interested in watching or renting. You would put your credit card in. It would charge you a flat fee for how long you were going to have that movie out. And then it would actually dispense the physical disc movie to you from the inside. Now, what was to happen was you were to return that movie within a set period of time, just like if you had rented it from Blockbuster Video or another video store. And then you would basically be in the clear. If you didn't return the movie, I believe what they would do, there were fees associated with it. You couldn't use the service again, stuff like that, okay? So Redbox essentially was, hey, it's Netflix without mailing anything. Why spend time on waiting for it to show up through the mail and having to mail the disc physically back when you could just get it immediately, instant gratification, get the disc, and then you just got to return it to that kiosk. Now, I can imagine at first probably no one returned anything. You spent $3 to $5. You get I just got a movie for $5. You walk the fuck out and you never come back, right? Right? That's what I would think, but I don't exactly know how it worked. Did they have a deposit? Like, would they have a safety deposit of like $20? And then if you never deposit or brought the movie back, did they charge you the full 20? I don't know exactly how it works. You think the business model wouldn't work if everyone just walked away the first time and stole a movie, essentially, right? But Redbox worked. In fact, there was a worry at one point that Redbox was actually going to eat up the market share of Netflix. The only problem was not everyone had a Redbox near them. So because of that, Netflix could be basically anywhere mail order, while Redbox had to be physically in your town or wherever in order for you to use the service. Also, keep in mind with Netflix, they had a larger selection, while Redbox, you're limited to what's in the machine, right? If let's say the hot new Marvel movie came out and everyone wanted to see it, well, they all rented it out, so now it's not there. As opposed to Netflix, they had more selection and more quantity, right? So, oh, here we go. They have your credit card info. They would charge you if you didn't take it back. And Lady Charisma says it was like $1 a day when I used to use it. They had your card data so they could just charge it. So basically, if you don't bring it back, they just keep charging you $1 a day infinitely. So you could have a movie, keep it, and you have to pay $365 if you don't return it within a year. Wow. Okay, I can see how that could work, except you could just close the credit card too. Right? Or if your card goes over the limit, they can't charge it anymore, right? So, okay, so there's limits to it, but I kind of get it. I get the premise. Anyway, why am I bringing this up today? Redbox, today in 2024, the era of digital, they just filed for bankruptcy. Today. So I want you to think about this. Physical media of movies has been out on the outs for like a decade, right? Netflix literally hasn't done the big physical disc shit as their main focus in a million years. Redbox was still successful until now. Until right now. Jeez. How in the holy hell did they survive that long, right? It's wild to think that they were around. But anyway, the story is a lot more grim. You ready? Employees are saying they haven't been paid in over a week. They're owed money from the company, and the company is not answering them when they're asking them, where are our wages? Also, they owe major money to companies such as Walmart, Walgreens, Universal, Sony, and Warner Brothers for deals that they had in placement of their machines and movies in there. They just never paid them. They kept all the money, and then they never paid anybody. In addition, They're facing over a dozen lawsuits for unpaid bills simply for operating the company.
I don't have money to do
So
it. I don't
they're
have
not
money to do it.
paying their employees. They're not honoring any of their licensing agreements. They're not paying anyone for any bills that they've incurred. They are nearly $1 billion in debt. Wow. I mean, here's the thing. They've been around for so long. How do you not see the writing on the wall? Was this a group of people who literally were like, well, everything's going digital. What'd you say? I can't hear you. No, sir, Mr. CEO, listen to us. Everything's going digital. We have to adapt our business. What'd you say? Neener. Earmuffs. I don't hear you. What? How do you run a company like that? That's crazy, right? To me, I just don't understand. You know, how do you, I don't get it. How do you get that bad? Because at least at one point you have to acknowledge, okay, things are changing. So we have to change with it. Now, let's just keep racking up money. Let's just hope for the best. Let's just hope that somehow our profits increase. What? That'd be like me saying, all right, I see right now, for some reason, people are not enjoying content I'm putting out, right? I'm putting out some kind of content and no one's showing up for it. No one's engaging. No one's supporting it. Everyone dislikes it. I'm just going to keep making it anyway. Too bad. Because I feel like it. But that's not how you run a business. You know me, I have to change. If I'm playing a game and you guys aren't liking it, we got to change it. If I'm doing a series, it doesn't work, we got to change it. Like, look at last year when I said I wanted to do a lot more long-form React stuff. And people outright said, nah, it's just not that interesting. So I cut it out. And then we did more gaming and people were happy with that, right? So you got to listen. Just feedback. It sounds like they did absolutely no market research or feedback and they just said, we'll just keep going, right? Notorious Gun says, I have a family member. They interviewed for a high-up position with Redbox. They were turned down because they were suggesting they move away from physical Redbox and go digital instead. Wow. So anyway, yeah, if you like Redbox, I definitely would not be looking for a Redbox machine near you. They're probably not gonna, you're not going to see them. It's just they're declaring bankruptcy, right? It's pretty much going to be the end of them. Unless they can somehow restructure. I don't know how they could restructure if at this point they haven't like reformatted to be like Netflix stopped being physical disc medium a long time ago. They had a legacy version of it that people were still using for a while, but even they announced recently that's gone. They're done with it now. So it's, you know, look how Netflix changed. Now Netflix is one of the premier video streaming services in the world. So what happened to Redbox? I never think of Redbox as a video streaming service. They probably have something, but they probably don't have any of the agreements. And if they didn't pay their bills, that's not good. Because here's the thing. Any video distribution service is reliant on one thing. Videos to distribute. It's not like Redbox is producing their own videos to put out. They have to have other people's content to distribute. And if no one trusts them, you know, they're not trustworthy because they don't pay their bills, they don't live up to their agreements, no one's going to give them content to distribute. So they're not going to be able to survive. Even if they declare bankruptcy and they get out of a lot of stuff, they're not going to have any content moving forward to distribute, so there's no way they can recover, right? Yeah, see? Lady Christmas says, yes, Redbox does have a streaming service, but no one uses it. Escanor says, I had a few times I rented a game from Redbox. All that was in the case was a piece of paper so you could scam them. So what you're saying is people would return, they wouldn't return the game, the thing. They would just put a piece of paper in the box and they would be fooled. Huh. Well, if you liked Redbox, sorry to report, they're on the outs. So a double dose of bad news for physical media today. Sony is getting out of the business, and Redbox is going out of business, or at least declaring bankruptcy, which probably will lead to going out of business. There you have it. All right, guys, that's what I got for today. Now, normally I would say, hey, it's time for shout-outs. We have absolutely no contributions today whatsoever. No super chats, no super thanks, no memberships, no re-upping of memberships, and no tips. So I have nothing to shout out now. Nothing. Nothing.
All I see you do is
I'm just going to sit here for the next 20 minutes saying nothing. Nothing. Nothing.
I need that money. I really do. I need
You
that
think
money.
that will hammer anything in? Nothing. I'm just being silly. Let's do Q&A. You guys tag me in the chat, and we'll talk about whatever you want to chat about. If someone does contribute, I will shout it out. I'm just saying, if you contribute now, it helps out my React show. So that way, during the React show, I don't have to sit there and be like, oh, guys, please contribute. You know, it is a normal streaming day for me. I look to hit $50 every stream in tips. So if you could contribute today, that would be very much appreciated. But right now, there's nothing. Escanor says it was a copy of the front of the disc. It had a barcode on it that it scanned. Oh, so they took a picture of the disc, put the piece of paper in the box, so it scanned to look like it was the movie, but there was no movie in there. Wow. Nothing. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. I love Gene Wilder, man. I miss him. Anyway. You stole fizzy lifting drinks. You hit the wall. They have to be clean, sterilized. Spawn Killer just did a super chat. First super chat of the day, so I can't say nothing again. He goes, remember Gamefly? Yep, again, that Gamefly was the answer to Netflix, but for games, right? Instead of movies, it was game distribution physically. And it worked for a while, but the internet improved. I mean, let's be honest here. In the last decade, internet has dramatically improved. Even in the United States, where the infrastructure is not owned by one company or the government, our internet quality has dramatically improved. I never would have fathomed that I would be able to stream full HD quality TV shows, movies on my phone, right? Now I'm able, at night, I watch back my videos on DSP Throwback to title them on my phone before I go to sleep. I watch Street Fighter matches in full HD quality on my phone so that I can learn tech for the next day. Who the hell would have ever thought you could do that? It was, you know, technology is advancing so fast at this point, and it just blew away industry. The industry never thought, oh, we'll build a giant business based on disc distribution. Oops, it all fell apart within 10, 15 years because technology advanced so fast, you know? I never would have predicted that.
From PayPal.
You get nothing. What's up, Venom Snake? How you doing, man? He says, ready for reacting today? You are the man. Thank you, Venom Snake. Can someone please shut up this dude who's being a moron? What's on your mind, everybody? What is on everybody's mind today? I want to know. Okie Dokie tipped $1 and says, can you unban me? I don't know why I got banned. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I have no idea what happened. I'm scrolling up. I don't think it happened anytime soon. Or anytime recently. I scrolled all the way up, and I don't see when you got banned. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. You know the way to get unbanned, right? And email me and look into it. I don't know. People are now saying in chat that was Kirk all along. I didn't even know that. I swear to God, if that is Kirk, I had no clue that that was Kirk. I didn't know that at all. You guys knew more than me. I didn't even know that. So you know how to get unbanned if you're interested in getting unbanned. Or if indeed if it is Kirk, make your 400th sock account and come in and make sure I don't know it's you. All right. I find it funny you guys know before me. I didn't know that. I don't pay, again, like for me, I tell everyone gets an equal shot here, right? Everyone gets an equal shot. Everyone has to live by the same rules. No one's special. No one gets treated any better or any worse than anybody else. As long as you don't break the rules, you're here. If you break the rules, you're gone. Kirk used to break the rules a ton. He got appropriately moderated, appropriately told to basically screw off. And, you know, I guess he made a new account. I didn't know. I had no clue that was him. And I guess he wasn't breaking the rules for the longest time. And apparently he did again. What else can I say? Spawn Killer did a second super chat. Sad note, remember Martin Mull. He has passed away. Yes, I know. Martin Mull was a prominent comedian and comedic actor, particularly in the 1980s and some of the 90s. Notably, he was on, what was that show he was on? It was a sitcom, but I never watched it. He was on a sitcom for a really long time, but I don't remember which one it was. I know him from 1980s movies. He was always like a character actor, like he would play like side roles in movies and stuff. And Clue, he played Colonel Mustard. And it was one of his best roles, actually. It's funny because did you know when the movie Clue came out, it flopped and critics said they hated it? What the fuck was wrong with critics in the 1980s? Clue is genuinely one of the funniest movies I've ever seen in my life. It is an ensemble cast of amazing actors, actresses, and comedians. It has great writing, great comedic timing. I have no fucking idea why they hated that movie. You had to be a fucking moron. I don't know what is wrong with people in the 80s. That movie is great. So anyway, he's great in that movie, and I know he was in other, like I said, he was in a long-running recurring role in a TV series, but I don't remember what it was because it was a sitcom I never watched. But anyway, yeah, he passed away the other day. But he lived a very nice life, a long life. He was in his 80s, so, you know. Yeah. He was in Danny Phantom? I did not know that. I did not know he was in Danny Phantom. Okay. Oh, my nose itches. What is my take on immersive sims? I know you play games like Deus Ex and Prey 2. Would you consider those immersive sims? I don't know if I would consider those immersive sims at all. Well, I think immersive sim, I think like Second Life or one of these MMOs where you can literally role play a person. What about the people who do the role playing in like GTA 6, or excuse me, GTA 5 online and stuff like that? I see that as an immersive sim. I don't see like Deus Ex as an immersive sim. I don't even think I've ever even heard anyone call it that. Anyway, what do I think of them? I don't really participate in something that's truly immersive. I just don't have time for it, you know? For people who get heavily into that stuff, for a lot of time, that's like their big hobby, right? Like a lot of people who do the GTA 5 roleplay stuff, like that's a big time sink for them. To invest time and money and effort into designing a character, and this is your virtual self, your virtual avatar, and you know, you go in there and that's you online or whatever. But I don't I don't have time for that, nor am I interested in making that kind of content. So yeah, I don't really care about it. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Venom Sting says, maybe it sounds silly to you, but you always cheer me up. Here's the thing. That's not silly. I'm happy to hear that. Again, I'm just a normal guy sharing my takes on games, on life, on everything with you every day. We have this little back and forth we have. It's a cool social thing, right? And the way I see it, if you get anything positive out of it, it means that I did something right on this earth, right? And that's a good thing. And by the way, no one gets hurt. See here, we're not standing here stomping on other people. We're not driving people down. We're not making fun of people, defaming people. We're just being nice, positive people with each other. And if people are getting positivity out of that and getting something good out of that and it puts a smile on your face, then I've done my job on this planet, right? I've left a positive mark. As much as morons out there would say, oh, Phil's an awful person, I have left way more of a positive mark on this planet than a negative one. The proof is in the pudding when people like Venom Sting and others combined say this stuff every day. And I'm not hurting anyone or dragging anyone down at their expense, you know, at my, to get over them. It's not, no one's getting hurt in the process of what I do, right? So, if anything, the people who really need to be looked at is the people who are these insane troll idiots. They're the ones who are hurting everyone around them on a daily basis for personal gain. Not me. I'm having a good time just chilling with you guys, right? So, I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that you're getting something out of it, man. Excuse me. Barmo's in Roseanne. Oh, okay. He was in Roseanne for a long time. All right, so Gabe Horn is awesome. Venom 6 says, good times and games. You are the man. Well, thank you. The best way to help me out right now and contribute is by tipping me, because right now...
Oh, no, I don't have any
really
tattoos or anything like that. Sorry, all of a sudden the yawn came out of nowhere. My bad.
Straight
I
to
mean to do that.
bills. No, I don't have any tattoos or anything like that. When I was younger, I always thought really stupidly that I wanted tattoos. I thought, oh, I'll have like a back tattoo that'll go across the whole top of my back or something dumb like that, right? Luckily, I never did anything like that. And then when I grew up, I was like, thank God I didn't. I'm happy I didn't. Like, for example, I know a person who, when they were younger, basically went out with their friends, got drunk, and got silly tattoos that are really dumb, and then they had to live with that for their whole life. I mean, today they obviously could have gotten it, like, removed with laser or whatever, but back then, they didn't have that shit. So they had to live with this stupid tattoo on their arm. Luckily, it was, like, on their upper arm, so they were able to wear stuff to kind of cover it so no one would see it. But it was a really stupid, bad tattoo. It was really dumb. Like, well, like, glad you don't do that, right? And just, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with tattoos. There's nothing wrong with piercings. But for me, like, my personal thing, moderation, right? You get a piercing, you get a tattoo, that's fine. These people that go crazy, I need to have 17 pieces of metal on my face. I need to have chains that are connecting the pieces of metal. I want tattoos all over my fucking body, everywhere, you know? I just don't get that. It's like, who are you as a person? Do you really think that you're a special, better, more interesting person because you physically modified your body like that? Anyone can do that with money. They could walk right into the shop and get the piercing or get the tattoo. You didn't accomplish anything. I've actually heard this really stupid thing. Oh, well, everyone knows that tattoos hurt. So if someone sees someone covered in tattoos, you think, oh, that's a badass because they went through all that pain. A badass? No, that's a dumbass. That's someone who literally said, I want to subject myself to that level of pain for an extended period of time just to say, hey, look at me. Look at me. It's the same as like a peacock strutting around with its feathers, right? Who gives a fuck? It doesn't make you a more interesting person. It doesn't make you a tougher person or a better person. It just makes you someone who's an attention whore. Look at me. Look at me. Right? There's nothing wrong with having a few tattoos or anything, you know. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with that. But these people that are completely covered in it's like, yeah, obviously, in truth, my opinion is thus. You see someone like that, you know what the truth is, that's a boring person. That's a 100% super boring person because the only way they felt they could get noticed in life or attention is because they had to completely modify their body in an over-the-top way, right? You know, the same way that certain streamers have to dress up or dye their hair and say, look at me, I'm a cartoon character, look at me. Like, yeah, but if you put out good content, no one would have to look at you for your cartoon looks. They just like you for you, right? So why do you have to do that? It's the peacock mentality is what it is. Look at me, I'm so special because I look so different. Nobody cares. Especially in today's world too. Like, remember, it used to be that was the rare thing. Now it's like common. It's absolutely incredibly common to see people who have a bunch of piercings, a bunch of tattoos, a bunch of dyed hair, a bunch of this, a bunch of that. It's just not special anymore. In fact, I'd argue it's becoming more common than not. It's less common to see someone looking normal, right? So it's not special anymore. You've just become more of the status quo by doing it. It's kind of silly. Okay. Well, okie dokie, tip the dollar says I emailed you. All right. I'll look at it later. I'm not going to look at it now. Okay. Oh, let's see. Oh, I'm not interested in piercings or dyeing my hair. I never really have been. Like I said, tattoo at one point I thought about. I never thought about getting a piercing. I never thought about dyeing my hair. I don't care. I don't wear gaudy jewelry. I could have. I don't care about wearing a big watch or fucking jewelry or whatever. I don't care about that shit. I just never did. Fox Mulder says tonight they're watching Friday the 13th Part 2. Friday the 13th Part 2 is essentially where everyone remembers Friday the 13th from. No one remembers the first movie because the first movie is actually very different. I won't spoil why. Bison win the Zangief matchup because of the range of his medium and heavy kick? I have no idea, Night Shift. Bison's brand new. I certainly haven't played him enough to know. I haven't tried fighting him with Zangief. I only done the other way around. If I fought him with Zangief and I could see what can I grab or whatever, maybe I would have an idea. Like, it's very simple. If Zangief can SPD his normals, then no. That Bison would have a tough time against Zangief. If he can't because his normals are out of range and ungrabbable because of the hitboxes, then yes, Bison will beat him clean, but I don't know the answer to that. I haven't done it yet. Okay, any other topics, guys? Remember, soon we're going to swap over to DSP React and do the clip show. Winston, I am not talking politics like that on the streams. I'm just not, as you know. I don't do that. That divides people, and I don't talk that kind of stuff. That's my personal takes and nothing to do with public knowledge. So. I don't know what First Descendant is. Never heard of it. This is the first I ever heard of anyone mentioning it. Would I ever try multiplayer in Elden Ring? Probably not. It's never been my thing. The multiplayer stuff has never really been of much interest to me. Particularly, I don't really feel they ever fixed the multiplayer to feel like it was fair. Every time I ever tried it, it's like phantom backstab and shit. And I'm like, what am I playing this for? So, not too interested in that, no. Venom Sink says, we are fans of yours because of you, not because you're some kind of an elite gamer. Well, I'm glad you feel that way because I don't think I'm an elite gamer in anything I do whatsoever. Even games that I do better in fighting games, I'm not an elite gamer. I don't play enough to even hang with the people who are good. Like, I'll be honest, if I played a pro, they would spank me. I would never be able to beat anyone who's very good at fighting games, so I don't play enough to learn that stuff, you know? But that's not what it's about. It's about having a good time and sharing that passion for games, right? There you go. I got a $2 tip. Someone says, there's a game called Wrestling Empire on Steam. It's not affiliated with WWE, so it's like an indie game. It has a 95% rating. It would run on your mini PC and it costs $10 for the Steam Summer Sale. Well, there's two things about that. Number one, I don't actually care about pro wrestling anymore. I stopped watching it in 2020. I keep telling people this. I literally stopped watching pro wrestling in 2020. Okay, like I stopped caring about it entirely. And then for like 3 years after that, people kept asking me pro wrestling questions on stream, and I'm like, I don't know, I don't care, I don't follow pro wrestling anymore. You know, I did for a year or two there. I played the WWE games. It was okay, but not great. I don't feel like they really improved that much. We mostly were doing it for wrestling sims, which was nice for a little bit, but even that, the whole idea kind of wore out. I didn't even buy last year. I didn't buy the new one. I played the old one 2 years in a row for wrestling sims. This year, I didn't even care when it came out. I just ignored it. Right? Like, I'm just not into it. That number one, I'm just not into it anymore. That's the thing. Number two, as you know, the insane and negative troll memes about me about the stupid fucking mobile game that happens to be a wrestling game. That's another reason why I just don't care about wrestling anymore. Like, if anyone said wrestling, oh my god, WWE champions, they're morons. You know, it's like they foam up at the mouth and they start drooling all over the place. I don't care. I don't care about any of that. None of it's true. I don't pay any attention to it. Okay? So, just talking about it gets idiots riled up. I don't even want to fuck with that. Like, there's no point. I don't want to create drama. And by the way, I'm probably not going to like it that much anyway, because again, I've actually, no exaggeration, in the last 5 years of my life, because of this detractor shit, I just don't care about pro wrestling anymore. I don't even like it. It's kind of giving me, you know how, okay. So, Your whole life you liked shrimp. You thought they were delicious. And then one day you go to a shrimp restaurant and you get a bad batch, right? And you eat them and you get sick. Oh, God, it's the worst you've ever had. You're coming out of both holes, vomiting and shitting profusely, right? And you're sick for like 2 days because of it. Then what ends up happening is you get a negative association in your mind over shrimp. So even though you very well could go eat shrimp at a good place again, you never want shrimp ever again because all that you're reminded of is that bad experience you've had with the shrimp, right? So no exaggeration. When I think pro wrestling now, I just think about years of harassment, years of lies, years of bullshit that I've had to put up with and listen to and have no defense against because I don't have money to sue these fucking people for defamation. So I just got to sit here and take it. And then we got people who fucking, oh, I can't be a fan of Phil's anymore because of this. And none of it's true, but I have to deal with the repercussions of that. So it makes me like, I just don't enjoy wrestling anymore. You know, they actually killed any enjoyment I could have got out of it because they gave it this huge negative association in my head. I even think about it like, oh, drama, nonsense, toxicity, lies, and all the shit that I've had to put up with for so long, and I don't want to care about it anymore. You know, that's just the truth. It's sad, but true. So I just don't care about pro wrestling. I don't, even though this game very well could be really good, I don't care. I don't even want to fucking touch it with a 1,000,000-foot pole because I just don't want to deal with that bullshit again. I'm already done talking about it. I'm past it. I don't want to go back there. So I don't want to even fucking bring it up in order to have more morons get stirring it up again about the nonsense. Okay? Okay, hope you understand. I received a $5 tip from an anonymous tipper. It says, anonymous, hope your morning has been off to a good start. Basically, they're just saying, rest in peace to Super Blind Man. So, yes, rest in peace to Super Blind Man. I'm very sorry to hear that we lost him, but I've already made a whole tribute video about that yesterday. So if you want to hear my thoughts about Super Blind Man, I did a whole 5-minute tribute to him yesterday. Check it out on this channel. And that's that. Okay. Let's see here. Fandango tipped me $1. Says, I've beaten Elden Ring. I used Ash summons for Melania because I felt, because of that, I feel empty and depressed. How do I cope? You know, you didn't have to beat her. She's optional. Melania is not part of the story. You totally didn't have to beat her at all. You could have just completely skipped her. So I don't know why. Like, if you were going to feel depressed, right? If you're going to feel depressed because you did it that way, then why did you do it that way? Right? If you had the choice, I would have just skipped it. Because you don't need to beat her. So, and by the way, for the record, so far, there's absolutely, positively nothing in the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC that's as tough as her. Now, I'm about halfway through it. We'll see by the end. Nothing is as tough as her at all. I get the feeling nothing will be. I think they want her to remain the super boss, but maybe I'm wrong. I guess we'll see. Excuse me. Let's see. So someone tipped $5 and says they have an interesting question regarding feedback. All right, let's read this. We're running out of time for the show, by the way, guys. I really wish that these questions had come in earlier, but I'll do my best because we have to hurry and we have to get to the react show within 10 minutes here. They said, anonymous tipper says, would you appreciate us promoting your shows in any way that we can, or in offering suggestions for improvement? How do you see DSP versus the internet now that it's about a year old? How can we help? All right. Well, allow me to say a couple things in regards to this. Number one, I have never, ever actively advertised anywhere. You've never seen an ad for Darkside Phil or DSP Gaming or anything like that anywhere, have you? I don't cross-collaborate with many or any people. The exception being maybe doing, a couple lobbies here with Brian, which actually I'm waiting to hear back about the possibility of maybe doing another lobby with him in the next week or two. I'm not sure. It'll depend on scheduling and everything, but I want to play a little bit more with Bison before I get to the point where I decide that I want to do another lobby like that. But we'll see, what happens with that. But, so that's really, I haven't really done anything like that. I never was part of a gaming team. Even when I was with Machinima for that very extended period of time, right? I didn't get any kind of promotion. I didn't get any kind of advertisement. Oh, go check out our partner, Dark Side Phil. None of that, right? For me, it's been simple. I make content, people watch it. If they like it, word of mouth, they tell their, hey, go check out DSP for this or that he just did this and that, and it's really good, right? And that's that. That's how it's always been. Now, a lot of people can say, well, that was the worst thing you could have done. There's been documentarians saying Phil had all the popularity, he squandered it all because he didn't do this, this, and this, which is what everybody else did, right? Fair enough. But the way I see it is, sadly, for me today, there's nothing I can really do to promote my content because of the amount of hate I get, right? There's nothing I can do to go out there and say, hey, here I am, check this out. It's something new. Like, no one cares. I'm always just going to be appealing to my core audience. All right? And that's all I can really do. So, hey, if you like my content, feel free to spread the word. But what I would say is there's good ways to do that. Tell your friends, tell other people who are like-minded to you. Don't go on another content creator stream or video and start cross-promoting me. Do not do that, because that's very, very rude. Their content is meant to be an avenue for them to promote themselves and their content, not to other people advertising on there. So don't do anything like that. Don't go attacking other people and being nasty to them and saying, oh, DSP is better. Don't do that shit. All right? For me, listen, I don't care who's better or worse than me when it comes to content creation. All I care about is if you like my stuff. If you like my stuff, feel free, right, to go talk to other people about it, but don't bring it into other people's content. Now, in regards to like improving stuff, I'm always open to suggestions. I need suggestions. I love suggestions. Any suggestions are always greatly appreciated, as long as they're constructive. There's a difference between, I don't like your podcast. Okay, that's not a suggestion. That's just a pet peeve. You don't like it. That's great. Why don't you like it? What can I do to improve it? Well, I want your podcast to only be 10 minutes long. Well, that's never going to happen. Then it's not a podcast. So, you see what I'm saying? There's a difference between a positive, constructive suggestion that's realistic and could help versus, I just don't like something, you suck. Okay? So, any kind of positive suggestions, always greatly appreciated. And you can do that in video comments. You can do that on the stream chat. You can do that in many different avenues. Okay? But I don't want anyone going and white knighting, saying, oh, DSP is the best, you all suck, and stuff like that. Like, here's the thing. I criticize content creators all the time. I mean, I was just here the other day criticizing Dr. Disrespect, saying I don't see the entertainment value in a guy dressing up like a cartoon character, correct? At the same time, that doesn't mean that you go attack the guy and say that his content sucks. It's up to you to judge for yourself if that's something entertaining or not. Personally, I think it's probably the lowest brow, crappiest content. Besides hater content and detractor content, that's worse. But acting like a cartoon character is pretty low way to get children to watch your content, which is essentially what a lot of YouTubers have done to get themselves over and become millionaires. Big Mac says, I'm a React channel member. How do I submit videos? Well, first of all, if you want to submit videos, you have to be submissions tier or ultra tier members. Okay? What I do is every single night after I finish the React show, usually it's like late Sunday night before I'm done with work, on the community tab of the page, I post up 2 threads or 3 threads. One for submissions tier, one for super members, one for ultra members. You can see those threads as long as you're a member of the channel. One of those levels of member. Then you post up your videos there. If you're a submissions member, you can post up 2. Super members can post up questions for me to answer. And ultra tier members can post up 1 a week. And that's where I see them. And then basically the night before, I go through all the submissions and I put them in the playlist, and that's what we watch. That's how it works. More tips have come in, but I got to get out of here, guys. We got to get the React show going. I wish he had come in earlier. Larson tipped $2 saying I look good. Well, good for you, Larson. I'm glad that you feel that way. But maybe you want to keep that to yourself. And I received a $2 tip from an anonymous tipper saying, I was watching your Yakuza 5 playthrough yesterday. I noticed it has high views. The first part has over 60K views. Why do you think that is? All I can tell you is what I was told. Okay? So back then, first of all, this was before I was an interactive live streamer. Yakuza 5 was a very long time ago. Probably about a decade ago. And basically back then, not a lot of people who were English speaking were doing full playthroughs of the Yakuza games on YouTube. There were people who were Japanese who had done full playthroughs on the internet, but in general, there weren't a lot of full English speaking playthroughs of the game. So watching me play the game opened up that series to a lot of people who maybe hadn't heard of it or hadn't been able to experience it for, English speaking version. You know what I'm saying? And I think at that time, again, I was way more prominent a decade ago, right? I was way well known. I had way more views and everything. Playing a game like that exposed the franchise to a lot more people. There just weren't a ton of Let's Plays or playthroughs of Yakuza games on the internet at that point. They hadn't exploded in popularity yet. So when I played Yakuza 4 and 5, they actually got a ton of views. The funny part is, not immediately. When I first uploaded those playthroughs, they did not. It took months and months. And then all of a sudden, I guess what would happen is they would hit the algorithm the right way. And then all of a sudden, a lot of people would start watching them after the fact. And I would get a big boost in viewership like 3 months later for a playthrough I had done months before. So I never actively enjoyed that. It wasn't like I had tons of people watching live when I was streaming or when I first was putting up those playthroughs. It kind of came after the fact. But then most everything, two things happened. Yakuza exploded in popularity, and I declined in popularity. So there were way more people who knew what Yakuza was and wanted to play it. So there were way more options of people watching Yakuza playthroughs than just me. And everyone on the internet wanted to crap on me and say that I made terrible content. Despite the fact that not true, but that's just what they wanted to believe because they wanted to bully someone. So people stopped watching my stuff, despite the fact that I've never stopped covering Yakuza. And I've covered every major game. I played Yakuza 4. Well, first of all, I played Dead Souls. Then I played 4. Then I played 5. Then I played 6. I played Kiwami. But then I stopped playing it, right? I only played a little bit of Yakuza Kiwami. I played 0, right? I played Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. And what was the other one that I played? That was the throwback game that played like you were a samurai. I played that one. And then recently, the end of last year, I played the spin-off game starring Kazuma Kiryu that bridged the gap between Yakuza, Like a Dragon, and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. So I played all of those, right? All of them. And I love them. I still like the games. Even though Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth I felt wasn't as good as the one before. Still really enjoyed it. Had a great time with it. And I still love them. Listen, I'm not getting tons of views on anything I do anymore. It's not about that. But I'm happy that at one point, I mean, keep in mind, back in the day, people listened to me. Before I became the whipping boy and fucking negative meme of the internet, people actually listened to my things that I had to say. I made videos that were getting hundreds of thousands of views about like bills that were going to be passed in the United States that could change the internet forever and ruin things like YouTube or online gaming. I had that clout. And then I lost it because people decided to make me a joke because they thought they could get over doing it. There you go. You know, it's pretty much what happened in the last decade. But it is what it is. You know, I don't really, again, I'm happy where I am. I'm not sad that not a lot of people are watching my stuff anymore. But at the same time, yeah, it does suck that, you know, that was a franchise at the time. I really was showing Yakuza to a different audience who didn't know what it was, and it appealed to people. A lot of people say, oh, I watched your original playthroughs of those Yakuza games, and it got me to start playing the series and enjoying the series, so thank you for that, you know? But now that kind of shit doesn't happen anymore. It just doesn't, and there's nothing I can really do about it. That's how YouTube works, right? Okay, guys, that is it. We got to end, even though contributions keep coming in. We got to get out of here. I got to go set up the React show, okay? So I thank you so much for hanging out with me. I hope that you will stick around. The stream will redirect you to the React show. If you're here watching on demand, well, I hope that you'll check out the videos on DSP Reacts over the course of the week. Thank you to those who supported the stream. This will help for the React stream. And yeah, good one. Good hangout session, as always. Tomorrow, I'm sure we'll be talking about the React show, any news or anything else going on. And hit the beach, wear sunscreen. All right, guys, thank you so much. See you Monday. All righty. Let us do some quick setup before I switch over here. So, camera sized correctly. Let me get the logo up.
Miserable. Just miserable.
No? Centered? I think it is. The logo up. Pop-ups. And logo. There it is. Ah. Ah. Okay, guys. I'm taking off, but I'll see you over on the React channel, all right? Peace out. See you over there.
He was employed at a helicopter support place, not doing much work, yet a certified ace. Bill's boss called him in around half-past noon, and then he fired him on the spot, but Bigriff knew just what to do.
They mistreated me completely.
I'll produce content for YouTube, the worst ever made. The dance will sit and watch it all until all my bills are paid. Now keep in mind, Phil can't control when his begging begins or ends. He never learned that special skill because he has no friends.
I'm a fully crowdfunded individual.
Snort court, roll call. Catherine.
My wife.
Jasper.
Get down.
Derek.
Good night, Derek.
Bills, if you're wondering why folks tip the guy as he rambles about scat, just remind yourself these same people once paid $2K to see his cat on Feigning Distress Theater 2000.
Exploding in the stream chat. People who, they pretend like they support me, they pretend like they're positive, and they're not. They're shitheads. They sit here and they sneak this, and they say underhanded things. They try to literally bring up, either detractor memes or literal drama shit every day. They do it on purpose so that they can try to derail the shit that I'm doing on my streams, you know? And it just gets to the point where it's so frustrating. I just want to have fun, man. I really just want to fucking have fun. That's it. That's all I want to do is have fun with you guys.
Fun, 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 fun. Way more fun, 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 fun.
I just want to have
fun, 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 fun. Way more fun, 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 fun.
I just want to have no taxes, bills to pay, nice chill stream today. You're having a fun and interactive time with me and you're finding entertainment, positivity, and value in it, then the support should just come naturally, okay? I just want to have
fun, 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 fun. Way more fun, 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 fun.
I just want to have
fun, 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 fun. Way more fun, 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 fun.
Here's the bottom line, and I'm tired of it now. No more excuses, all right? Because the bottom line is people are like, Phil's not engaged in his commentary, and Phil's commentary is boring, and that's why people don't want to watch the playthroughs of the streams. Bullshit. I'm loving this game. I'm voice acting. I'm engaged. I'm commentating on everything that's going on actively. Bullshit. I call massive bullshit on any idiot who says that about either the Watch Dogs 2, which I've been playing recently and really liking, or Pokemon. It's bullshit. I call complete and utter bullshit on anyone who's saying that I'm not engaged and I sound like I'm bored. I'm not. So I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are fucking lazy and don't want to come out to the streams. I don't even know what
The journey has been long. What has kept me strong for all this time? The dream I'll go down, down, down on the sex bear. Go to town on the sex bear. He heals me with his spells. Thrills me with his swelling ursine cock. I yearn to go down, down, down on the sex bear. Taste the thing of the sex bear. Where the dust. I cannot last another day without his loving paws. I know our love could be robust. That Twinkie vampire was a tease, but you would never leave. I'm going.
So we have to exchange a lot of money into US dollars. We choose global currency because we get the best rate on purchasing US dollars versus a lot of other businesses, and also the bank save generally somewhere around the $3,000 to $5,000 a year just by using them to exchange into US dollars. And then they also do our wire transfers to us, to farmers, to importers, brokers, all those kind of things. The speed and ease of the whole service is great for me because I've got enough to do it. Especially in my industry, they're buying small amounts from New Jersey, Seattle, or any of the ports on the coast. It's better to go through global currency services. Even if you're only doing like a $2,000 USD order, it's still going to save you hundreds of dollars.
At Strokee University, we help make your U.S.-based education more affordable by offering our International Student Scholarship, which covers up to 25% of tuition, so you can always keep striving.
Down, down on a sex bear. It's not wrong, he's a druid. He consents when we do it. The camera's on, you see me there, cooming.
Driving a Subaru, I'm whipping a Beamer. Stole his bitch, made a fat on my feeder. Came up off YouTube, now I'm a streamer. Rolling a blunt with Dick Loves Lemurs. Fuck the odds, fuck Rich and Keem. So John ran busy, pull up with the heater. CT streets, you wouldn't wanna be there. I don't like the gym, might jerk a whole liter. I'm scamming a dent out his cash. Got my day off, so I'm hitting door dash. If you talking down, get banned from the chat. Gotta go crown, he's still getting whacked. I posted up with Jasper the cat. Sending shots at Howard to get turned to a pack. My dog T Dirty got shot in the back. I'm smoking on Blip and shit in my set. On a cannon after I still need cash. Got Hogans on Hogans, I'm opening packs. Replace the evil, so I'm running it back. Blue chest gets sprayed like a cat. I need this money for my wife and my cat. Hate how it was for online lag. Dutch brothers in a pack, they got my back. Shooters and wheelchairs, they cannot lag. It's Heaven's fault and there with a gun and a mask. Pull up the egg, ain't there, clicking crack. Doing like that's okay, they never coming back. Streets so teen, it turn my heart black. I'm getting paid 100 to put on a hat. Members just hit her, I see you drop the bag. Great way to support a super thanks in chat. But I prefer tips cause I instantly get that. You driving a Subaru, I'm whipping a Beamer. Stole his bitch, made a fat on my feet. Came up off YouTube, now I'm a streamer. Rolling a blunt with Dick Loves Lemurs. Fuck the odds, fuck Rich and Keem. So John ran busy, shut up this dude. CT streets, you wouldn't wanna be there. I don't like the gym, might jerk a whole liter. I'm scamming a dent out his cash. Got my day off, so I'm hitting door dash. If you talking down, get banned from the chat. Gotta go crown, he's still getting whacked. I posted up with Jasper the cat. Sending shots at Howard to get turned to a pack. Even dog T Dirty got shot in the back. I'm smoking on Blip and shit in my set.
The Chiking. The Chiking in the ring at Burger King. People are shooting up. Like, oh, good thing. I used to be a regular Dean Martin.
How lucky can one pig be? I DM'd her and she DM'd me. My OBS is quite dead. I got laid off in 2010. Ack, ack, ack.
La, 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 la.
Your boyfriend is who? He drives a Subaru.
La, 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 la.
My chair keeps spinning.
Yeah, that's normal.
Dents in my chat, they keep tipping.
What's up, Slayer?
I stop my stream, I keep drinking.
Gin is great.
My tweets are gonna be meaningful. I view bots enough to spread.
Email just showed up.
It's just like my Acer said.
Sikorsky aircraft.
Tip me quick. I got laid off in 2010.
I got laid off from my job in 2010. It was about a year later, my dad got laid off from the same job, the same company. They were laying everyone off.
Like our Derek said, quotes.
Sikorsky aircraft was founded in 1923 and was sold to Lockheed Martin in 2015.
My hand keeps oozing.
Yeah, oozing a little bit.
I pick my skin, it starts bleeding.
Bleeding?
I touch my face, I start eating.
Delicious.
War zones about to be bountiful. We're going home to be wed.
She looks like a horse.
My mom is on her deathbed.
That's robust.
Tip me quick.
Please tip if you can. I really appreciate it.
I got laid off.
Are you married? Do you operate a household?
Tip me quick. I got laid off in 2010.
I'm playing a woodwind instrument on Japanese.
He literally said this is from Argentina, did he? Oh, he did? Oh, okay. Enjoy your ban. Crypto is permanently banned. He literally said in chat, yeah, it's Argentina. I use the VPN. All right, go fuck yourself. And enjoy never coming back.
Oh, fuck you, Argentina. Fucking up all of my money. Paying pennies on the dollar. Not even OIC can make that up. Oh, oh, fuck you, Argentina. Get banned if you come my way. And we got sounds on the guitar, baby. Played by my man King Cobra. Money, fuck this country. I'll ban them if I see them. All of these pesos, I don't understand it. Don't want them and don't need them. YouTube ain't giving no leeway. Spent all my money on that BK. Now I'm strapped until next month. I guess I'll go DoorDash some love. Oh, fuck you, Argentina. Fucking up all of my money. Paying pennies on the dollar. Not even OIC can make that up. Oh, oh, fuck you, Argentina. Get banned if you come my way. And we got sounds on the guitar, baby. Played by my man King Cobra. My community got the members. I'm so happy they got them. Ignoring the slow mode, unlimited talking. But go fuck yourself, Nikita. You think that you can exploit YouTube, make everyone happy like I can do? Give me 100, maybe 2. Remember bombs all through the roof. How could you do this to me, Argentina? I never did no damn thing to you. Yeah. Haven't you heard that I like Latinas?
It's been pretty
Gina,
slow,
please
not gonna
come
lie.
bail me out, yeah. Fuck you, Argentina. Fucking up all of my money. Paying pennies on the dollar. Not even OIC can make that up. Oh, oh, fuck you, Argentina. Get banned if you come my way. And we got sounds on the guitar, baby. Played by my man King Cobra.
One of the things I don't like talking about is medical issues. All right? I have a lot of them. Basically, I was gifted a body that has a lot of shortcomings. okay? I don't like to talk about it. I don't want to tell you about all the doctor visits and all the money that I spend on medical shit. It's not worth it. It's a waste of everyone's time, and it's neither here nor there. It has nothing to do with what I do on my stream. But this is just one of the ongoing things that I've had my whole life that I've had to deal with, okay? Now, so here's what happened over the last year.
Fatty fat fuck.
And my back hurts. It creaks like a hinge. I calm my nerves.
Oh my God,
drinking, binge, dry skin, cracks.
I seriously
bleeding and oozing.
Can I stop joking today? Oh my
We're gonna kind of go through and be like, okay, let's at least watch each part of each one. But I'm not gonna sit here just talking politics all day. That's not the point of the show. This is not a political commentary show.
It's gonna clear up, I swear.
So we'll see how it goes.
Jesus Christ.
And go from there. But yeah, like for example, since it seems like there's a lot of political clips that were submitted as Ultra member submissions, likely I'm not going to be doing any political clips that come up during the submissions tier. It's just too much of the same thing, and I get tired of it, and I don't want to talk about it all day either. So there you go. Okay? Anyway, all right. So we're going to get started. You guys know how the show works. It was people who are submissions tier and Ultra tier members who submitted clips for the week. Ultra tier, we're guaranteed to watch their clips that are submitted once a week, while the submissions tier are put into a randomized playlist, so you get a chance, but it's not guaranteed that you would actually watch, right? And yeah, so that is the point of today's show, to watch clips of a big variety from all over the internet. Now, if you like my React content, please support the stream. I don't really make anything on these videos on demand. Many of these get claimed or demonetized because you're watching other people's content. The archive stream almost always gets demonetized. So if you like this stuff, please support the stream. My goal is to hit $50 by the end of this afternoon in 3 hours. So there you go. We have time. Please support. However, the way this show works is I do about 20 to 30 minute chunks.
I don't care.
And I will save shout outs for contributions until a part is over. I'm not going to stop right in the middle of me watching a clip to do a shout out or anything like that. So please understand, I will group them all together. And thank you for understanding. All right. And thank you for any support. Right now, you know, everything you see down below has carried over from the podcast earlier this morning. So anything is appreciated here today. A great way to support the channel: become a member, become a submissions tier. You can have the equal chance to have your clip watched, or become an ultra tier and be guaranteed to have your clip watched for 4 weeks in a row. Okay. One final thing. Man, people really have to start submitting clips in a timely manner. Someone submitted clips at 8 this morning, and they're insanely lucky that I checked, because you're supposed to submit them 24 hours before the show. But I just happened to be checking video comments, and I noticed, oh shit, there's clips here. So yeah, people have to be way more careful, because they almost didn't make the show. And, you know, listen, I want to give my members and supporters what they're owed. At the same time, they have to abide by the rules of submission. You know, I don't have 17 times to keep checking to see if someone dropped a new video for the show. It has to be done a day ahead of time. All right. So just forewarning everyone, if you're someone who is a channel member, please be careful. Got to get those submissions in, because I do those playlists on Saturday night. Okay. All right. Are you ready to begin? Let's get this playlist set up, actually. As I said, I mean, I'm not kidding. I want to talk about politics. Political video. You go down here. Political video. Political video. Political video. So just in the Ultra member submissions, there's 4 political videos. Do you see my point? So after I do these Ultra member submissions, I'm going to have absolutely no desire whatsoever to talk about politics. So I'm not going to be doing political videos that were submitted in the standard submissions, okay? Okay.
Good morning.
All right, so, and by the way, for the record, I did skim through. I didn't watch, but I skimmed through these videos where it's kind of like, gee, I wonder, like this video in particular, it's like, it's just a guy talking about politics. Literally, the entire video is him just talking about politics. See? So, FYI, it's not going to be the most riveting video. Maybe we'll watch a couple minutes of it, and then I'll switch over to the next video because I'll be honest, I think we're gonna fall asleep. You know, it doesn't seem like the most interesting, riveting video, right? Okay. By the way, DC, thank you for that haiku. I'm gonna be honest with you, DC. I don't think it's appropriate to be reading that right now on the show, but I appreciate that haiku. Okay. Okay, are we ready to get started? All right, let's begin. Here we go. Hello, everyone. Phil here, and welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, my weekly clips react show here on DSP Reacts, where I watch a variety of content from all over the internet as submitted by the channel members. Quickly to remind everyone how this works. People who have become Ultra member supporters of the channel were guaranteed to watch their video once a week for 4 weeks. So it's 4 videos for that. And if you're a submissions tier member, which is a lower tier, you're put into a randomized playlist where you have an equal chance for everyone else as well who's a submissions tier member to get their clips watched. So we start with Ultra members, then we swap over to submission members for the second half, essentially, of the podcast. This week, we actually have some questions submitted for super members. We haven't done this in months, but someone finally submitted some questions who was a super member. We're going to be answering some super member questions later on in the show as well. So thanks for being here. I will just say this up front. This week, there's 2 things going on. Independence Day in the United States is happening on Thursday, and we just had our very first presidential political debate a few days ago, and everyone worldwide is agreeing, man, that was a bad one. Like, people are just laughing at everything that happened during that. Like, oh my goodness, we can't believe these are the guys who are going to be presidential candidates. So because of this, politics is a hotbed of discussion right now all over the world, and I have a series of political videos that were submitted. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't want to sit here and talk about politics all day. All right, that's not the point of the show. So, for example, this first video is like 11 minutes of this guy just sitting here talking about politics. We'll go through some of it, but there's no way I'm going to sit here for 11 minutes to talk about political discourse. You know, again, this is not a DS politics or anything like that. I will talk about politics in context to stuff going on, but I'm not going to sit here and just talk about it all day. So let's see where the show takes us. I don't want to bore you with the same kind of ongoing, you know, content all day. It's supposed to be a variety show, right? So, without further ado, it is time for DSP versus the Internet, episode 71. All right, let's see what this clip is about.
Good morning. I'm Harley Schlanger from the LaRouche Organization with your daily video update for June 13th, 2024.
A little louder.
I hope you had a chance to join us live yesterday for the...
How does that sound? How does that volume level sound? Hopefully it's good.
Schiller Institute's emergency press conference on the danger of nuclear war is real and it must be stopped. The panel...
He's not even looking at the camera. You notice that? What's he looking at? Something is very interesting to his right. He's not looking at the camera whatsoever. Too quiet? A little louder? Okay. Here we go.
Was a distinguished panel, included eloquent speeches by Scott Ritter, Colonel Richard Black, and Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson. And a link to the video is in the description section below on today's update. Now, Helga Zepp-LaRouche also spoke. She's the founder of the Schiller Institute and the current chairwoman. And all 4 of them gave a clear message. The U.S. provocations against Russia are dangerous. The refusal to talk and negotiate is lunacy. And they made the point, don't expect a change until the American people demand it, because the leaders are completely under the control of the war hawks and the imperial forces of the City of London and Wall Street and the integrated corporate cartels that run the governments in these countries.
So in a nutshell, what's happening is in Russia, we already know, Vladimir Putin has been doing some stuff. There's a war in Ukraine. There's other things. And a lot of the world governments don't agree with what he's doing, but no one has really done anything about it. Okay? So I guess what's been happening is there's been increased rhetoric from at least our government, particularly our president, basically being very anti-Russia. And so I guess what he's saying is there was a talk where all these people who were, people who study, academics studying world politics said, it's not good. Basically, what they're doing is you're being like very staunchly anti-Russia, which could be very bad for the world. You could cause world war. And what he's claiming, at least, okay, is he's saying that this is all due to the fact that corporations control the world. Corporate interests want world war, because if there's war, corporations make money because they get to manufacture weapons, they get to sell, you know, healthcare items, they get to do all these things that normally in a peaceful world, the profits can't be made on. That's essentially what he's saying right now in that first minute and a half. He said it in a very roundabout way, but basically that's what he's saying. He feels that the reason that our American government is very anti-Russia and basically not willing to work with Russia and work out issues between our countries is because they want war, because that's actually what corporations want. And corporations control our government. That's literally what he just said. Okay.
Now, they compared the difference today to the Cuban Missile Crisis, which was an extremely dangerous moment. But at that point, President Kennedy wisely conducted back-channel negotiations with the Russians to work out an agreement to remove the Soviet missiles.
I love Hulk
in
Hogan's
return
dick.
for removing American missiles that were in Turkey pointed at the Soviet Union. The negotiations led to a limited nuclear test ban treaty and an ongoing discussion process that continued even during the most perilous times of the Cold War. There were arms control negotiations, which led to the peaceful dismantlement of the Warsaw Pact after 1991.
So, in a nutshell, things like this have happened before. There was a Cuban Missile Crisis where it was a big thing about nuclear missile placement and manufacturing, and it was a world crisis. And what he's saying is at that time, our president talked behind the scenes with the people involved, and essentially, even though we were still kind of at each other's necks publicly, privately behind the scenes, there were peaceful talks that got everything resolved. And what he's saying is today, this is just isn't happening. Okay.
Now, Ritter, Black, and Wilkerson are all military veterans, and they warned that the U.S. military is not prepared for either a nuclear war or prolonged conventional war. U.S. industry and its economy is not up to the task. In fact, the deindustrialization policy has weakened the U.S. ability to keep up, even though we have a nearly $1 trillion defense budget. And more.
So you hear what he just said. We're not in the same situation we've been in previous wars where we could manufacture enough to fight a war. We can't even do it anymore. We basically have phased out a lot of that. I mean, let's be honest, a lot of our manufacturing is outsourced to other countries, so we don't even have the means to fight a war or a nuclear war. So that's what military leaders are basically saying.
More importantly,
okay,
the population is unprepared for what's about to hit. They use the term sleepwalking into World War III. Now, for her part, Helga Zeppler-Roush emphasized that the economic policies that are behind this represent a collapse or are causing a collapse of the Western economies. They're debt-ridden. The need for new loot to balance their books is overwhelming.
What do I do?
And leading to an expansion of the predatory looting. But they're running into problems, which is the refusal of the nations of the Global South to continue the old colonial policies of the imperial powers. What we're seeing is the emergence of a new order, a rejection of the unipolar imperial order, a new order based on sovereign nations negotiating for the interests of their people, as opposed to subordinating their policies to the rapacious need for loot from the predatory cartels. The examples she gave were the Belt and Road Initiative.
I mean, he's just going on and on and on about this. It's basically,
Israel.
It's similar to some stuff that I've talked about. It's actually bigger scale. Like when I talk about the corruption of our government, I'm like, our government outright is controlled by corporations, 100%. There's a whole lobbying system set up to do this. We already have evidence that our politicians receive kickbacks and paid vacations and gifts from corporations in order for them to give them the interest that they want in the public eye. So what he's saying is basically this is a bigger scale. This is not just local governments. This is the world. In the world right now, all these governments are essentially out to basically just help, companies to control everything. I get what he's saying. I don't want to watch an 11-minute video about this, though. It's also particularly not very interesting. So I think that whoever submitted this, thanks, I get it. At the same time, this kind of very boring delivery, I'm not sure really works for the show. when I have to like translate into layman's terms what he's saying for the audience, and half the audience is asleep in the chat, I think it's time to go to the next video.
GT Countdown.
Now, this is interesting, okay? If you guys aren't aware, GameTrailers.com doesn't exist anymore. They used to be a website that would post up videos like this back in the day. They were like very prominent mid-2000s to late 2000s until YouTube kind of took over. And they always had gameplay content, countdowns, game reviews. They actually were originally where the angry video game nerd would post his videos. And then he would post them elsewhere, but he would always post it to GameTrailers.com first, okay? Someone archived all their shit when they went out of business. So this is videos from back then. It's the top 10 worst consoles, what they considered the worst consoles were, in 2007. So what's interesting is it's not even widescreen or HD. Let's watch some of this.
Top 10 worst consoles.
Wow.
Unless your grandparents hated you during the holidays and birthdays, hopefully you have limited memories of the following consoles. These are the machines that have swindled wallets and bled the industry.
Oh, the PS3, yeah, it's terrible.
Bad games and bad business are the elements of their philosophy. You will never find such a list of scum and villainy outside of a European war crimes court. Be warned, these are the worst, most offensive digital contraptions that dare to be labeled as entertainment. Buckle up, we're going in.
Number 10.
So before we even get to it, what do you feel about that presentation, right? Very different from anything done today, right? It look at all pop culture clips from other things superimposed in there. You know, European war crimes. Like, what? What are you talking about? You're talking about gaming consoles, and you're bringing up, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, back then, I remember everything was like, oh, extreme, bro. Hyper-exaggerated in your face, dude. Right? It was still like almost like a bro thing in the 2000s. It wasn't even mainstream. This website wasn't mainstream. You know what I mean? So, all right, here we go. Let's see what they say. Number 10.
Phantom.
I have no idea what the Phantom is.
What better
Never heard
name
of
for a
it.
console that was never released than, well, the Phantom? In 2002, Infinium Labs made the ill-fated announcement of a revolutionary game system that would operate without the use of cartridges, CDs, or DVDs.
Oh, you mean an all-digital console? I've never heard anything like that before. But what's funny is this was in 2002. This video was made in 2007. Do you think that anyone had the foresight to see that everything would go complete digital, no physical medium at all in the future like we have now? You know, no one thought about that back then. This was over 20 years ago.
Instead, all games would be downloaded through an online subscription service on a pay-to-play basis. Though promised to hit retail stores during the 2004 holiday season, a lack of funds and acquired game licenses pushed the Phantom's release date further and further down the line until it inevitably reached 2000 never. The Phantom is no more, but promises of a PC client offering the same service drift in the internet's endless ether.
Endless ether.
Number 9. Engage.
Now this I remember. I actually saw this both at GameStop they had it, and at cell phone stores they had it, because it was a cell phone and a game system in one. I don't ever remember seeing anyone who had one, but I know that they sold it because I saw demos of it.
Other than the strategy title Pathway to Glory and the pseudo-MMO Pocket Kingdom, where all the characters talked in leet speak, this side-talking game system / phone offered nothing but problems. The screen was taller than it was wide. You had
like
to
a
take out
mobile
the
screen.
battery to change games, and using it to take calls made it look like a taco was glued to your head. The N-Gage QD made it easier to change games and put an end to side-talking, but the N-Gage brand is most remembered as a mildly humorous internet joke.
Number 8.
Wow.
Virtual Boy.
Everyone knows how
Innovation
Virtual
is
Boy.
in the eye of the beholder, until it makes you go blind. The brainchild of Game Boy creator Gunpei Yokoi, the Virtual Boy's real 3D sounded good on paper, but in reality, not so much. Available technology limited colors to black and red.
Yep.
Games actually demanded players take frequent breaks to offset headaches, stiff necks, dizziness, and eye strain.
There were two major problems with it. The first was, as you can see, it's literally like a headset visor, but they didn't sell it as a headset visor. They sold it as a tripod. So in what situation could you really play? Like me right now, this is ideal. So right now where my hands are, okay, this is where my desk is, right here. So if I had the tripod and the headset, I could literally lean forward and play it right now. But that's because I have an elevated laptop desk. How many people play video games on an elevated laptop desk? No one. So no one could find a comfortable way to play it. You could hold it, but then your arms are tired. But how are you playing it? You can't hold the controller, right? Like, how do you play this goddamn thing? How does it not have a head strap? And the answer is it's heavy. So if it had a head strap, it would actually hurt your neck. So they purposefully didn't sell it with a head strap because they didn't want people suing them saying they hurt their neck playing the thing. So basically the entire thing is misdesigned. That's number one.
What do I do?
Number two, this thing works. I can tell you this. They had it at Blockbuster Video when I was a kid. And I played the demo for about 15, 20 minutes. My parents were off looking at movies. I was playing the Virtual Boy. I played the tennis game. That's what they had in it. It looked good. Like the tennis game had a really good 3D effect to it. You hit the ball, it goes to the background, then it comes back. It looked nice. The problem was I literally played it for 15 minutes and my eyes were burning profusely and my neck hurt. So I was like, how the fuck are you expected to play this at home if you can only play for 15 minutes at a time? You know, I'm sure the red and black graphics don't help that. And I'm wondering what other colors maybe they could have used that maybe would have been easier on the eyes, but maybe red. Maybe they tested and red actually was like the best. I don't know. But only 2 colors with a 3D effect that makes you have burning eyes, neck strain. Like everything is misdesigned about this. If they had designed it differently or waited a few years for technology to advance, maybe it would have worked. But for the time, it was just... And by the way, here's the best part. It's called the Virtual Boy. What about it is virtual reality? Nothing. All it's a 3D effect. It's not... Most games on it, you weren't in first-person virtual reality at all. Like the idea is not even correct because they shouldn't have called it Virtual Boy. They should have called it like 3D Boy or something, and it would have made more sense. So the whole thing was completely misdesigned.
All unfortunate results of playing the Virtual Boy. Only 14 games were ever released in the US, with most looking like Game Boy games with gimmicky 3D effects. Sure, Wario Land was decent, but most gamers decided that they would rather be dead than go red, forcing Nintendo to abandon the console just months after launch.
Yep.
Number 7. 3DO.
Oh, yeah.
It's a new experience.
I had a friend who had this console. Let's see what they have to say about it, and then I'll tell you my experience with it.
Debuting with a $700 price tag that even Kaz Hirai's PS3 couldn't match.
$599 US, $599 US, $599 US. Giant enemy crab.
The 3DO, conceived by EA founder Trip Hawkins,
it plugs into the future,
was insanely pricey and squandered its impressive processing power on playing horrible full-motion video. Importers and software pirates could enjoy the console's complete lack of regional lockouts or copy protection, but the system boasted few games worth stealing that weren't already available on other platforms. After being completely crushed by the PlayStation, Return Fire, considered to be the console's best original game, was ported over and promptly forgotten.
Oh, no one was around.
Oh,
I
God.
let him blow my little head off until...
Take your damn clothes off.
Number 6.
That's it. They didn't say that much about it. The problem with the 3DO was that it was actually the most powerful console at the time, but they charge you $700 for it. So you're like, okay, so what am I going to play on it? It's going to have revolutionary games, right? No, it had power, but no games. The games were all ports of FMV games from like Sega CD or other consoles. It had very few exclusives, and the exclusives were garbage. Like plumbers don't wear fucking ties, right? Like that's one of the big ones. My friend had it, and he had Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo for it. It looked and played well. It looked like the arcade game, and it had the same sound effects, graphics. Like it was good. The problem was the 3DO controller didn't have 6 buttons. So in order to play it, you had to buy a special controller just to play Super Turbo. And outside of that, there were no other games that needed that many buttons. So you spend $700. There's no good games on it. Any of the good games are cross-platform anyway. You can play on another console. And then you finally get a good game and you can't play it because there's not enough buttons on the controller. So it was just a huge fucking mess. It's sad that that was like the best port of Super Turbo at the time, too. It was just on a console no one played or could play.
Sega Genesis add-ons.
What's funny, too, is like this video is very reminiscent of Angry Video Game Nerd. If you look at the Angry Video Game Nerd's early videos, he does one on the Virtual Boy, he does one on the 3DO, and he does one on the Sega CD and the Sega 32X. At this time in gaming history, it was funny and very common to make fun of these. So this is like reminiscent of everything that he did in his blown out review videos. This is just like a countdown of the same content.
Add-ons rarely work, and nowhere was this more evident than with the Sega Genesis / Sega CD / CDX / 32X. Hoping to squeeze some more life out of its aging Genesis console, Sega decided that interactive movies was the way to go and created the Sega CD add-on. Despite teenage star Dana Plato's appearance in the god-awful Night Trap, interactive movie games stunk, and consumers were not fooled. When the platform began to fall on its face despite the excellent Sonic CD, Sega released the CDX, a machine that included all the functionality of the Genesis and Sega CD in one unit.
I didn't even know about that.
In the ultimate boneheaded move, the CDX sold for $400, $100 more than buying the two machines separately. For obvious reasons, the CDX bombed, only for it to be followed up by yet another stinker in the form of the 32X. Another CD-based machine that plugged into the Genesis's cartridge slot, it featured 32-bit processing, but hardly any games. With the Saturn just a year away, gamers turned up their noses, and the Sega Genesis add-ons turned up on our list of the 10 worst consoles of all time.
I can't imagine what it must have been, because there was a big console war at this time of Sega versus Nintendo. This was before PlayStation even entered the arena. And can you imagine if you were the Sega side, you were like, well, I like today it's Xbox and PlayStation, and it's like, well, I got to do everything Xbox says. I got to do everything PlayStation says. I need the PS5 Pro. I need the newer version of this console or whatever. Can you imagine if you bought the Genesis and then the Sega CD and then the CDX and then the 32X all within like 4 years? So you probably spent like $2,000 on all these consoles just to not play that many good games. And then the Saturn came out right away after it. And like, what the hell was going on? Why did they release that much hardware in such a short period of time? It was unheard of. And everyone, you know, before Sega fans. No wonder Sega crashed, right? It's like, what the hell?
Jaguar.
I never played the Jaguar.
Numbers define the capabilities of a system. And while other companies would brand the number of bits on their hardware, Atari felt like its Jaguar console from 1993 was self-explanatory. A bold advertising campaign commanded gamers to do the math and see how the Jaguar's professed 64-bit architecture was superior to its Genesis and Super Nintendo adversaries. But what Atari failed to see itself was a number of fundamental flaws with the system, including faulty processors, poor third-party support, and a ridiculous controller setup. The JAG's only claims to fame were some of the worst exclusives of all time, such as the post-Cheers Woody Harrelson vehicle, White Men Can't Jump. While Atari may be out of the console race, its awesomely bad commercials will forever remain etched in our memories.
Can you repeat the question?
Jaguar! Jaguar! Jaguar!
Number 4.
Ow.
Philips CDI.
The CDI was very similar to 3DO, except it had a lot of like educational software and shit on it, but they also overcharged for it massively. And it had those terrible Mario and Zelda games on it with the FMVs. Atari 5200 was the filler console between the 2600 and the 7800. They tried to improve the technology, but made a lot of fucked up stuff, like the controllers didn't work, and a lot of the games were not as good, so... and it was more expensive. It was also giant. Oh, God.
Tiger Electronics Symmetry.
Tiger R-Zone was... You know how Tiger handheld games were... You know what those are, right? Those little shitty things that you have, the portable things that aren't even real video games. They actually tried to make a console that was liquid crystal display, and it was awful. It was laggy, it was blurry, and all the games sucked. So it failed miserably. I'm skipping through this because it's taking so long, and I want to do one more video before we start. But what's their top failure?
Gizmondo.
What the hell is Gizmondo?
It's a complete mystery to us why this handheld didn't sell like hotcakes. How could a portable system fail with the attractive price point of $400? A depressing battery life, a screen the size of a cell phone, and must-have games like Sticky Balls and Mama Can I Mow the Lawn? You got blue balls, green balls, yellow and all. I'm gonna get them sticky balls. Maybe it was because the budget version forced you to watch 3 commercials a day. Or it might have been the fact that its executive, Stefan Eriksson, was linked to the Swedish Mafia and drove a Ferrari like he was playing Twisted Metal. Or maybe it's because it has one of the dumbest names ever. Despite the fact that it could take pictures, store music and video, send and receive emails, and came packaged with a fully functional GPS, no console crash has been more sadly amusing than the Gizmondo.
I didn't even know Gizmondo existed. I had no clue. All right, let's try to watch one more video in this part before we split it.
Since I can remember, I've been told that I have a gay voice, and the internet loves to tell me that I sound like the honey badger.
It's only 9 days ago. All right, let's see.
Oh, the honey badgers are just crazy.
So, is there such a thing as a gay voice? Like, is it quantifiable? If we take out all the slay, boots the house down, and remove any visual or behavioral clues, could you still tell? Surprisingly, science has a lot to say about it.
Girl, bye, get out, get out, get out.
In order to study gay versus straight voices, researchers look at parameters such as pitch variation, like how much a person's pitch changes as they talk, duration values for vowels and consonants, aka how long people hold their A, E, I, O, U sounds, or how long people hold their S's. And some studies just straight up get random people to listen to people talk and try to judge whether they thought that person speaking was gay or straight.
Results find that gay men speak with higher pitch variation, meaning that their range from low to high is much more extreme than straight men. Not surprised we have range, honey. These pitch studies were done in many languages like English, Dutch, and French, and in all cases, gay men spoke with higher pitch variation, meaning the gay voice expands beyond language and isn't just the words or culture we engage in.
I'm curious, why did it begin? What started that? Was it because basically there was a desire to feel more effeminate, perhaps, and you felt that women have higher pitched voices, so trying to maybe emulate that? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I have no idea. Maybe they'll say.
Gay men were also found to have longer vowel durations for A, I, and U, aka they hold these vowels longer in general when they speak compared to straight men. But gay men are also more likely to hold their S sound for longer than straight people. Gay people holding their S for longer may make you think of the quintessential like gay lisp, which is very triggering to me. Like as a kid, everyone would always make fun of me and say I sounded like super silly Billy.
Oh
so
God,
sadly, there is some.
That's South Park right there. That's the South Park Big Gay Al's voice. Yeah.
Truth to like those bullies making fun of me about that. But it's also a common misconception because a lisp is when you misarticulate your S's, whereas gay people are more likely to over-articulate the S. In fact, studies show that gay men are no more likely to have a lisp than straight men. Finally, when studying gay versus straight men, it was found that gay men were more likely to articulate than straight men, which totally makes sense to me. All my straight guy friends are always like, oh yeah, hey man, do you want to I'm always like, okay, what?
Because of these findings, it was hypothesized that perhaps the vocal differences between straight and gay men were due to hormones, like differences in testosterone possibly.
Hormones? How would hormones affect how you pronunciate? That doesn't even make sense to me. Or the pitch. Well, could you argue that depending on your hormones, it could change the pitch of your vocal cords? That I don't know. Scientifically, has that been proven?
But after studying this, it was found that gay men have just as much testosterone as straight men. So instead, researchers began looking into environmental differences as a possible explanation.
It turns out both gay men and straight men change their voice based on who is listening. Yes, straight men will modulate their voice based on who is listening too. One study found straight men would speak more stereotypically masculine to strangers than to people they were comfortable with. Straight men would lower their voice when speaking in leadership roles, when giving orders or commands, and they would also lower their voice in the presence of an attractive woman.
Gay men changed their voice too, but under different circumstances. One study found gay men who disliked sounding gay were able to modulate their voice to sound more straight and were more likely to be mistaken as straight by listeners. A Thai study found that gay people changed their voice depending on if they're talking to friends, coworkers, or their family members. They tend to use the most falsetto voice speech or upper vocal range when talking to friends. An Italian study also found that gay men would sound more gay when they were talking to somebody they already came out to, or if they were speaking to somebody who they presumed was gay. A really fascinating study on gay YouTubers found that after making a public coming out video on YouTube, their subsequent videos were more likely to be perceived by people as sounding gay. Whereas straight YouTubers of the same age over that same time period would end up sounding more straight to people, The gay one sounded more gay over time.
This has led to a theory that sounding gay is an adaptation of gay men to allow others around them to know that they are in fact gay. But this isn't set in stone. It's important to note that while some people may feel gay men talk more like women, the research doesn't fully support this idea. There are
So, even though the research doesn't support it, if you're gay, you want people to know you're gay. Well, what circles does that matter? Your friends, right? It doesn't matter in the workplace. In the workplace, your sexual orientation has no merit at all. Nobody cares. It doesn't matter. So in the workplace, you're going to have the more monotone voice. But if you're in a social circle and you need people to know that you're gay for various different reasons, then you would accentuate the voice so that people know. I guess that's what they're saying, but I guess they're saying that the research didn't back that up.
some syllables and ways that we speak that are similar to women, but gay voice has its own unique characteristics as well. In other words, it adopts some female features, but others are completely unrelated.
But what about our dear lesbian friends and other queer people? We haven't forgot about you. While there is less research on it, studies have found unique characteristics of lesbian voices, but they're far less socially noticed than gay male speech.
Of course, many straight men can sound gay and gay men can sound straight, but studies show there is a difference in speech that will change based on who is listening to you. How you're perceived will also relate to like your mannerisms. You know, I talk with my hands a lot, the way you dress. It's a large collar for a straight guy, I must say. And this all weaves together to create the complexity of speech in relation to sexual fluidity.
But what about gay face? Can you tell somebody's gay just from looking at their face? We actually have an entire podcast episode diving into the science of gay face on our Side Note podcast. You can click it on the screen here or use the link in the description if you want to check it out on YouTube.
And that's it. Okay. Well, I mean, I'll be honest, they didn't really answer the question, did they? Business. I thought they didn't really answer the question of why do gay people sound like that at all. You know, I guess the best answer would be, yeah, because it differentiates yourself from straight people. If you want people to know in a social circle that you're gay. Oh no, someone's illegally restreaming you. Oh no. Fault, lifestyle. I'm choosing greasy skin, smelly demeanor every day. I look more like the B-movie creature. Fault. I can't say I don't have 2020. Other kids at school said my head is shaved. Funny. I flare up with persistent gout. Never mind the food we ordered out. There's a sick motherfucker on the internet called Robber Hound, whatever the fuck this idiot's name is. Acne doesn't help my bluish complexion. Don't receive physical activity. No exercise. In a state of captivity. I can't sleep. It's a constant affliction. One more pull for my gamble addiction. My throat's sore from post-nasal drip. I get stressed out when I don't.
Strokee vanilla almond, so special. The 12 vitamins and minerals? What about the real almonds or that sweet vanilla flavor? Or do good things just come in threes? Special K, special for a reason.
Allergies. Slowly thinning hair. I sneeze and I snort. I sway in my chair. Carpal tunnel. Has my wrist been defined? Depression. It's still the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind. My input job. Reflexes. Delayed. Someone else's content and decides to block the stream despite the fact that reacting to content is completely allowed on YouTube. Isn't that nice? Really, it's all about who you know and what partner network you're in. So obviously they were in a partner network that basically blocks anyone's attempts to do anything with their content, which is pretty fucking stupid. Like, what on earth shouldn't I have reacted to there? It doesn't even make sense, right? Whatever. We're back. If that ever happens, it's just a 3-minute wait, and then the stream just comes right back. So no worries there, guys. But I think you see my point when I say, sadly, these videos don't get monetized. That's your perfect example. So now this stream cannot be monetized, and that video cannot be monetized because it has that content in it. Okay? So, if you enjoy the React Show, guys, please support it. Right now, we've had absolutely no support whatsoever on this stream. Everything that you see below is from the podcast. So anything is appreciated. A super chat, a super sticker, a membership, a gifted membership, or a tip. My goal is to hit the $50 tips goal by the end of this stream. And I would at least consider it a pretty good stream. So please consider supporting if you can. Thank you in advance to anyone who does. Okay?
It's been pretty slow.
Let's get ready to resume here. Okay? Okay. Are we ready? Here we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 71. This is now part 2. We're continuing on with the Ultra member submissions. Let's see what this one's about. Why you can never argue with a conspiracy theorist.
If I were to tell you that the world is not, in fact, a sphere, but actually a flat disk, you'd probably point to photographs like these of Earth from space. And then I'd say, hey, if you want to trust the space agencies to tell you the truth, go ahead. But if you ask me, they're part of a conspiracy to lie to you. And then you'd say, what about the fact that if you fly in one direction long enough, you end up in the same place? Ha! That's just what the Illuminati wants you to think. That's why they control the flight patterns, to make you think you're going in a straight line when you're actually flying in a circle. This is Argument Clinic, a series about spotting bad arguments on the internet, where today we're talking about conspiracy theories. There's one out there for everybody. The JFK assassination, the fake moon land, the Freemasons, chemtrails, CIA mind control, rigged election, Area 51. Once you get going, it's easy to see secret plots and shadowy cabals everywhere you look. In all of these cases, people can point to evidence disputing some of these claims. The photos of Neil Armstrong on the moon, the Warren Commission report, the studies that keep showing that vaccines work. To which you will inevitably hear, you think the people who faked the moon landing couldn't gin up a couple of phony photos? Wake up, sheeple! And there's the problem. Any evidence that would seem to contradict the conspiracy is further proof of the conspiracy. It cannot be disproven. Or, to use a term from science, it is not falsifiable. A hypothesis is falsifiable if you could imagine a way to prove it wrong through observation. So let's say I've only ever seen white swans, and so I assume that all swans are white. This is a falsifiable claim, because if I were ever to see a black swan, it would be disproven. Pretty simple, really. Philosopher Karl Popper came up with the idea of falsifiability in his 1934 treatise, Logik der Forschung. He was German. He was trying to figure out why Albert Einstein's theory of relativity felt more rigorous than, say, Karl Marx's theory of history, or Sigmund Freud's theories of psychoanalysis. Marx's and Freud's followers pointed out that those theories could explain pretty much anything that ever happened. Open the newspaper and you could interpret almost every story through the lens of Marx's ideas. As for Freud, you could explain just about every action someone took as a response to their parents, or repression, or sublimation. But to Popper, this wasn't a feature of these theories, but a bug. These theories had explanatory power, but no predictive power. Einstein, on the other hand, made specific predictions about, for instance, how light traveled. Predictions that, if disproven, would invalidate his entire theory. Popper said that's what separated science from pseudoscience. As he wrote, every good scientific theory is a prohibition. It forbids certain things to happen. And the more a theory forbids, the better it is.
That's wow, what an interesting statement. The more that a theory forbids, the better it is. True theory should limit, not grant. Conspiracy theory simply grants things. Oh, there's aliens. Oh, there's a rigged election. Oh, vaccines cause illness in children, so don't ever vaccinate your kids of anything. Oh, the moon landing was fake. They're just granting wild claims, as opposed to a true theory limits claims. That's very interesting. I never thought of it that way. Okay. Because when you put limits on things, you basically now are creating a rule set by which you can live, you can predict, you can judge, and you can create within that rule set. As opposed to the other way, you're just saying everything is possible. Well, then you're not helping anything. right? How have you helped anything by just saying, oh, everything is completely possible? No, we need to know what is and isn't possible so we can work within the confines of what's real to make solutions to problems, right? If you don't have those confines, well, everything's just possible. You're never going to find a solution to anything, right? You don't have any limits to work within. So there you go. I think that's very interesting. I never even thought about it that way. That's a really good take and a really good video right there. That one could teach you a lot. My camera not all the way out to the edge? It's not, is it? Pet peeve of mine. It's better. It's a pet peeve of mine with my camera. There we go. It doesn't fill the frame. Okay, good. That's a good one. Oh, it's a very short video. We can keep going, but wow, that was really cool right there.
It sounds strange, but good scientists and technologists actually spend a lot of time trying to disprove their theories, not prove them. Astro Teller, who runs X, Alphabet's fanciful moonshot division that builds self-driving cars and Wi-Fi delivering hot air balloons, says he rewards engineers who prove that ideas won't work.
That's it. That's the secret.
By the way, it was 8 years ago before X was Twitter. That's the company he's talking about, though. Elon Musk's company.
Run at all the hardest parts of the problem first. Get excited and cheer. Hey, how are we going to kill our project today?
Maybe you've spotted the sticky part here. The logical endpoint of falsifiability is that nobody can ever completely prove anything. You can never know if someone won't someday discover something that invalidates everything you thought was true. Like if you're Isaac Newton, who totally locked down the laws of physics until quantum mechanics showed he was mostly wrong. But that doesn't mean what the cousin you muted on Facebook thinks it means. Calling evolution just a theory doesn't mean it's wrong or a guess. A theory has a structure that allows for dispositive evidence. It could potentially be proven wrong someday if new evidence refutes it. So far, evolution has withstood every challenge, which has only made the theory more powerful. Falsifiability doesn't weaken the theory of evolution, it strengthens it. And the opposite is also true. If a theory is not falsifiable, it's not worth debating. So remember that the next time your cousin wants to argue that lizard aliens beneath the White House run international banking. That's probably just the chemtrails talking.
Well, that was a pretty good video. I like that. I never thought of it that way. So basically, any conspiracy theory that basically says, oh, all this crazy stuff could be possible is bullshit. You need to find a good theory that disproves stuff rather than just tries to unlimitedly prove crazy, wild, nonsensical stuff. And that's the good stuff. That's why Einstein, is so well regarded in that, in that field. He's the one who came up with that theory that limited so much that then we were able to expand science greatly based on that. That's cool. I mean, at the same time, too, you have to understand, which he didn't address, why are conspiracy theories so popular, right? Because people just like to wildly believe nonsense. They find it entertaining, right? Believing every conspiracy theory leads to a lot of drama, leads to a lot of the kind of things that, oh my God, now my life is exciting. You want to know the kind of people who believe conspiracy theory? Very boring people. People who their lives are very trite, meaningless, repetitive. They don't have much going on. So they have to start believing in the wild and nonsensical because it makes them feel like there's a purpose. You see what I'm saying? People who are busy with a life full of positive, interesting things don't go off the deep end into conspiracy. They don't need to. They're too busy with real life shit. Do you understand? So when you find these people, these entire communities online that follow conspiracy theories, understand those are people who basically are bored and boring and have nothing to do. And this is why they're following those to begin with. Right? That's why they all want to entertain the most dramatic, fantastical notions, because the reality around them is very, very boring. Most of us don't have time for that shit. I would never in my life start fucking following crazy conspiracy theories about shit. Anything that I talk about is based off my factual observations of how things are laid out, not something I pulled out of my asshole, like these people fucking make up. Okay. How Singapore got crazy rich.
You motherfucking piece of shit
This
cocksucker.
tiny island nation is smaller, than New York City.
Mark my fucking
but it's
words.
the wealthiest country in Asia and one of the richest in the world.
I'm gonna find out who the fuck
GDP per
you
capita
are.
itself has surpassed
You
the likes of the UK,
motherfucker.
the
You
US, France,
are
and
fucked.
other developed countries.
Let this
I'm
be
not
noticed
surprised.
live on the internet.
Over 6
You're
decades, Singapore
And you
has
are done.
transformed itself from a colonial trading port to a buzzing financial center that's envied the world over. And it's held up as an example for any country
And how did it do it? So let's see.
to prosper. When Singapore became independent in 1965, the first Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew and other founding leaders recognized it had an economic problem. It had no natural resources.
Oh.
So, if they wanted to develop an export-led economy and attract foreign capital, they would need to build up the country's manufacturing industry. Its location gave it an edge.
It has access to the Straits of Malacca, to the Indian Ocean, to the South China Sea, which makes it a pivotal shipping hub.
So it did this initially by transforming Singapore into
Ding
a
dong die.
manufacturing base.
Ding
with a
dong
focus
die.
on
Oh, ding dong.
labor-intensive industry at first to wipe
Ding
out
dong die.
foreign
Oh.
employment.
Okay.
But Lee only ever intended manufacturing as a stepping stone to a more developed economy.
He laid the fundamentals, which is a solid financial and legal system, stable and largely clean government, making sure that the public transport system is efficient, has world-class healthcare infrastructure.
In the 1980s, Lee started laying the groundwork for what is now Singapore's biggest source of wealth, finance. Following the lead of places like the US and UK, he liberalized the financial services industry with lighter touch regulation. The legacy of that approach is evident today.
Hey, look at all the banks.
4,200 multinational companies have regional headquarters here.
Okay. And then he turned it into a tourist destination.
With its prime location, Singapore had to become a destination in itself. That's been key to Singapore's success. It had embarked on an ambitious land reclamation project in the 1970s. Over the years, that space was filled with not just offices and apartment buildings, but entertainment hubs, changing the city skyline in the process.
One example was bringing in the F1 night race.
The government also welcomed casinos, or integrated resorts as they're called in Singapore.
And the timing was impeccable because the Chinese and Indian economies were booming.
And now we know, as we've seen many videos in the last couple of years, they have tons of food, big tourist destination stuff to do. It's a cool place to go if you're, you know, looking for entertainment. It's actually a big place to go. Just expensive, right? We saw some of the prices of food and stuff are insane there, although you can still get good food on the cheap as well.
In 2022. While Singapore has been an economic success, its leadership is criticized by some for the restrictions on civil liberties and the media.
Which we've talked about. For example, the reason that they don't have a lot of pollution and traffic is because it's incredibly expensive to have a car. Not only do you have to buy a car, then you need to have a license. I think they said it was 3 to 5 years. You have to spend the same cost of the car to have a license to drive it. So basically you're buying the car, and then you're buying the car, and then you're buying the car, and then you're buying the car over the course of 10 years. So it's so expensive, most people don't drive. So that's how they keep down pollution. It's like, she restricted the freedom of the people, and that's how you caused it to be a better country. But is that a good trade-off? And a lot of people disagree on that.
Freedom of the press, freedom of the news media must be subordinated to the overriding needs of the integrity of Singapore.
Under Lee Kuan Yew's governance, one of the chief criticisms is that there was this climate of fear.
I don't have money to do it. 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 Exactly right. Pizza W Ranch says, so they're just going to push you to depend on public transportation? Exactly. And since they push you to depend on it, guess what? You don't have as much freedom as if you could just drive around and do whatever you want. And guess what? That means less crime. Get it? Because everything you do in life in Singapore is limited. If you live there, you don't think about going outside of the realm of what they want you to do. Your life is just solely this loop of how they want you to live it. A lot of people like that life and are okay with that and don't care. They prefer to live in that country because low crime, you know, good healthcare, good food, everything there they like. But other people who like more freedom say this country is completely ass backwards.
Also face criticism for maintaining a tight grip. Protests are still largely illegal.
See?
The government is definitely cognizant that its population is changing. It is much more diverse. It is much more vocal.
At the same time, Singapore needs to stay competitive as other countries learn from its model of growth, and climate change is becoming a threat to national security. This is the Singapore that Lawrence Wong is inheriting as the country's new Prime Minister. Wong, who grew up in public housing, earned praise for his leadership in the country's COVID-19 response. He's seen as having more of a common man's touch.
We should build on what we have today. We should affirm and reinforce what works well for Singapore.
While the People's Action Party still forms the ruling government, its popularity is declining.
There will be that politicking that will happen, much more intensely in the years to come than there was ever before.
The buildup of wealth has brought problems of its own. Housing prices have increased, the cost of living has gone up.
Part of Singapore's growth model has been to attract foreign labor. But too much foreign worker inflow raises concerns by the citizens that the foreigners are taking too many of the good jobs.
If you just look at the numbers, inequality has been reduced, but that's not how some residents feel. The country's rapidly aging population is also going to add pressure to workforce growth and government spending. So, whether it's managing discontent or guiding Singapore's continued evolution into a tech hub, Wong's job is to sustain the city-state's hard-earned success.
So even a country that they claim is so perfect has its problems. That's kind of interesting. This next video is very pertinent. For those who don't know, the Olympics are going to start soon, in just a couple of weeks, I believe, right? I think it's mid to late July 2024 in Paris. And this is from a few years ago, a list of all the different Olympic games. And we were wondering, what are the Olympic Games in the modern day? Well, we're going to find out. Let's watch this video. This will be the end of this part.
This video includes all sports list of Paris Olympic Games 2024. Hope you will enjoy the video.
Looks like AI to me.
Number 1.
Archery.
Archery.
That's very common. That's been in tons of them.
Number 2.
Yep.
Artistic gymnastics.
Wow, this is a completely AI-generated video, by the way.
Number 3. Artistic swimming.
They used to call it synchronized swimming. I guess it's artistic swimming now.
Number 4. Athletics.
Right, and athletics covers a ton, right? Track and field, all kinds of different athletic competitions. I wonder if that covers weightlifting as well, or if it's just considered athletics is the outdoor stuff. I'm not sure.
There are sub-events like running events, throwing events, and jumping events. If you want to get to know about those events, there is a video about all events in athletics. There is a link of it on the description below.
I am totally real.
Number 5. Badminton.
Badminton? I forgot that they even do that at the Olympics.
Number 6. Basketball.
That's been around for a long time with basketball.
Number 7.
Huh?
Basketball 3x3.
I had no idea they had 2 different basketball events. Interesting.
Number 8. Beach volleyball.
That's a classic. Everyone talks about beach volleyball every year. Everyone watches
Number
that.
9.
Whoa.
BMX freestyle.
I didn't know BMX was at the Olympics.
Number 10.
Yeah, I had no idea about this.
BMX racing.
It's all bicycle racing. I didn't know that.
Number 11. Boxing.
Boxing's fascinating because I wonder how different the boxing is at the Olympics than like the professional sport of boxing. I wonder if the rules are different, and I wonder who actually participates.
Number 12.
What?
Breakdancing.
Breakdancing is an Olympic sport now? First I've heard of it. Breakdancing at the London Olympics. How long has that been, or is this a new one?
Number 13. Canoe kayak flat water.
Oh yeah, canoe. Yeah, I knew that.
Number 14.
The slalom.
Canoe kayak slalom.
The slalom's exciting, actually. You gotta kick all those turns.
Number 15.
Diving, yep.
Diving.
Very common. That's been around forever.
Number 16.
Yep.
Equestrian.
Different horse races and jumps in performance, yep.
Number
Fencing's
17.
always fun, but kind of boring, too.
Fencing.
Because it's so technical, it's actually not that fun to watch.
Number 18.
Wait a minute, what?
Football.
What kind of football is this? I don't remember this. That's not what it looks like here.
Number 19.
Golf?
Golf.
I had no idea golf was at the Olympics.
Number 20. Handball.
I don't know what handball actually is.
Number 21.
Look at this.
Hockey.
They call it hockey, but that's actually field hockey because there's field hockey and ice hockey. So that's field hockey they're showing there right there.
Number 22.
Judo, that's cool.
Judo.
Judo is cool. Boss people around.
Number 23.
Oh, really?
Marathon swimming.
I had no idea marathon swimming was in it either.
Number 24. Modern pentathlon.
They can do all 5 of those? Holy shit.
Number 25. Mountain bike.
Ah, mountain biking.
Number 26. Rhythmic gymnastics.
Oh, rhythmic rhythm. Or rhythmic ribbon, excuse me.
Number
The
27.
Mario and Sonic Olympic Games.
Road cycling.
Dude, there's a lot of stuff on freaking bicycles.
Number 28. Rowing.
Those are the long boats, right? The super long boats.
Number 29.
Rugby, too?
Rugby.
I didn't know they did rugby.
Number 30.
Sailing? Oh, yeah, it's a race,
Sailing.
right? Sailing race.
Number 31.
Shooting competitions,
Shooting.
Yep. How many people you can kill in a short amount of time? Wait, what? Huh?
Number 32. Skateboarding.
Skateboarding, I think they added that a while ago, actually.
Number 33. Sport climbing.
Oh, really? They have a timed climb?
Number 34.
Wow, there's a lot. How many are
Surfing.
there? How many events are there? 45.
Number 35. Swimming.
Also known as Phelpsing, they call that.
Number 36.
Table tennis, yep.
Table tennis.
Forgot about that. Table tennis.
Number 37.
Taekwondo.
Taekwondo.
Very different from judo.
Number
Regular
38.
tennis.
Tennis. Number 39.
Oh, so
Track
cycling on a
cycling.
specialized track and a specialized bike. I see.
Number 40. Trampoline.
Trampoline, why don't they just say gymnastics? Are they going to do 5 separate gymnastics?
Number 41.
The triathlon.
Triathlon.
See, I knew about the triathlon. I didn't know about the one where you do those 5 things. That's crazy. There's like fencing and shooting in that, too.
Number
Volleyball,
42.
yep. A lot of people. There's beach volleyball and
Volleyball.
regular volleyball. Don't ask me why, because they're almost the same.
Number 43.
Water polo, which is basically volleyball in
Water
water.
polo. Number
Okay,
44.
weightlifting. I said weightlifting.
Weightlifting. Number 45.
And wrestling.
Wrestling.
Where's the professional gaming? I don't understand. Why is there no gaming competition, right? Where's the League of Legends competition? Anyway. All right. Thank you for watching TSP versus the internet. That's fascinating. And I'll see you in the next part. All right, consider becoming a member today, and maybe we'll be watching your videos next week. Thanks, and see you in the next one.
Special delivery.
Okay.
Special delivery.
And luckily, nothing got blocked that time for that part. Okay, guys, 2 hours left to go. We still got a good amount of Ultra member submissions to go through. This is a very heavy loaded Ultra members week. So, please consider becoming a member today to submit videos for the show. And if you could support the stream today, that'd be great. Once again, we're an hour into the 3-hour show, and there is no support whatsoever. So it would be great. Again, my goal is to hit $50. Anything appreciated, and I will shout out your contributions between the parts. Okay? Let's just roll right into the next part. Here we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 71. We're still firmly in the Ultra member submissions for the top supporters of the channel. So let's continue. This next one is interesting. It has to do with Marvel Comics villains stuff, and I haven't followed Marvel Comics in a very, very long time. So let's see what it's all about.
Venom from the PlayStation universe meets Null the symbiote god, and I am excited about this. So,
what?
This is Venomverse Reborn. This is basically an anthology book. For those of you guys who don't know what it means, it's a comic book that contains a collection of stories, one of which is the one that we're going to cover here today. So it's going to be relatively short. But I'm also in an Airbnb, so I can't be too loud. But this opens up basically with Venom from the PlayStation universe being yanked over to the main Marvel universe during.
What does Venom from the PlayStation universe mean? Venom from Spider-Man 2? He doesn't even exist anymore. The symbiote was removed from Harry Osborn. There's no more Venom. So who are they even talking about? I don't even know what this means. I'm kind of confused. Venom from the PlayStation universe, huh? That's odd.
The events of King in Black. Now, for those of you guys who don't really know a whole lot about Null and don't know a whole lot about like the King in Black event, I'll break it down for you guys.
Yeah, I don't know what it is at all.
Know about it, bear with me here for a second. So in Marvel Comics, for the longest time, symbiotes were just like a thing that existed. There was just Venom, and he effectively appeared during Secret Wars, and then his character was fleshed out later on during Venom Lethal Protector by David Michelinie, but we didn't really know a whole lot about him. Eventually, Brian Michael Bendis in Guardians of the Galaxy created a story called Planet Symbiote, which basically established that there was a whole planet of these symbiotes that were out there.
They were aliens.
Donny Cates built on that in the King in Black story. And what he established was that Null the symbiote god was kind of this primordial force that existed before the universe came into existence. When the universe was created, Null ended up going to war against the Celestials. In the process, the Celestials defeated him, but then he created the All Black, which was basically both his sword as well as the symbiotes themselves. And ever since then, symbiotes have existed within the Marvel Universe. The King in Black story...
Can I be honest? Can I be very honest? This is the equivalent of what they're doing with Doom, right? You start with a very simple premise. Oh, the symbiote was just a creature from space. And it's, you know, it was like a symbiotic relationship with whoever it attached to. It would help them. Sometimes it would give them power. Sometimes their powers would be amplified, right? That's why, you know, it attaches itself to Spider-Man. Now it's giving him better web powers, better power, you know what I mean? But then it kind of changes him to be different in his personality or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Then they said, well, planet symbiotes. There's actually a planet of symbiotes out there. Now it makes sense. It was that spaceship that originally, the original Venom symbiote attached to, but he was from a planet of all these symbiotes. He was just the rogue one that was lost in space, but they all exist, and that's all these symbiotes come to Earth. They have a big fight. Okay. Oh, there's a King in Black who's a primordial god who fought the Celestials before the universe was created, and then he made an All Black, which is the source of all symbiotes, and he had a sword. What the fuck are you talking about? It's like, I understand that it's the realm of fantasy, it's comic book stuff, but at some point you're like, dude, what the fuck are you smoking? Can you stop now? Like, the symbiotes are established of what they are. People like them for what they are. Why do we now have to go so insane in some weirdo direction and make all this shit up 20 fucking years or more after the original symbiote debuted just to have another storyline? It's dumb. I don't like this at all. This sounds like shit to me. It's the same as saying the Doom Marine was a one-man army against an invading army of hell demons on Mars. Cool. Then the demons came to Earth, and against all odds, the Space Marine amped up, adrenalined up, and he killed them all. Cool. Oh, by the way, the Space Marine was actually a space hero who went through space fighting both angels and demons previous to all the events of the previous Doom games, but you'll find that out later in a backstory game. What the fuck are you talking about? Why did you change it to be so extreme and different? Because you want to be edgy? Because you want more content? I don't like when they do that shit at all. It really pisses me off when they do that stuff. So, in my opinion now, I think this is terrible. I've heard 1 minute of this storyline. I hate it already. Noel sounds like a fucking hack job, fucking awful plotline written by someone who had no originality and just wanted to change something existing to be their own because everyone likes the symbiote stuff. So let's change it to be something different so I can write content for it. How about you write your own original story that's fun instead of ruining the lore of something everyone else already liked? I hate that shit. Okay, let's continue.
Was a story where it saw Null released from a prison where he was actually being held by the symbiotes themselves. It's kind of a wonky little bit of history there. But he ended up making a campaign directly for Earth and like showing up on Earth with the Celestials in tow, like completely conquering them. It was nuts how crazy this story got. It's still one of the best events that Marvel had done in the last like 10 to 15 years.
It's one of the best events Marvel's done in the last 10 to 15 years. Then I don't think Marvel's done many good events. I'm sorry. Like, they probably suck now. Again, I'm out of the loop of Marvel Comics. This sounds utterly bad to me.
But this part here is an event that took place that we just didn't know about. The idea that Venom shows up in the main Marvel Universe and is confronted by Null. Now, there are things that writer Benjamin Percy does here to kind of shift up what we know about Null to a degree, and kind of building on what's been done ever since Donny Cates finished King in Black. And so initially when he shows up here, Null...
Look how dumb this looks. The King in Black Null is wearing the fucking Spider-Man symbol on his chest. Because what that's supposed to be is when Venom took over Spider-Man and made the black suit, he took the idea of Spider-Man but turned it into its own thing. So that's the Venom fucking symbol. And now they're going to claim, oh no, that came from Null the King. No, it didn't. It came from Spider-Man's spider suit, you fucking moron. Who wrote this shit? You're a hack. God, this legit is angering me. We just changed it all. We just changed every part of the fucking plot line because we wanted to make more fucking money on a shit story. God damn these fucking people. Write your own fucking stories.
Because Venom
don't change everybody else's. Stop retconning good stuff.
This seems to be a kind of like backdoor way to explain
Look how
why
dumb
we
that
saw
looks.
so many references to Null the symbiote god in Spider-Man PS5. But what it does here is it picks up with Null talking directly to Venom. Now, of course, as we know in the PlayStation universe, Venom is Harry Osborn, not Eddie Brock. And so Null simply explains, like, I am the Father, right? Your creator, your God. I have been called by many names. The Abyss made flesh, the Destroyer of Stars, the King in Black.
Listen to how lame that sounds. What the fuck? Oh, I am your Father, your creator, your God. I've been called by many names. The Abyss made flesh, the Destroyer of Stars. What? He's so cliche. That's what they wrote. They thought that was good writing.
But you, favored one, may call me Null. And that's why Harry, not knowing who Null is like, why have you brought me here? And one of the big differences, it's a flimsy difference at best, right? But one of the big differences here is that Null basically puts forward this idea that he's looking to conquer all of creation and return it all to darkness. And that was basically the motivation of Null, right? Null, as a kind of representation of the absence of light in life, really wanted to send the universe back to a time when there was no real life per se. And if there was, right, it just kind of existed under his control. But stars would go out, the universe would be a place of complete and total darkness, basically for all eternity, right? Effectively, Null was like the ultimate emo guy, right? Sitting around all day, smoking cigarettes, listening to The Cure. And so what he does when he puts...
Do we even want to listen to any more of this? It's like the worst plot I've ever heard. This is one of the best events they did in the past 10 to 15 years. This. I don't know. I mean, I guess when I was reading comics, I was reading the Chris Claremont, Jim Lee run of the X-Men reboot, right? The whole Acolytes, Magneto plot line. Super well done, well executed. I was watching Maximum Carnage. Well, I was reading Maximum Carnage. This ultimate kind of crossover between a bunch of B-level Marvel superheroes and villains, but tying into the Carnage plot line.
Sounds like
serious repercussions. Will anyone ever kill Carnage because they just need to? It was kind of like the same as the Joker in DC Universe, where why does no one kill Carnage? Because when they don't, he just mass kills people. Someone has to stop him finally. Like, that's the whole plot line. Like, that. Those are good stories to me. This sounds like someone took a dump in the middle of pages of a Venom comic and smashed it together into like a big meshy paste and said, oh, by the way, we'll combine this cliche, this cliche, this cliche. Here's a comic for you. Okay. Oh, it's the best event in 10 to 15 years. What the fuck? This sounds like shit. And the best part, they're saying Marvel's most powerful villain. This is Marvel's most powerful villain. He's tougher than everything they faced before. He's tougher than the Infinity Gauntlet shit. Oh, okay. Now, fuck this. We're going to the next video. I've had enough. I'm glad I don't read comics anymore. I'm very glad I don't read comics anymore. If that's what they're doing, I mean, holy fuck, dude. I want nothing to do with that. Mexico's insane Bulls of Fire festival All right, I'm only gonna watch some of this. Plus, there's music playing. I don't know about this music, so let's see. But let's see what this is. Holy shit! What happened? Why are we looking at your eyeball?
And this is Tultepec, which is a small town in Mexico State, right outside Mexico City. This particular town is very famous for their fireworks festival, and their
Okay, let's see it. I don't want to see you talk about it. I actually want to see it. I don't want to see you talk about it. Okay, here we go.
So, that little turkey is going to kick off the evening. We just finished watching the parade of the bulls going through the streets. We're all parading down here to the main square to be lit on fire, just like that one. The kids will kick it off, and then the giant ones will go.
People are
They'll
insane.
be setting up a hospital, a makeshift hospital here.
Yeah, so they're allowed to just run through the streets with fireworks shooting everywhere, and a lot of them get hurt, and then they have to get treated on the spot. Are you kidding? Look at this. These people are nuts. I mean, I guess it's a way to live. It's a crazy daredevil shit. Look at this. They're out of their minds. Standing that close to the fireworks? How many people lose fingers and shit and lose limbs? And they have, you know what I mean? Like, is it worth it? You realize it doesn't grow back, right? God damn, dude. Insane. I never understood thrill seeking. I guess what it is in my life, I already have enough stress and shit going on. The last thing I need is thrill seeking. Why, you know? The last thing I'm looking for is to jump out of a plane or, you know, launch myself on a stretchy cord off of a bridge or dance near a bunch of fucking dangerous fireworks as they all explode. I guess we're going to go to the next video. It's insane. That's nuts. So, by the way, yes, this is a political video. We're probably not watching the whole thing. I'll watch a little bit of it.
In his famous 1984 interview, Soviet dissident Yuri Bezmenov explained that Moscow knew it couldn't defeat the United States in a head-on conflict. Instead, the Kremlin devised a four-stage plan to subvert U.S. society and turn the American public against itself.
Huh.
The first stage, the former KGB agent said, was called demoralization and would take 15 to 20 years because that's how long the media and sympathetic teachers needed to re-educate one generation of American students.
So that was 1984. So he's saying that would have been done by the late 90s or early 2000s, 2004 at the latest. Okay.
But Bezmenov said this stage was already completed because the hippies of the 1960s, who were contaminated with Marxist-Leninist values, were entering positions of power by the time of the interview. The next two stages would be marked by political polarization and the erosion of trust in our institutions. The final stage of communist subversion, normalization, would be realized once Americans began to freely express the views of their own enemies. 40 years later,
Can someone please shut up
we
this
have
dude
American
who's being
teens
a
on
moron?
Chinese communist-run TikTok telling us bin Laden had a point. We have champagne socialist vloggers on BreadTube arguing Russia invaded Ukraine in self-defense. We have Leninist anti-war activists cheering when Iran fires missiles at our allies, student speakers praising North Korea, and activists chanting death to America in California, Michigan, and New York. The United States...
See, here's the thing about life as I'm getting older that I'm realizing.
Alive and well in Israel.
Not everything that is told to you, especially by media, is true. But that also doesn't immediately mean that the exact polar opposite is true either. Okay? There's nothing wrong with exploring a worldview, a political view, a moral view, a religious view that's diametrically opposite to your own. It's okay to look into that and try to see from someone else's perspective. Even someone as heinous as an Osama bin Laden, who's doing these awful acts of terrorism and killing tons of innocent people, probably has some kind of a view in his head that he's right and has some kind of a moral reason why he feels like what he's doing is right. And it's okay to explore that to understand where they're coming from. It doesn't mean you have to agree with it. It doesn't mean you have to sympathize with it, but you should probably know your enemy. You understand what I'm saying? It's better to know what's going on rather than say, oh, they're just crazy, they're wrong. But why are they thinking that way? You need to get in their heads to understand this, right? Now, I'm sure as you are walking in someone else's shoes, you may actually find some points you agree with. Perhaps a terrorist that doesn't like America might have a few reasons that they've identified of why America is twisted and wrong in various different ways. And it's okay as a logical thinking human adult to explore those things and maybe open up your eyes for yourself and realize, again, not everything is roses and unicorns and fucking rainbows around here. There are things in place that you may not even realize about our government and stuff that are meant for outright things like suppression of information and stuff like that, right? Nasty stuff that we don't really want to delve with, but at some point you kind of have to at least explore and see is it true or not, right? But the difference between exploring versus actually 100% blanket believing and adopting is very, very different. There may be some things very wrong with American society. I will even go ahead and I think there are things that should be fixed or improved. Does that mean that the way to solve it is to fly planes into the World Trade Center and kill thousands of people? No.
This government shut the fuck up.
No. That's
Shut
the
up.
insane extreme.
Jesus fuck.
You see?
They seriously won't shut their mouth.
So there's the difference. He's saying, you know, reading that, oh, I agree with Osama bin Laden. No. You may agree with some philosophical things that he felt about the way that America is structured and things that should be improved.
chose to break
You
the
agree
law.
that everyone should be murdered because
Live
of it?
with the
You know what I'm saying?
consequences.
Like, there's different ways to approach this. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's what I think is going on. And he's looking at this and saying how Marxism subverted America. I don't think that Marxism subverted America, but sadly, as we just talked about previous in another video with the conspiracy theory shit, there's so many people on this planet, and in particular in America, they're bored. They've got nothing to
A
do.
mutated creature
They've got
that
no
was-
interesting
looked like
stuff
was
going
sitting
on
in
in
a
their lives
wheelchair.
whatsoever. So instead of actually finding something productive, interesting, or meaningful to do, they dive down these rabbit holes of conspiracy, of, you know, oh, all of the villains who hate us actually are right. Let's now, you know what I'm saying? If they had fucking shit to do with their lives, they wouldn't be so enamored by this weirdo shit. There's, again, we need to know what our enemies are thinking. We need to know about other philosophies of life, morality, religion, politics. It's important as an adult to understand that stuff, to know where people are coming from. That doesn't mean that you adopt it, right? That's insane. That's, again, that's just as extreme as people who are ultra hoorah for the political engines as well, right? The people who are like, oh, I love America no matter what. America can do no wrong. And if you ever question American, you know, mentality, you must be a traitor to America, right? No, there's very well ways to go about this that aren't just going to the extreme. And that's the problem. We have people who are just like kind of weak-minded and they go to the extreme. They've been, oh, North Korea was, everything they do is right and Osama was right. That's insanity to say those things if you just explore them at a logic level, right? But that's the thing, is people aren't thinking with logic. They're thinking with emotion. Man, I need something to do with my life. So I got to jump into this dark conspiracy shit. You know what I mean? But do I think that Marxism has so completely subverted America? No. I just think that we have too many people who don't have anything to do. To be quite frank, there's too many people who are sitting around on the internet all day with no life. So this is where they go. They go down these crazy conspiracy fucking rabbit holes. And this is what ends up. They make the crazy videos and shit. And then there's more people who see that, and it spreads even further, right? That's what I think is going on. I'll watch a little bit more of this, but no, I don't think that Marxism is subverting America.
Is in the fourth and final stage of a communist subversion, and half the country doesn't even know we're in a fight. That's because we misidentify and misjudge communism when we see it. We misidentify communism because we think of it in terms of Stalinist gulags and seizing the means of production without recognizing that Marxist theories of power and liberation through anti-capitalistic revolution are also central to woke politics, anti-racism, trans ideology, post-colonial theory, CRT, DEI, and pro-Palestine rallies. We
So there you go.
misjudge.
He's basically saying that everything that's leftist is bad because it's all Marxism. That's not necessarily true. Some of it may be true, but that's the extreme.
So he has to go right to the extreme, right? We have to go all the way to this side now. All those things are awful, and all those things are absolute Marxism. Okay, if you say so, bro.
Communism, because it has no political power in America. So we assume it has no power at all. The Communist Party USA's last prominent member was Tupac Shakur, who died in 1996. And its best electoral performance was when Alexander Nural of California's 5th District won 6.2% of the vote in the House elections of 1934. But in terms of soft power, the culture wars raging in our schools, our film studios and streaming platforms turning into ministries of woke messaging, our news outlets worrying more about offending than misleading, our corporations practicing and often enforcing groupthink, this ideology has become hegemonic in the culture. Ironically, what caused this was communism's early failure to launch. Frustrated by German workers having yet to overthrow capitalism, sociologists Max Horkheimer and Theodor Adorno concluded it was because the public had been brainwashed. In 1923, they founded the Frankfurt School to solve the problem. But instead of economists, the school was made up of social scientists, a literary critic, a philosopher, and a playwright. So rather than economic analysis, they produced cultural analysis. The Frankfurt School taught that film, radio, books, and music mostly amounted to bread and circuses. In other words, pop culture is the opium of the masses, making people happier and therefore less likely to erect barricades on the neighborhood block. They believed the culture industry would not be defeated by economists in their quantitative studies of surplus extraction, but by culture critics like themselves, armed with critiques that reveal how something as seemingly benign as a Valentine's Day card might secretly be an instrument of capitalistic exploitation through the commodification of love. Adorno himself believed jazz, which he called, quote, the false liquidation of art, was an especially nasty tool of capitalist mind control. Like Adorno's idiotic opinions on music, much of the school's critiquing went nowhere. But one member, Herbert Marcuse, would become the godfather of woke, thanks to his conviction that the most promising revolutionaries would come not from the working class, but from the margins of society. Marginalized people would be the least content, and if society marginalized them on the basis of characteristics they could not change, they might be eager to change society itself. Marcuse therefore regarded feminism as inherently revolutionary.
I mean, he's going to keep going. He's going to get more and more and more deep into this. There's basically, I'm not saying that what he's saying is untrue right now. Yes, these people existed, but I don't believe that what's happening right now in society is a direct result of their grand master plan that's now been going on for 100 years. No, I don't. I don't believe that at all. I do believe that there are powers at work in the United States to try to change culture for personal gain. I don't think it has anything to do with what he's describing. It's not some crazy Marxist subversion attempt to turn us all into communists. That's, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, that's not what actually is happening here.
And in a 1970,
it's very different from that. But this guy is basically on the edge of fringe, right? Like, he's gonna say, well, because people 100 years ago were saying this stuff and studying it, and look at what's happening today. Obviously, this must be what's going on. No, there's no. You're not going to find that evidence of connection. He's really stretching the truth to be something that he wants it to be, the narrative to be what he wants it to be. Sadly, our country is under the control of a lot of different corporations, a lot of different people in power who have bad intentions for our country. It's that simple. And they're trying to find different ways to go about, pulling off what they want to pull off. But I don't think it lies from 100-year Marxist lie. I think this is pretty ridiculous at this point. This is a pretty ridiculous video, in my opinion. Okay, you can disagree. I think this is pretty long nonsense. This would be the longest long game in history, right? And here's the real reason I don't believe it. Because these people who try to who look out for themselves, they're looking for short term, right? They're trying to get over in the short term. No one 100 years ago wanted to change America 100 years later because they knew they'd be dead. So they don't care, right? They're looking to do stuff fast. So this doesn't make sense that there'd be a 100+ year long game to change the culture of America. Again, you want to talk about conspiracy theory? Here you go. Like, this is the definition of conspiracy theory right now. It's pretty nuts. Okay, we got time for one more video in this part.
Now, many of you are familiar with some of the different frequency states of your brain.
Oh, God. What is this now? You guys submitted some of the wildest stuff this week. Frequency states of your brain? How to attract anything into your life by going gamma. Oh, my Lord. What could this be? You guys submitted the most crazy fringe shit this week. You guys are trying to melt my brain right now with this stuff. Like, what is going on? All right. Let's see what this is.
You know that there are states that put you in different kinds of modalities, different kinds of perspectives. But many of you are also not familiar with the idea called the gamma state, which is between 40 and 100 cycles per second.
Why are his eyes closed? I'm just curious. Is he blind or something? Or is this how he does it? He preaches with his eyes closed or something? I wonder. Huh.
In your brain. In the typical channeling state, it averages somewhere around 45 to 50 cycles per second.
What are cycles? What the hell is he talking about? What's a cycle?
Hertz, as you say.
I don't know what that means.
And this particular vibration allows you...
That's how he does. Vibration. Yeah, he's talking in a weird way to make you think like he knows what he's talking about. Vibration.
Experience in the neurological net of your brain. More cohesiveness. More
I will say this. I like how he dresses. That's all I have to say. I do have to compliment his wardrobe. All right? Okay.
More connection.
Maybe, hold on. Maybe I should be watching this video with my eyes closed. Hold on. All right, ready? I'm going to watch the video like he's doing it. Maybe I'll get more of it. Ready? Here we go.
While also simultaneously allowing
yes
certain neural pathways to actually close down in order for the focus that is necessary to bring
feeling something.
Information from higher
I'm feeling something. Oh, I got a fart. What the fuck is going on? What did you guys submit? What is this? What the fuck is this guy rambling about? What is he talking about?
Now, in general, when you are doing anything that you love to do, following your excitement, acting on your passion,
yes,
you are in a gamma state.
So anytime that you're doing something you like to do, you're in a gamma state. Okay. Like a red state or a blue state?
As you say, in the zone, peak performance,
peak performance.
Meditation.
Oh my God.
But also simply, when you are engaged and involved, not noticing what you call the passage of time.
Okay.
That is the gamma state.
Also, all right, so when you have time flies when you're having fun. That's the gamma state to him. Okay. I don't know what the hell he's talking about cycles in his fucking head, but I kind of understand what he's saying there. Okay.
Typically called the channeling state. Now, you can channel in a sense without being in the gamma state because every single one of you from time to time will channel through the gamma state by acting on the thing you love most, by following your passion. And anytime you do, you are, in a sense, connecting with your higher mind, bringing more of your total being through, accessing information and perspectives and ideas and dimensions that may not necessarily be par for the course in your day-to-day existence when not functioning in the gamma state. Nevertheless, it isn't the only way in which many of you channel. To really bring it down to a simple understanding, because each and every one of you is a greater being than just your physical persona, you can understand that because physical reality is a projection, is an illusion, is a reflective mirror happening within your consciousness and doesn't really exist outside of you, then this personality, this person you consider yourselves to be, is actually a channeled entity.
He literally just said that the physical world isn't real, it's all in your mind. So I think we can move on now. I don't think this man has anything else to offer. Boy, today was conspiracy day, right? Today was conspiracy. We had a video explaining conspiracies. We had a guy who completely formulated a Marxism conspiracy. And now this guy actually believes that the physical world is not even real. Wow. I mean, we're going even deeper, huh? Holy moly, what a day today has been. Well, thanks for watching DSP versus the internet. So this is a wild episode. I don't think we've ever had a show so far this wild, right? This is pretty bizarre stuff. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next part when it looks like we will finish the Ultra Member submissions and we've got more politicking to do. What a day. Holy shit. Wow. Guys, I don't know what's going on today. There's something in the water. There's something in the air. I don't know what's happening right now. I do have to pee, but before I do, I did receive a contribution. So hold on a second here. I need the Rapid Shots really I need that came by and supported with a $31 tip. Says, I can't stay too long. I wanted to stop by and support your stream. Have a good day. So thank you to Rapid Shots for a very generous $31 tip on today's stream.
Oh, that's cool.
Let's get him up on the leaderboard. That means we did hit the tier 1 tip skull, which I very much appreciate. That was actually the only contribution so far on this stream. So I really appreciate that, Rapid Shots. Thank you so very much. That means we will have Gunner glasses when I come back. However, I really have to pee. So I'm just going to mute the mic, run, and use the restroom, guys. I'll be right back, and then we will continue on with the show. All right? I'll see you all in a sec here. Playing the lag. The moves I made. Oh my god, I can't stop joking. I seriously cannot stop eating that pill. I'm dark inside. What the here? I just want to chill. My mom, my dad, my aunt shouldn't be apologetic for effective techniques. You need to chill. Okay, I'm dark inside. Leave me here. I just want to chill. My mom, my dad, my aunt should be apologetic for giving me these effective techniques. Give me a pill. I'm dark inside. Pill. Leave me here. I just want to chill. My mom, my dad, my aunt should be apologetic for giving me these effective techniques. Give me a pill. I'm dark inside. Pill. Leave me here. I just want to chill. My mom, my dad, my aunt should be apologetic for giving me these effective I am nowhere near at a level of ridiculousness as some of these other people who are making a giant living, making way more money than I ever did doing this, okay? I'm fed up. I feel right now I'm being incredibly mistreated. I feel that 100%, okay? I do. I feel like this is not fair. What did I do to constitute being removed from the YouTube Partner Program? Pursuant to the Content License Agreement, nothing I can do. Pursuant to the Content License Agreement, go to YouTube. I don't want to. Pursuant to the Content License Agreement, it's not fair. What did I do? Pursuant to the Content License Agreement, go to YouTube. I don't want to. You lose. It's over. Fuck you. Yes, you. Like, if you're actually pretty much to the point where if you're financially destitute, about Phil's a joke, Phil's a clown, Phil's this, Phil's that, you did nothing wrong. You have to be brain dead fucking stupid to believe that. This kind of shit needs to be exposed for what it is. You got paid for your stupidity. Now, the whole game you're trying to save the 6 people support the stream, making insane amounts of money. And of course, reality hits. It's basically do or die. Dummy. Pursuant to the Content License Agreement, nothing I can do. Pursuant to the Content License Agreement, go to YouTube. I don't want to. Pursuant to the Content License Agreement, it's not fair. What did I do? Pursuant to the and topics on DSP versus the internet, I have a confession to make. I actually am a space alien. I come from the world of Klaatu 7. Everyone there just constantly burps and farts. It's actually our way of breathing. That's why I have to do it so often on stream. I've been revealing or concealing this fact from you for many years. But I feel like now, I mean, so many people are talking about, you know, these awesome theories. I felt like I should let you know the truth today. Okay, so Anytime that you make fun of me, you're actually making fun of the Clatulians. And what you don't understand is that they're on their way to Earth. Their engine keeps breaking, but when they get here, you're all in big trouble. Okay? And if you think that's bad, wait till the Verata Nictulians get here. Anyway. Oh, my headset was still on. I never turned it off. Oops. I almost turned it off by accident. Okay. What's my native language? Oh, you don't even want to know. Why do you think I used to talk like that on streams? Because actually our language is based mostly on expletives. So I had to, that was my way of expressing myself. Like, all the words between the expletives were actually nonsense to me. I was just constantly swearing like a sailor on purpose. Okay. Okay, ready? Let's continue. Here we go. Wow, what a stream today. Oh, Gunner Glasses. What a stream today. We are off the deep end on this one. I don't know what's going on. Thankfully, we're almost done with these Ultra Member submissions. For the record, these are only one per person. Because some of you might be like, oh, some of these seem related. We had the conspiracy video. Then we had the Marxism conspiracy video. Now we had this guy who says that physical world doesn't exist. That's a conspiracy. No, like, these are different people submitting videos. They're all different Ultra members. I'm not kidding. So I don't know how some of these all, like, went together this week, but they all just did by complete chance. I promise you this is not the same person like 5 times. Okay. All right, ready? Here we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the most conspiracy-filled episode of DSP versus the Internet I've ever seen. And I've been doing this show for about 1.5 years right now. Weird, wild stuff. We'll see if that thread continues. We have another video of Ultra member submissions here to get through before we get to the common submissions tier. Let's just jump right into it. So this next one is Jon Stewart, former host of the Daily Show, which used to be a comedy news show on Comedy Central. But then after that, he got into kind of like real political commentary and stuff like that. I think he's going to be is he the host of the Daily Show again? I think he is now. But anyway, let's see what this video is all about. Here he is on Real CNN 1 year ago. Jon Stewart, this is why Trump became popular in the first place. Let's see what he has to say.
By Jon Stewart himself.
But who else would it be? Fareed, it's nice to see you. I love your aquarium.
Thank you, exactly. Yes. We can go swimming afterwards. Yes. So I got to ask you, it's a big thing in the news. Donald Trump indictment. There are people.
What?
No, just stay with me for a minute. There are people.
I've been watching the live cameras at the courthouse. It's imminent. Breathless speculation.
So there are people who say, yes, you have to indict him because he has in fact broken the laws, and there are other people who say this is going to turn him into a martyr. This is his path to redemption.
Sure.
How do you think about it?
Oh, the law should always take into account someone's popularity. I think that's I mean, what's happened to our country? It's as though you can't even commit financial fraud anymore. You can't inflate the value of your properties when you need a loan and then deflate it with taxes. I mean, the next thing you know, they're going to send you to jail instead of your lawyer and your accountant and your campaign manager and everyone else around you. The idea that someone may face accountability who's that rich and powerful is outrageous, and this country shouldn't stand for it.
But
he's absolutely right. The problem is we stand for it every day because Donald Trump is literally like the first person who they targeted like this. People in power have been getting away with this forever. They never get held accountable for their actions. But now, because they don't want Trump to be reelected, that's why he was selected to be the target. You see, that's what the weird thing is. Like, we all just shrug when everyone else commits crimes constantly, does insider trading, does all kinds of messed up stuff. Oh, they're all fine. But then when Trump gets targeted, all of a sudden, this is good. It's like, well, either it's all or nothing. It's not selective enforcement of the law. So right now, why don't you clamp down on every single other politician and send them all to jail? Because they all are guilty. They've all been doing this similar shit for ages and ages, and no one does anything about it.
But what if it turns out to be his get out of jail free pass? It's his path to, people will see him as a martyr.
Okay.
You're okay with that?
Is that
He could become president again.
He could become president anyway. Fareed, we either have the rule of law or we have no rule of law.
Yeah, you see, it's pretty. So don't enforce the law because people might actually be reinvigorated to make him president again. Like what? That's Jon Stewart is right here. Even though you could tell he hates Trump, like law is law. It applies to everyone equally, and everyone should be held accountable. No one should be above it at all. It doesn't matter if it empowers them or it hurts them. The law is the law, and it must be enforced. Enough with this selective enforcement. I agree here.
The rule of law does not take into account if that might make you a martyr to somebody. I'd much rather have the conversation be, what is the law? What exactly are we saying that he did? His lawyer went to jail for this same situation for a couple of years. So what is the crime? Is it a crime?
There are people who say it's selective prosecution, that this would not...
Everything is selective prosecution. The reason why Donald Trump became popular in the first place, and the reason why these populist movements, is that the citizenry have become fed up with the lack of accountability for those in power. We have no accountability in our financial systems. We have no accountability for the bankers. I mean, our Congress trades stocks with information they get making laws, and they do it to great success, and they won't stop it because they're the ones in charge of making the law about it. And
he's 100% correct. There's a right now, if you're interested in this topic, there's a Twitter account called Unusual Whales, and they cover this in great detail. How our politicians in the United States do this. They trade stocks based on insider information they get from being politicians. They are insanely filthy rich because of it, and they don't enforce any laws, so therefore they just get away with it. It's completely illegal. You can't do it. It's called insider trading. None of them should ever be able to do it, and they all have. And it freaking, who was it? Nancy Pelosi, I think it was, with NVIDIA stock. She just magically knew that NVIDIA was about to be a burgeoning company with AI and bought all their stock and all of a sudden made insane landfall. How the fuck would she have known that? No one else did, but she magically did and made insane amounts of money on NVIDIA stock. Wow, that's just coincidence, right? You just gambled and got lucky. Sure, you totally don't know anyone there, right? He's absolutely correct in what he's saying here.
Instead of bringing accountability to the rampant corruption that is surrounds our government and our financial systems, the Supreme Court just changed the definition of corruption.
Yep.
Rather than prosecuting it, rather than holding people accountable, they just went, how about this? Okay, why don't we just say this?
It's even better than that, was that they said, you politicians, you think that's corruption because you're engaging in it, but we actually don't think it's corruption. And
we're going to tell you, don't worry about it. You can influence peddle as long as you don't explicitly say, by the way, this money is so that I may influence this law specifically, and you have to lay out. Like, that is what has the lack of confidence that people have in the system is, and you even see it throughout the media.
This is why I want you guys to understand in context that's not political, but something that goes on with me and my content. This is why I'm so upset that in gaming today, you have these content creators that are given everything for free. They get trips places. They get inside coverage of new games before they come out. Now, is it anywhere in any contract that it says you absolutely must say our game is great? No. But what do you think kind of behavior is going to result from them being treated like that? If you're given a game for free, if you're given opportunity to make thousands of extra dollars playing the game before anybody else, if you're flown out to a press event that you cover and you get tons of pampered treatment, you get money based on the videos you make at said event, and then you think you're going to say, this game is bad? Now, there's nothing to stop you from doing that. Well, of course, these content creators are going to be leaning towards saying the game is good. Why? Because then they will continue to receive the advanced treatment, the thousands of dollars in extra money and coverage, and that pat each other on the back, I scratch your back, you scratch mine mentality continues between game publishers and content creators. That's literally the lobbying process in the United States government. No one can outright say, oh, we're giving you money to change the laws to help us. but they just keep giving these fucking politicians money and stock and vacations and kickbacks, and then magically, oh look, the laws all reflect that they help all these companies that are paying them this money. There's no one-to-one contractor correlation, but it just keeps happening, so somehow it's legal. It's this. Why do you think I'm so upset when I see gaming being corrupted the same way that I see happening in the American government? This is why I'm so upset about it.
Even that conversation, should we not? It's oh, but he's popular, and then it might make him more popular, but not less popular. Did he do something wrong? What was it? Explain that to us. What is the law that he supposedly violated? What are the ramifications of it? I don't see him ever actually going to jail. I personally don't even care. I just want a system that somehow finds a consistent accountability.
So in many ways, you, at least for me, you created or defined American political satire. How has that changed? I mean, it feels to me like the stuff you did, you know, the showing the video and then commenting, it's become, it's everybody does it, and it's not even comics. I mean, that's what Tucker Carlson does when he wants to make his point. He's borrowing from your playbook.
Yes. No, it's a real delight. It's always good to arm the most cynical and worst people in media.
You look at it and say now this whole thing is commoditized.
Well, it was. Listen, it was commoditized. You know, I wasn't doing it out of gracious altruism. I mean, we were selling Budweiser. It's always been commoditized. It was. I think it's. You know, there's a lot of talk of exposing absurdity or exposing hypocrisy. What's the point? Well, the point is that this is a relentless fight. They always talk about, you know, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. But it doesn't bend towards justice by gravity. Like, you have to bend it. And there's a bunch of people trying to bend it back. And you use every tool in your arsenal, and none of them will be, you know, the one thing. There is no panacea. It takes, you know, all those different things doing in Washington over these past few years gave me a great understanding of how things actually get done incrementally and sometimes in one fell swoop. But our country is held together by hundreds of really talented legislative aides. Their bosses, many times, are wind-up dolls who really don't know. I mean, half of it, if you go down there, especially the Senate, is like an assisted living facility. Like,
what's funny is everything he's saying is right. The Senate, they're just tools. A lot of them, they're not active thinking people. They're just doing whatever they're told by their party or special interests. It's pretty messed up. All right, I think we've done enough. There is another political video coming up, I think. I think we've done enough of this. Let's continue on to other things. Jeesh.
Obviously, when you're working with animals, the unexpected happens a lot.
Shocking video shows this bull jumping into
This just happened 2 weeks ago.
a crowd in Sisters,
Oh my God.
Oregon. 3 people were taken to the hospital with injuries. Thankfully, they're expected to be okay. Today, rodeo professionals are reacting to that video as many prepare for their own competitions.
As several rodeos are slated for the coming weeks, not just here in Portland, but throughout the state as well. K2 Shelby Slaughter joins us live now from North Portland. And Shelby, that video, shocking for anyone to see. I assume this isn't a common occurrence.
Yeah, Steve, it's not. I'm told it's actually very rare to see a bull hop over a fence like we did in that video. And oftentimes they're not looking to hurt anyone. These animals are actually very herd-driven animals, so they're just looking to get back to safety and what they know.
The moment things got out of hand over the weekend in Sisters, Oregon. This bull jumping a fence right into a crowd of people. Matt Weishoff at St. Paul Rodeo has been in this industry for decades. He tells me he's only seen something like this happen 4 times in his career.
Typically, when we first get them to the rodeo grounds, we'll run them in the arena, get them familiar with it.
Weishoff says there's a lot that goes into making sure that doesn't happen here, including these fences.
We have higher fences than normal, And again, it's just extremely uncommon.
These fences are taller than the ones in Sisters, at 7 foot high. A typical fence is between 5 and 6 foot. Weishoff.
I mean, the only thing that I can say about this is I don't know anything about rodeos or how common or uncommon any of this shit is. I'm just listening to the news report. Just put cages there then. Like they do it with NASCAR. They do it any races. Because you never know when a piece is going to break off a car and fly into the crowd. You don't want someone to get hurt. So they have the chain fences. Put chain fences up. What else can you do? Right? Unless you're just going to cancel the entire culture of rodeo culture because you feel like it's cruel treatment to animals, which I'm sure a lot of people would say. If you're going to continue doing it, you got to make it safer. I mean, oh, well, this is the one-off time it happened, so just ignore the fact that it happened and hope for the best. No, don't hope for the best. It happened now, so now, you know, maybe do something. Like, the bull's not going to jump through the chain fence, right? So, I don't know what else to say. That's the only thing I can think of. But then you say, well, that's too cruel. Well, then just don't have rodeos. I don't know what else to say. I don't know too much about it. You know, I've never seen a rodeo. I don't support them. I don't know anything about them. I'm not anti-rodeo either, but it just seems like the logical step, right? Is, okay, then put up the protection to stop it so it doesn't happen again, right? So this is supposed to be a prank call from Bart Simpson.
In this environment, you answer to us, and I'm asking that you do not pass this policy in Virginia.
Thank you so much, Ms. Thomas. We do appreciate you. Phil McCracken. Phil McCracken.
Oh, so what this is a local government, and someone submitted fake names to basically be read to say they had something to say to the council or whatever, and they're not real. It's basically Bart Simpson jokes from like The Simpsons. Okay.
Souk Mahidik.
Now, how did you know? Are you kidding? How do you fall for that one? Phil McCracken, okay, that maybe. Are you kidding me? You fell for that one?
Souk Mahidik. Ophelia McHawk.
These guys.
McHawk.
These are the people in government. They have no self-consciousness whatsoever. They're like, hey, I just read whatever's on the paper. It's like Homer Simpson. Hey, it's on the paper. I got to read what's on the paper. You fucking idiot.
Eileen Dover.
Oh, dude, every single one of them.
Eileen Dover.
How dumb is this person?
Don Kiddick.
All right, dude, after 5 or 6, you haven't figured it out yet? There's no one here?
Don Kiddick. Wayne Kerr. Wayne Kerr.
You see, there was literally no consciousness that was being pranked at all. He had no idea. Okay.
Last night's debate may be the first time that millions of Americans have paid attention to the presidential campaign this year. And they heard a lot of claims that have been familiar refrains on the campaign trail, not all of them true. To help
pretty much all of them were wrong. Like, everything they talked about was bullshit.
Put it into context, we turn to Samantha Putterman of PolitiFact. Sam, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
So Skype, oh my God, people still use Skype in 2024? She's using Skype. What the fuck? I didn't know anyone still, I thought it was defunct.
Let's take some of these debate topics one by one, starting with the economy and inflation. Donald Trump said that President Biden caused inflation and that the cost of food doubled and tripled and quadrupled.
Of course that's fake. Of course that's false.
While President Biden says that Trump's proposed 10% tariffs would cost the average American $2,500 a year. Help us understand what's true.
Right. So on Trump's claim that Biden inherited inflation, that's mostly false. When Biden was inaugurated, inflation was about 1.4%, but that was shaped by the still weak economy during the pandemic. As pandemic conditions improved, the economy accelerated, leading to inflation peaking at 9% about a year and a half into his presidency. That was the highest in about 4 decades. But economists say that, his relief plan did exacerbate inflation, but he didn't single-handedly cause it. And on Trump's claim that, food costs is double, triple, and quadruple, we found that to be false.
It hasn't. It's higher, but it's not double, tripled, or quadrupled. Then we'd all be starving.
Costs have risen faster under Biden, but the 21% increase is nowhere near what Trump claimed. That would need to be about 300%, which is 10 times larger than what Trump said. And Biden's claim about Trump's proposed tariffs costing Americans $2,500, we found that to be mostly true. Economists expect that Trump's proposed 10% across the board tariff on foreign products will force consumers to pay more, and right around that range, between about $1,700 and $2,500.
Got it. So let's turn to immigration. Donald Trump said that President Biden has allowed in 18 million people and that they're coming from, quote, prisons, jails.
Like I said, it's all nonsense. Everything he said was nonsense in the debate.
And mental institutions.
It's all extrapolation, gross exaggerations.
President Biden says there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. What do we know about the situation on the southern border?
Right. So Trump's claim about the millions of people coming from prisons and mental institutions, we found that to be our worst rating, pants on fire. Data shows that officials have arrested a little over 100,000 non-citizens with criminal convictions from 2021 to 2024. Not everyone was let in. The data reflects the people that the government knows about. But it's inexhaustive. So immigration experts did say that despite these limitations, there's no evidence to support his statement. And also, we rated false his statement that Biden has allowed in 18 million people. Immigration officials have encountered immigrants illegally around 9.7 million times under Biden's presidency. While accounting for gotaways, that number rises to about 11.4 million. But encounters do not equal admissions. Encounters represent events, not people. So one person who tried to cross the border twice counts for 2 encounters. And a lot of these also led to expulsions. And
in truth, no one knows how many people got in. That's the truth. Like, no one knows. You only know how many people you stopped. How many people you caught and stopped. How would you ever know how many people came in? So Trump didn't know what he was talking about. And when Biden says shit, he doesn't know what he's talking about either. If he even said, oh, we reduced, there's no way you could know that. How do you know what you missed? Think about that. Think about how dumb that sounds. How do you know how many people came in when you didn't catch them? You would never know, you fucking idiot.
On Biden, he was more accurate on immigration. His 40% claim is mostly true. DHS announced that encounters.
This is bullshit. I'll tell you right now, this video is bullshit. They're literally only cherry picking the things where Trump completely exasperated and Biden was kind of right. This is bullshit because I watched 20 minutes of the debate, and in the back and forth, literally nothing either side said was right. Biden also said something about a 1% tax on rich people and that the common American pays 6%. It's completely false. He said all this nonsense. Half the time he didn't finish his sentence without trailing off and not knowing what he was talking about. So this is a bullshit video. This is completely from the side of cherry picking things to make Biden look better, basically.
Dropped by 40% to fewer than 2,400 per day in the weeks after Biden announced his policy on June 4th.
On abortion, Mr. Trump repeated a false claim that he's made before, that Democrats, in his words, will take the life of a child in the 8th month.
This obviously is bullshit.
Even
after birth, what?
Help us understand this.
No.
Because willfully terminating the life of a newborn is illegal in every state.
Right. So
yes, he's just making shit up. Of course Trump made that up.
Facilitate an exchange of ideas, and it was up to the candidates to challenge one another. That was an approach that both campaigns agreed to. What's the consequence when a torrent of lies and mistruths delivered with verve and vigor?
Yeah, this is 100% from the left-hand side because fucking Biden was just as bad. They were both basically just insulting themselves or insulting each other for like 25 minutes. And there was no point to even watching the debate any further from what I saw. I was like, this is just a waste of everyone's time. I turned it off. So, yeah, this is a complete one-sided spin video. Complete nonsense right here. Yeah. To misrepresent it that much is bullshit because Biden did it just as much as Trump. But they're saying, oh, only Trump did it. No, they both did it. It was really the worst debate I've ever seen in my life. It was just like 2 children insulting each other.
Oh, boy. The last video I uploaded...
Save 14 minutes. So I guess what this guy does, he just summarizes videos in extreme summarization. So Dr. Disrespect admitted to having inappropriate messaging with a minor. Dr. Dis said these were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes lean too much in the direction of being inappropriate. No pictures were shared and no crimes were committed.
in my
Mudahar
opinion,
said, in
he's
my
a
opinion, he's a danger. The end. So that's it. He's basically saying there's no reason to watch Mudahar's videos. That's great. Why would you ever watch Mudahar's video? 14 minutes for him to just say, oh, Dr. Disrespect's a danger. Okay. I think that's it. That's it for the Ultra submissions, I believe. I think we got through them all now. Let's double check that. Yes. Okay. All right. Good stuff. Thank you. Thank you very much for watching DSP versus the Internet. We still have an hour left. In the next hour, we'll be covering a few questions submitted by a super member, and then we'll get into the submissions tier submissions to see, you know, what people think there about random stuff, because, you know, the submissions tier is usually a big variety of stuff as well. I may do like I did last time, where the first half hour or so we just randomly played through, and then I pick some of the ones that I feel are the better submissions. We'll see. But anyway, thank you for watching. I will see you in the next part. Cool. All right. I did receive a $1 tip, but I haven't looked at it yet. Let me take a look at it. Here we go. I received a $1 tip. This person says, I don't feel bad about anyone getting gored by a bull. Bulls are tortured to be aggressive their whole lives for this kind of sport. Should be completely illegal and outlawed. See, now, I don't know what you're talking about. Is that appropriate to a modern rodeo down in the South? Or are you talking like bullfighting over in Spain? Like, I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about the rodeo circuit. I'm not going to misspeak when I don't know shit about what we're talking about, you see? But that's your opinion. I respect it. Thank you for the $1 tip. All right, I'm going to get to the other playlist now. I misclicked. God damn it, I left the menu. Hold on. I screwed up. Okay. This would be, it's June 30th, right? So I gotta look submissions tier, June 30th.
What do I do?
Here it is. Now, let's see. Trying to think where to start. And by the way, we're gonna do Q&A first, but I want to get the first video on screen of where to start this.
What do I
think
do?
last week we started right at the beginning, so we probably shouldn't do that this time. Let's see.
Q&A.
Probably start.
Just to pass the time. Q&A. I'm doing some overtime.
Okay, yeah. We'll start here.
Q&A.
This is where we'll start.
Q&A.
Okay. Well, we're gonna do Q&A first, guys. It's only a couple quick questions. It's not a big deal. See here. Oh, I clicked on the... Damn it, I'm on the wrong one. Hold on. Here it is. Okay. You guys ready? Here we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 71 for June 30th, 2024. This is part 5, so I hope you've enjoyed the first 4 parts, which were our Ultra member submissions. Now I'm going to answer 2 questions for a super member, because super members are entitled to get their questions answered on the show, though we don't usually get that many. And then we're going to go into the standard submissions tier, watch a few videos, see what everyone else is thinking about this week. Let's just jump right into these 2 questions. The first question, how do you like the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC so far? For those who don't know, this is the name of the DLC expansion for Elden Ring. It is the only DLC expansion the game will ever have. Essentially, it's like a Elden Ring 1.5. And what I mean by that is it's a new map, there's new dungeons, new bosses, new exploration, and much like the original game, it's a mix for me. Like, there are times when I'm exploring the open world, the first few hours of this DLC, it's just not very good. I feel like it's too empty. The whole first area is a bunch of ghost gravestones and sheep, with a few sprinkling of enemies and things in. If you look close, you'll find some dungeons and stuff, which is good, but the problem is it is pretty empty, which is kind of how you feel about the open world of Elden Ring in the first few areas. It's not until you start getting to the later areas that there's more loaded, but then even then, when you get to the final area of Elden Ring, it's kind of boring because you've kind of seen it and been there, done that already. I think it's good when it comes to the legacy dungeons. So far, I've done 2 of the major legacy... No, I take it back. I've done 3 of the major legacy dungeons with unique bosses at the end. And then I've done a few of the mini dungeons that are more like the mausoleum, the blacksmiths, the jails, that are a little bit more repetitive. they're still fun. I still like them, and the bosses are kind of fun and neat. I think where this DLC shines is the incredible amount of new weapons and stuff that they added. So, I mean, I've been playing for about 20 hours now, so roughly I'm probably halfway through it. And I've probably found like 30 to 40 new items that are all either craftables that are crazy new ones, or really unique weapons. You know, infinitely regenerating throwing daggers or throwing glaives, giant clubs, huge great swords that have explosive magic effects, you know, new magic spells, new different kind dual weapons are a big thing in this DLC. We have dual wielding of this weapon. That's really going to add a lot of replayability to a lot of people who don't just play it once, but they play it more than once to unlock the new styles and everything. There's a lot of that in this DLC. I really feel like they felt like this was the swan song, the last hurrah for Elden Ring. So they crammed an incredible amount of content into the map. Even though the map looks confined at first, you realize as it expands, there's a middle floor, a high floor, and a bottom floor to everything. There's underground rivers and caverns. There's, you know, secret ways to go higher up on plateaus and the like. There's fissures with dungeons in them. It's pretty detailed, the way that the game works, in that way. It's deceptive, because at first it looks like, oh, it's not that big. And the next thing you know, oh my God, this really is insanely long. So for the most part, I'm enjoying it. I've already respect essentially twice. First, I respect to go from magic build to like a heavy club build. Then I respect again to become a tank with a shield and a different club. And I'm probably going to end up changing my build again by the end, I would think. So I'm really enjoying it for that. It's pretty much on par with standard Elden Ring. If you liked regular Elden Ring, you'll like this. The people who are complaining about the difficulty are essentially people who didn't really play Elden Ring without a bunch of crutches. If you just summoned your way through base Elden Ring, you're going to have a hard time with this DLC. If you actually took the time to learn the game mechanics and figure out how to play it, it's not a big deal at all. That second boss that everyone complained about, I beat in 6 tries, 15 minutes. It wasn't even a big deal at all. Like, what's the big deal? So, anyway, yeah, I'm liking it a lot. Can't wait for more. Probably getting into the second half of it this week. And then the second question, I want to share a funny video with you to watch on your own. Would you be interested in having it as a submission in a future episode of DSP versus the Internet? But if you have a video for me to look at on my own, you could always just email me and I'll give it a look if I have a chance. Not guaranteed that I'll have a chance or that I'll even respond. You know, I get tons of emails every day. If you have one you want me to watch on the show, then submit it for the show. I'm kind of confused at the question, because first you're saying you have a video you want me to watch on my own, but then you ask, should you publicly submit it for me to watch publicly on the show? Like, that's kind of contradictory, is it not? I don't even know what the content of the video is, so I can't really accurately answer that question because I don't know what we're talking about. You know what I mean? Anyway, all right. So those were the super member questions for the week. And now it is time to jump into the standard member submissions for the week. We start off with the return of Dr. Mike. We know who he is. We've seen him in previous videos before. The dirty truth about scented candles. I can't wait to hear about this. My wife and I occasionally burn scented candles in the house. Not all the time, but sometimes. Particularly in the fall and winter, because you don't have fans and air conditioning on at that point, so you could smell them better. But let's see what he has to say.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mike Varshovsky, a board-certified family medicine doctor. Welcome to the new series, Truth or Scare, where I dive into the latest research and give you my take on the scariest, most viral health claims making news today.
Okay.
This episode's claim that burning candles indoors can emit toxic chemicals that cause all sorts of serious health problems, and the type of candle could make it worse?
Burning a candle for 1 hour has the same negative effects as smoking a whole cigarette.
Let's get into it.
What's hilarious is, so he says the general thing, and all the general things are actually true. Then he plays the guy who's the extremist guy who just completely goes off the deep end with what he says, right? Here's my take on this. Is there smoke that comes out of a candle when you burn it? Yes. Are there chemicals that come out of that smoke? Yes. Okay. Is it dangerous? All inhaling any smoke is dangerous.
What do I do?
It depends on how much, in what period of time, right? And it depends on the situation, the room you're in with the smoke. If you are in a large home and you're burning a candle in your living room and the smoke is going into the open air, there's some smoke in the air, but you're not actively, directly inhaling it the entire time. Will it affect you negatively? Yes, in an incredibly minor way. If you're living in a closet and the only air in the closet is confined to the closet, and you light the candle, and all you're doing is inhaling the smoke of the fucking candle, yes, that's going to be bad for you. But again, this is like common sense, and the problem is a lot of these people on the internet don't have it. They just want to propagate the crazy theory to make you scare and watch more of their garbage content. So I want you to think how crazy that is, right? How insane that is. How many, maybe if you live in a house and you're burning 17 candles at once, maybe then, but it's like, so you burned a candle for an hour, you really think that's the same smoke as smoking a cigarette? The cigarette, you're literally taking every piece of smoke from that cigarette and inhaling it directly into your lungs actively, versus passively breathing some smoke that's in the air as a result of a candle in open air in your home. And that's passive, that's not active. It's just, let's continue. This is crazy. Fucking
Whenever
people.
you burn anything, you will
They're
have
nuts.
chemicals released into the
More
air that
conspiracy.
can be harmful for you. This
There
will
we go.
change drastically based on what's being burned, where it's being burned, and
what
how
do I
long you're
do?
exposed to it. One group of chemicals detected in those emissions are called volatile organic compounds, or VOCs for short. Some VOCs, like benzene and formaldehyde, are well-known carcinogens, meaning they can cause cancer. Then you have particulate matter, a mix of solid and liquid particles small enough to get deep into your lungs and enter your bloodstream. These particles are a component of soot, that dark powdery residue you might see on the floor of a fireplace or inside of a glass candle jar. Inhaling them can increase your risk of lung and other cancers and respiratory diseases like asthma and COPD. Soot is mainly caused by incomplete combustion. This happens when the wax doesn't fully burn because there isn't enough oxygen available. Visible smoke is the most obvious sign of this incomplete combustion. Candles tend to give off this smoke right after they're lit or when the flame is dying out. One older EPA study actually found that a few seconds of smoldering produced more particle emissions than several hours of normal candle burning did. Third are phthalates, or endocrine disruptors. They're chemicals that truly can impact hormone levels, as well as aggravate allergy and asthma symptoms. Technically, phthalates are considered like semi-VOCs. Phthalates are actually specific to scented candles. They're used in synthetic fragrances, which give most scented candles their aromas. Burning a candle creates a very low level of exposure to all of these chemicals. This is the case for both scented and unscented candles, and candles really made from all different types of wax. However, there is some evidence showing the type of candle wax might play a role in worse emissions. In addition to containing phthalates, scented candles are said to give off more soot. And there's some evidence that paraffin wax, which is made from petroleum, produces more VOCs and more soot than natural waxes like beeswax and soy wax. But these differences are likely too small to make candles a true health hazard. Also, at least one study found that I looked at showed that all types of wax basically release the same mix of chemicals into the air. Those worried about allergies should be on alert when it comes to scented candles. In that case, you'd want to avoid all products with added fragrance, not just candles. But if you use candles a typical amount, should you panic? While typical candle usage doesn't have a truly defined meaning, the National Candle Association does recommend 4 hours as a limit. They also say to follow a candle manufacturer's instructions on ideal burn time, using a well-ventilated space, and limiting how many candles are burning at the same time.
So literally everything I said, since you're burning it in an open air of your home, probably not a big deal. Just don't burn a ton of candles all at once, which why would you do that? Why would you burn a ton of scented candles at once? They'll all contradict each other's scents, unless we buy 10 of the same candle, I guess. And don't do it forever, because you're putting smoke in the air, but you do it for a limited time. Like, it's all, again, it's common sense shit. It's not like, oh, you're a genius for knowing this, but people are just dumb. And they just fucking, they do the wrong things. Or you get the conspiracy theorist who says, oh, well, this is true. No, it's not true. It's only true in the most extreme fringe situation where someone's a moron that any of the stuff that you're saying would actually happen. So, all right. So I think actually we've seen enough of the video. I think we have our answers. There is no dirty truth about scented candles. Just burn them in moderation. Do it in a ventilated area, not in a tiny closet. Don't directly inhale the smoke. And you're fine. No, they don't poison you. You don't die from them. It's ridiculous. Okay.
Bob, this is Fashion Week over in Paris. The latest fashions are on the runway for next spring. But there was a problem out there today. One of the British designers' shows had the difficulty. A model fell down twice. That's her going down once. The young woman wearing that pink skirt and the orange platform shoes never quite recovered.
Oh,
after that.
God.
There she goes. That had to hurt. That was uncool. That's embarrassing. This is at least the second time.
A little wobble. A crazy wobble.
Well, you all are just really tickled by that, aren't you? You try walking in those shoes.
Hey, first of all, baby, I got enough meat on me that it's all right.
I mean, I don't even find it funny, honestly. It's just kind of stupid. The whole runway thing is dumb to begin with. What the fuck is she wearing on her feet? They're not even practical shoes any human would buy, right? All right, let's continue. What's this? Guardian Angel saves a man's life? Real or coincidence? I guess we have to judge for ourselves. What the fuck? So, is the question, is this guy real on camera? Maybe they think this guy's not actually real? He's a ghost? He's a guardian angel? So he taps this guy, says, hey man, look out. He says, for what? Then all of a sudden, look at that, the back of the truck swung and would have hit him. But he dodged it because the guardian angel tapped him on the shoulder. So what they're saying is the guy wasn't real. Could it be a ghost or an angel that helped the guy? That's it. That's the whole video. Wow. Well, okay then. I don't know. You tell me. Looked like a real guy to me.
Have you ever noticed all the weird restaurant names in the airport when you're hungry?
Drink Martini Bar, Soho Bistro?
Could they not have thought of something less generic than New York Deli?
Every day, millions of us visit restaurants and bars and terminals across the country that have driven up to 59% of non-aeronautical airport revenue.
But why would any of that responsibility be put in the hands of these seemingly fake restaurants? I got curious and started digging into three things.
First, how widespread they are. Second, who's behind them. And third, why do airports choose to work with them?
What I found is a world of generic restaurants that aren't so generic after all.
Okay, before we go deeper into this,
watch, he's gonna find that they actually are just owned by big companies that we already know, but they purposely don't brand them that way, and there's a reason why. Because, for example, how much you want to bet? Let's say the place that sells sandwiches, they probably sell sandwiches somewhere else for like $5, but at the airport they charge like $12. So if it had the same name, you would know it's the same company, and you'd be like, I'm not paying $12 for the airport sandwich. This is actually only worth $5. But because they're in the airport and they change the name, you need the food, you think, oh, maybe it's some upper class thing, and you pay more money. I bet that's what he's gonna find.
when I say fake, I don't mean these restaurants are breaking the law. These are legitimate businesses. They're just not your typical franchise or the cozy local spot they pretend to be. A bagel from New York Deli doesn't taste like a bagel from a New York deli. It turns out there's a whole landscape of these wannabe recognizable establishments stretching from coast to coast. Crazy fact time, every point on this map indicates—
This is a well-made video. I never heard of this guy, The Hustle. This is a very well-shot video. I actually really like it. I'm enjoying it. His delivery style, the framing went from coast to coast. The camera moved. This is well shot.
It's an airport that hosts fake restaurants. But here's the thing. I did some digging and learned that one-off, airport-specific dining isn't a new trend. Turn back the clock. Apparently, one-off airport restaurants started popping up in the 1930s. The idea was to make high-class waiting room, ticketing, and restaurant facilities to attract and retain customers. Since flying was very
cool, everyone
pricey
went into the history of it. It's a well-made
airports
video.
wanted to rake in more dough than their captive customers were providing at the time. They went big, targeting not just travelers, but non-travelers too, and turning airport dining into tourist attractions. Guys, people came for birthdays, dates, and even Thanksgiving dinner. Thanksgiving dinner? Who goes to the airport? Get ready, guys. We're going to the airport for Thanksgiving dinner. Actually, that sounds kind of cool. Like, could we bring that back? Over time, the number of passengers started to grow. By the 90s, airports were stacking their rosters with franchise players. Things rolled this way until the early 2000s. After 9/11, higher levels of security slowed things down and forced travelers to spend way more time in airports. This ramped up the need for more food spots, and that's when we saw a lot more generic restaurants taking up space in the airport. Let's use JFK Airport as an example. This is a map of Terminal A. Look at all these dining spots. I recognize some of these instantly. Global chains that we can find almost anywhere, but others, not so much. I don't know who these people are. I started to dig into it and I found something interesting. Out of 18 eateries, 12 are generic, but here's the catch. Out of those 12, 4 are all under the same umbrella, OTG. Turns out, OTG is a concessions vendor. It's time to say hello to one of our main characters, Rick Blatstein. Rick started his career as a successful nightclub owner. In 1996, he launched OTG as a single restaurant with the goal of delivering a great restaurant experience that just happened to be in an airport. He got the idea when a friend asked him to manage some restaurants and bars at Philadelphia International Airport. His first weekend there saw a blizzard that packed the airport with passengers. He told Smart CEO magazine that he called his wife and told her that he was selling everything and focusing on airports. The company now operates more than 350 locations across 11 major airports. And they're not even the biggest player. Vendors like HMS Host have similar generic restaurants and locations from Los Angeles to Vietnam. But there's still one point that doesn't make sense to me. Why work with the operators of generic restaurants rather than exclusively with franchises? That's when I came across this. On average, planting golden arches in an airport terminal costs $45,000 per franchise. Wait, it gets much better. A Baja Fresh Express can cost between $202,000 and $695,000.
It's all about the money.
That's not including tech or equipment costs. Operators also need to pay ongoing fees to the franchise in addition to rent to the airport. By creating generic restaurants, vendors gain the flexibility to run the show, free from the franchise fees. So what's in it for the airport? Operators like OTG allow airports to simplify management and streamline operations. They make life...
So I was completely wrong. It has nothing to do with them being existing franchises and selling their food for inflated prices. Is to avoid the franchising fees. People who want to run these businesses do independent things so they don't have to pay all that money for the fees, but also they don't have to have the same tech, the same management structure, and they can do it their own way. Okay, they're still insanely overpriced, but okay, I did not expect that to be the reasoning, and that actually surprised me. All right,
I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it.
Oh, I already know about this.
Let's imagine you're shopping for a new refrigerator. Let's say you decide on an LG stainless steel 22 cubic feet refrigerator with an ice maker. You can buy that at Home Depot for $1,300.
Yep.
Alternatively, you could buy that same exact refrigerator at Rent-A-Center for 0 money down and 99 weekly payments of $40. If you do the math, you'll end up paying about $4,000 over the course of a little under 2 years. That's the equivalent of a 150% annualized interest rate compared to the price at Home Depot. Despite charging astronomical effective interest rates, rent-to-own stores like Rent-A-Center are extremely popular in the US. There are over 10,000 rent-to-own stores in the country, with millions of regular shoppers. In this video, we'll take a deep dive into the economics of rent-to-own, and why so many consumers choose to shop there.
I can already answer this, because most Americans don't have insane amounts of credit. They don't have good credit. A lot of them have already blown their credit. Their credit scores are terrible, or they don't, they maxed out their credit cards, loans. They don't have the money to invest into something all at once, right? For an average American, it's a lot easier to say, hey, $40 a week for something. Oh, I could pull that off. I could squeeze $40 a week out of my paycheck for something like a fridge. Well, your fridge broke. And you have $1,300 plus tax, plus everything to buy it at Home Depot, or you have $40 a week. I have $40 a week. That's what I can afford. So you end up paying the lower amount in increments, but the increments are astronomically long. So for that fridge, he just did the math. 99 payments of $40, that's $4,000. You're going to pay $4,000 for a $1,300 fridge, but you're only paying $40 a week. So you can afford it. You see? The problem isn't that people don't have the money. They don't have the money now. And if something like that, you need it now. You can't wait to save up enough money, right, to buy the fridge. You need the fridge now or else you have nowhere to put your food. So a place like Rent-A-Center is a predatory business that outright admits that they are ripping you off, but they're doing a service to Americans who just don't have credit or don't have savings and say, well, you can still have what everyone else has. You just pay way more for it over time. It's incredibly similar to the payday loans that we researched on a previous episode of DSP versus the internet, where you need the money now, you absolutely can't wait, it's for something, an emergency, so you take the loan out, and then as you're paying it, you realize, why am I paying so much to pay it back? Because you're going to end up, let's say you take a $500 loan out, you actually end up paying like $2,000 for a $500 loan over time, but you needed it immediately. You need the fridge immediately. You can't wait. They're predatory businesses, 100%. They're preying on the American public, knowing that people can't wait for things and don't have the means to just buy them outright. I don't even have to watch the rest of the video. Like, I actually know all about these. It's pretty messed up. It says, better to buy a used refrigerator off Craigslist. Yes and no, because here's the thing with that. Let's say, oh, there's a refrigerator for $500 on Craigslist, right? If it works, you're good. What if you get a bum refrigerator? You're fucked. You just threw away $500. And if the person already is that tight of a budget, they can't just throw away $500. You see? There you go. Anso Kamaru got timed out for saying something. I don't know why, though. Oh. If you can believe it, Anso Kamaru, you forgot to put a space in your statement. And because of that, it thought the period was part of a link. And the Nightbot timed you out thinking you posted a link in the chat. He says, I work in internal training department for a certain restaurant. And our airport branches are the absolute worst. They don't need to follow standardized rules. It makes us look bad. There you go. Oh, I think we have time for one more video before we split the part. Let's see what the next one is. Oh, actually, well, yeah. Let's see what the next one is, and then for the next part, I'll actually pick videos I want to watch.
Wow, what a great game. Maybe I'll continue it sometime. Maybe not. I probably will. But who's to say? Anyways, hey guys, Joel here. You might know me as the RPG guy, or the Mafia guy, or this green guy, whatever this guy was. But most of the time, I'm just Joel. And today I'm coming to you as an animated just Joel in order to show you how I make my animations. Because a lot of people have been asking, and I want to get that information.
Damn, he got 5.6 million million views on this to show how he makes his videos. That's kind of cool.
Information out there, because I think the more creative tools people have, the better. So, without further ado, I am going to show you how I made this video.
My laugh sounds like Premiere, Photoshop, and EB Synth.
So the first thing you want to do is shoot the video. And I already shot the video, so let's take a look at that. So the first thing you want to do is shoot the video. And I already shot the video, so let's take a look at that. All right, perfect. So now you just edit it normally. Just edit it as if you just edit it normally. So once you have the whole thing edited, you export it as a PNG sequence. And what that's going to do is it's going to give you a frame-by-frame breakdown of your whole video. And then you take those frames, and then you divide them into separate folders for each individual shot. Then once you have them in their own folders, then you can animate. So I'm just going to show you one shot, because if you could do one, you could do them all.
It's essentially stop motion animation. He's splitting it into individual frames, editing the frames and putting them back together. That means these videos take insane amounts of work to make if he's not lying.
Let's choose just a random shot here. How about this one? So I'm just going to show you one shot, because if you could do... So you're going to want to choose a frame from the shot that has the most face action. And by that, I mean you want the eyes open, you want the mouth open. Because your biggest enemies during this is going to be blinking and closing the mouth for syllables. Because as soon as that happens, the eyes and mouth are just gone, and it looks like some horrible creature. Believe it or not, I do this whole thing on a mouse and keyboard, but you bring that frame into Photoshop, and what I do is I usually start by outlining the character in the shot, or the person. This usually takes a while. You outline the person, and then you could have some fun with this. You know, like the most extreme example is for the Scooby-Doo video. I wore a big fluffy hat, and then I use that for my head shape.
Oh,
so you
wow.
don't have to adhere to the
That's actually
facial
cool.
structures. You know, I usually make weird noses for demons, and I do, you know, you could have a lot of fun with the shape. I could look like this, but I could also use my face shape to make me look like this. Isn't that fun? That's crazy. So once you have this frame completed, fully colored and with a green screen, you open Absinthe, choose that as your keyframe, choose the folder of the shot you're doing for the shot, and then create a new folder for it to export the generated frames. The first couple videos I did, Absinthe was still in alpha and it took forever, but thankfully this process goes much faster in the beta and it's not a headache like it used to be, so that's awesome. So now that Absinthe is done, you go into Premiere and then you import the new shot that Absinthe created as a PNG sequence. Then you interpret the footage to be 24 FPS to match the original video. And then you might have a shot, or you might have blinked, or the mouth closed, and then all the face gets messed up, or you move too much, and now it's all blurry. And sometimes those glitches are okay, but sometimes there's so much that you should just redo the whole thing. So if it does get messed up, you go back into the processed folder, delete all the messed up frames, go back to the original shot, find a new frame in that range that has your mouth.
So he literally hand draws every shot and then has what was it, Premiere, re-edit them into a video after, right? That's cool. I mean, that's an intense amount of work, which I never knew that he actually did that much work. But that's pretty crazy, right? Now, let's see here. Outro, what's he doing? He's sitting here?
And waste our lives to make it. You know, we should be able to feel good while making art. And Absinthe is one of those tools that lets you do that. So thank you for making it, Absinthe team. And yeah, I also love the aspect of it that it goes well with improvisation, because all my stuff is improvised, and it's so fun how the realistic motions kind of capture the awkwardness and realness of improv, and I love that aspect. And I don't know, best advice I could give is do a lot of live action stuff too, because if you're still trying to learn editing and dialogue and pacing and stuff like that, you're gonna have a very slow go about it if you're only doing animations. I think
cool. That's awesome. I give this guy credit. I mean, he made a bunch of popular videos, and now he gave his craft away. 3 years ago, he explained how to do it. He got 5 million views on doing that. But, I mean, that was pretty epic that he would just give that away. I never thought that he would have done that. Nice of him. All right. Good stuff, guys. In the final part for the week, I'm going to pick some videos that I specifically want to watch for the end of the show. So thank you very much for watching. I'll see you in the final part for the week. Okay. I received a... Oh, what's up, King Michael? I received a $5 tip. Let's see here. So, this person says, with the variety of videos you got this week, what would you like to see next week, particularly from Ultra members? I especially appreciate your fair, open-minded takes. I'm going to need the political submissions. Well, this week is the 4th of July. If anyone has things they want to talk about 4th of July, fireworks or something like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, stuff like that would be pretty cool, I feel. Because it's timely to what's going on. Or summertime stuff, anything that has to do with the summer in particular. I'll be honest, there was an insane amount of political stuff today, which is fine. I don't want to be doing politics every week. If I have to do a ton of politics next week, I'm going to get bored. You know what I mean? I like the variety. I'm not saying no politics. I'm just saying, if I get another 10 political things next week, I'm going to start telling people I don't want to do the politics shit anymore, and I'm just going to shut it down, you know? So, that's what I would say. Next week, maybe some timely stuff, summertime stuff, 4th of July stuff. You know, that would be timely for what's going on right now. Hey, anything to do with the games I'm playing right now would be cool. And not as much political stuff, because there was a ton this week, okay? So thank you very much to that $5 tipper. Okay. Let's do it, right? Let's do
live action stuff.
Let's do the final video here. And particularly, I wanted to watch this one, although it's 13 minutes long. I don't know if I'll watch the whole thing. I wanted to see the rise and fall of Mr. Beast Burger, like why it failed. I might want to do, let's see what else we've got. I don't want to do friend request ridicule. I've seen these a million times. I don't want to do anything else political, so these are going to be skipped for sure. Maybe terrifying Uber rides? I don't know. Terrifying moments of wild animals roaming a street. Oh my god. Oh, this is Chris G. This is the pro player. How to be good at fighting games, live commentary on his own Street Fighter gameplay. Maybe we'll watch some of that. I want to start with this, though. Okay, here we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the conclusion of episode 71 of DSP versus the Internet. In this part, since we are doing submission-level videos, I'm going to pick or choose 2 or 3 that I particularly think are more interesting to me for the finale of this week's show. I want to do this one. The Rise and Fall of Mr. Beast Burger. To give you some perspective on this, I, for a while there, especially when COVID was going on, started ordering in rather than going out for food on days off and the like, and I saw Mr. Beast Burger listed as an option. Now, none of the food ever looked appetizing to me, so I never ordered it. But I found out later that the whole thing failed and it doesn't exist anymore. So let's actually find out what happened, okay?
Mr. Beast is literally the biggest YouTuber in the world. He has 270 million subscribers, averages...
I don't care about him. I want to hear about what happened to his burger.
Everything changed. This video is brought to you by Surfshark. Okay. Suddenly available at 1,700 virtual locations.
Yeah,
all
virtual locations.
The
they weren't real. They were virtual locations. You couldn't go there to pick it up physically.
Chances are, no matter where you are, you can get Mr. Beast Burger delivered to your house. You see, Jimmy partnered with a company called Virtual Dining Concepts, which helps people spread their ideas for food products to ghost kitchens all over. And the idea of a ghost kitchen is simple. Pre-existing kitchens will receive ingredients for the virtual restaurant. The kitchen will then show up on DoorDash or Uber Eats as the virtual store, and people in the area could order, and the kitchen will make the food, then a delivery driver will come pick it up and bring it to the customer. In concept, ghost kitchens are a great idea. Local kitchens get to make some extra money, which is especially helpful during a pandemic. People everywhere instantly get access to Mr. Beast Burger without him having to manage thousands of new locations and hire a bunch of new employees. But it turns out ghost kitchens in practice don't really work out. You see, since Mr. Beast...
Yeah, this is probably the dumbest idea possible, and he thought it was a good idea, because... quite frankly, he's probably pretty stupid if he thought that was going to work.
He's so disconnected from the kitchens making his food, there's very little that he can actually do to manage the actual kitchen. So there are many instances of people receiving their burgers dangerously...
Oh, God! Dude, completely raw chicken? You could get so sick by eating completely raw chicken. Oh, my God.
Cooked? Ew, why does it look like that? That is mopped up. People also receive burgers with entirely different ingredients.
This is what the Impossible Beast style burger is supposed to look like. And this looks like if somebody drew a burger for me. How is this real? It looks like a Krabby Patty.
And then other times, the burger would show up exactly as expected. There was no way for Mr. Beast to guarantee consistency for his audience. And Mr. Beast was not happy about this. Now, before we get too far into this, I wanted to try Mr.
He was not happy about this. Dude, you're the one who thought it was the good idea. So you should be unhappy with yourself because you're stupid. What made you think that insane amounts of random kitchens across the globe were all going to cook your food perfectly? Are you dumb? Yes, you are. You put money in it. You're dumb.
Beast burger for myself. But unfortunately, it's not available in Budford, Virginia, where I live. So...
wow. You actually drove 2 states?
Look at that. That's right, I drove all the way to Florida just to try Mr. Beast Burger.
No, he didn't. That's horseshit. He was probably already going to Florida.
No, that's not why I drove it. But I'm going to be ordering it while I'm here because it's available here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to be ordering some Mr. Beast Burger now. Okay, I like the way this website looks. And these burgers, they look decent. They look pretty good, okay? If they show up like...
Oh, this is funny. He just did this recently. They're not available where I am anymore. It's gone. It doesn't even show up. It got closed down like within a year. It just was never available ever again.
Then that's pretty good. Order now. I'm hungry, so I'm excited to get this. Let me put in the address of the hotel I'm staying at. Well, I definitely want to get the burgers. I know that. I want to get all 4 of these burgers, for sure. Carl's Deluxe.
They look terrible, because isn't it supposed to be smashed meat? So all they do is they take ground beef, they chop it up. It's not even like a patty. And they grill it, so which means it's going to be overcooked. and then they throw it on the bread. It's stupid. The whole premise of the burger is also terrible. So not only are you hiring ghost kitchens to make your food, so there's no food consistency, your menu also is terrible. Like, everything about this place is terrible.
Pretty good. They also have Impossible.
And this is what Mr. Beast thinks is good food, by the way.
Burgers. I'm not going to be getting Impossible Burgers just because this is getting a little expensive. Ooh, okay. I mean, I need to get the signature fries. Do I get the beast style fries?
Why would you get the signature fries? You know that they're just going to be frozen fries they sent them. Right?
Fries too? I feel like I have to try that. Yeah. Some chocolate chip cookies. Why not? All right.
Why would you get chocolate chip cookies? You know that they're just pre-made and warmed up.
$66. Oh my god.
$66.
Oh, ouch. $74.
No.
It's a lot of money. Whew. Okay. Place order. If this shows up raw, I'm gonna be so pissed.
What I just did there.
What's even sad, this video only got 53,000 views, so he didn't even make enough ad revenue on this video to pay for his order. Yeah.
There was dangerous. I just connected my laptop with all of my personal information to the.
Oh, it's his ad. Oh, he has a paid promotion. There you go. He has a paid promotion, so that's supposed to pay for it, I guess. Who the fuck is this shirtless dude?
Hello. Let's just open this bad boy. All right, first of
all,
all,
fucking shirtless dude.
Fries. Oh, they're soggy as hell.
Not gonna lie, not the best.
They're just super soggy.
They're good.
They're good. Did you find a not soggy one?
I think so. It's hard to tell with fries. They're good.
I mean, these are decent.
They're pretty like mediocre, I'd say.
Yeah, they're not the best fry I've ever tried, but they're not bad. This is the beast style fries. These look messy as hell. Oh my god. That's pretty good.
This is good.
This is way better than normal fries.
Yeah.
9 out of 10. I guess we're ranking these now.
Yeah. Okay.
It's literally refrigerator fries, like ones you buy at the grocery store. And they probably tossed them in a fry machine rather than baking them in the oven so they have a little bit more flavor. All they do is put toppings on them. Oh, 9 out of 10. You hated them plain. They put toppings on them. Oh, 9 out of 10. So if you just squirted ketchup on the plain ones, you probably would have said 9 out of 10, right?
Do it. I'll do it 9 out of 10 too.
Time for these burgers.
Now we gotta cut them open.
We gotta make sure that these are not raw. I've seen some things online. Sometimes they show up raw. Yeah. I'm not trying to eat some raw meat. So let's start with the classic, the beast style. First things first, if you compare this to what the burger looked like in the advertisement, this looks a little sad, I'm not gonna lie. But it doesn't look terrible.
Tastes good. I give it a 9 out of 10.
I don't know. This isn't really working for me. I mean, it just tastes like a normal burger. I mean, it's not anything like special. 6 out of 10. I wouldn't order this again. Now we're gonna try the.
At least he's being honest, because you know it is overpriced. What a stupid society, huh? Why are you buying? What a dumb way to live. Just because it has Mr. Beast on the title. For that price, it's ridiculous.
This style burger.
Oh, whoa! Bacon fries.
Look at that. This thing is a beast. Let's see.
It's good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's not raw. It's not bad. Yeah. Fries are definitely soggy, but it's pretty damn good.
I give it like a 8 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
Yeah.
That's
10 out of 10.
I would order that again. May not be very common to get a great Mr. Beast burger, but so far this is pretty good.
That's crazy.
I mean, sometimes it doesn't show up how you want it to. What if we wake up tomorrow and we're just like all vomiting our brains out?
Vomiting, crapping our brains out.
Oh yeah, by the way, go check out our podcast, Are We Bad People podcast. Me and Ryder do it every single week. All right, let's try.
Oh, I thought we were gonna do
Chandler
ad
style. Chandler's probably my favorite of the Mr. Beast cast. If I had to pick one, he's just so sweet. It just looks crappy. I don't know. It's probably fine though. It just looks so like sad.
Yeah, it does. I'm gonna try it out.
Let's try it. Pretty simple. Pretty good. There's like.
What I don't like is that they're not explaining what they are. Like, what's the difference? What's supposed to be on each one? I don't know. So you don't even know if it's made properly because he's not telling you what was supposed to be in it. Like, what's Chandler style? I don't fucking know.
Nothing in here but like cheese, I think.
How much were these burgers?
I spent $72 on this.
Oh, wow. Is it worth it?
And it's worth it for the content.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just cheese and burger, I think. I don't think there's anything else in this. I don't really like it.
It's good. This is a basic cheeseburger. That's pretty much what it is.
5 out of 10.
Yeah.
This one I'm excited for. This is the Carl's Deluxe. This looks pretty good.
What is it? It's a different kind of bread. I don't even know what else is on it. What is on it?
Pretty good. I would eat it again, probably.
Yeah, I like the bread. I like that they mixed it up. 8 out of 10.
Yeah, 8 out of 10. Well, overall, Mr. Beast Burger, this specific haul, pretty good.
Got lucky. That's all I can say.
We got lucky. There's no raw meat. Everything's pretty good. All the ingredients seem to be as advertised. Overall store rating, from my personal lived experience, 8 out of 10. I wouldn't probably eat here again, but decent.
It's kind of like expensive for not guaranteed quality.
Yeah, I thought there was a chance.
Oh, so he's gonna talk about what happened?
God, I'm probably gonna puke.
Okay, so like we established, Mr. Beast Burger had some very gross problems with quality control. Mr. Beast would personally respond to people on Twitter who said they got a bad burger, and he would apologize, but that's all that he could really do. He signed a contract. He was stuck watching people blame him for poorly made burgers without any power to fix the issue. I want to be clear, this is not a negative video about Mr. Beast. I think Jimmy's a great guy. He's helped a lot of people, and he makes awesome content, and I have nothing against him. I'm not making a hit piece on Mr. Beast. So Mr. Beast was very vocal about his concerns with this, and in an attempt to fix the issue, they signed another contract to open a physical location in New Jersey, which over 10,000 people showed up to. This was great. Mr. Beast took thousands of photos with fans. The food turned out great. It was an astounding success. Their idea was that if they had actual physical locations, they would be easier to manage and they could actually guarantee a quality burger. And if you look at the one physical location, the reviews are great. If you look at a lot of the online locations, they're not so hot. But Virtual Dining Concepts didn't want to open more physical locations because the money was coming from the virtual locations, whether the reviews were good or not. It's expensive to pay for a building, all the kitchen appliance, new employees. Ghost kitchens are so much lower in overhead, so I totally understand why they wouldn't want to branch out to physical locations. But surely, physical locations have much more longevity. It's definitely the right call, but since Jimmy isn't in charge of his own business, there's nothing that he can really do about it. In 2023, the initial launch video was made private. He eventually made it public again, but he cut out all the promotion for Beast Burger. It was clear that Mr. Beast did not want to be affiliated with Beast Burger anymore. Mr. Beast said in a reply to a tweet, "Yeah, it's impossible to guarantee the quality of orders with virtual restaurants. Hurts my soul to see orders messed up. Sadly, I can't get out of my deal with Beast Burger. Hence why I'm never giving up control of Feastables so I can always do what's best for my fans. Harsh lessons to learn." This is when Jimmy decided to sue Virtual Dining Concepts for $10 million.
Really?
They did not give him the consistency and quality that he expected.
I didn't
and
know
all the blame
that.
for this inconsistency falls on his brand, defaming his reputation. VDC then countersued for $100 million, saying that his statements about their inconsistencies hurt their company, and that it was actually never their responsibility to ensure the quality, but only to sell his products. So what's gonna happen here? And what does the future of Beast Burger look like? Well, at first, it was looking pretty good for Jimmy. He has a pretty good case. It was implied that they would be serving quality food under his name, and they didn't do that. And there is no doubt that the average person, when they get a bad Beast Burger, blames Mr. Beast personally for the burger. They don't know about all of this nuance. So there is certainly harm to his reputation. Jimmy says the only way to fix the issue is to completely stop Mr. Beast Burger, which is probably true. Up to this point, I was feeling confident that Mr. Beast was going to be able to win this lawsuit. But then unfortunately, as I mentioned, VDC countersued for $100 million. And unfortunately, they have a pretty strong case as well that might be more contractually accurate. If we're going off morals here, Mr. Beast wins, no doubt. He doesn't want to be a part of this chain anymore, and he has very valid and clear reasons for that. And it's shitty that he's stuck in it with no power. But legally, VDC might have...
Wait a minute. Why? I'm a little confused about this. Why is this situation shitty? He did no research to figure out if this was going to work or not. He actively engaged in a legal contract. That the contract's not scammy. The contract's not bad. I don't even understand. I'm lost. I'm totally lost at how he is a victim here. He was the guy who put his name on it without thinking, without proper research, without any way to have recourse. Like what? Like he made a mistake. Now he's living with his mistake because he fucked up.
What do I do?
And he showed the world that he's
What
just
do I
not that
do?
smart. Maybe that's really what this is really
shocks
about.
me.
It's not that basically the food's bad because everyone knows Mr. Beast is not making the food. It's that this is an awful business decision he made, and now he doesn't want people to continuously know about it.
What the hell are you talking about?
Like he just said, I learned my lesson, so now with Feastables, I'll control the brand and I'll control everything about it. So that's good, but now you also have to live with your mistake. The mistake doesn't vanish or go away. You made an awful choice. You never should have done ghost kitchens. It's an insanely bad idea. Everyone could have told you that who's in business, but apparently you didn't actually consult with anyone who's smart. You just thought this was a good idea and did it because you had money. In other case, people who just have too much money
So
and
much
they
work.
throw it into bad things, right? I mean, what the hell? Anyway, all right, we have time for 1 to 2 more videos. I wanted to watch a little bit of Chris G commentating over himself here in this video, I guess.
A lot of people's issues aren't necessarily their like inherent skill, right? Because obviously if you fight a bum,
It's none of anyone's
you're gonna
business.
look like me. You're gonna look like a god, right? So obviously there's something that you're doing or not doing when you fight good players or crazy players where you're not confident in your skill anymore. Notice what I'm doing against a lot of these players. I'm not doing anything. I'm literally just throw fireball. They jump, I anti-air. I burn myself out doing one combo. I do the most basic setups. People overthink things. I'm confident in reacting to their drive impact. A lot of what footsies is kind of just reactions. You need to learn how to slow down and then speed up. You see, like that. Unless he shows you he's gonna tech, there's no reason to not tech. Good, do it again. Do it again. Now crouching fierce. Oh, I hit him. I'm gonna burn myself out because I don't care. Grab again, because why not?
I don't get the point, though. What's he saying? What was your point? Do you play ultra confident because the person showed they can't fight an ultra confident player? Okay. And then you don't play that way when you see someone who's countering that tech? Okay.
Keep it classic, you see? Oh, I dropped my combo. And then I dropped that too. React. Now I'm gonna fake meaty.
Baited. That was smart. That was a cool bait. I like that.
Fake meaty again. Okay. Yep, fireball. Fireball, no reason to stop.
Yep, no reason to stop unless he finds a way to beat it. Yep.
Yep, let him do whatever. If only I didn't drop 2 things in a row, that would be great. But the game's still not over. Grab him again. Yep, establish that you're gonna grab again. Burn yourself out because you want to create the distance. Meaty. Yep.
I was just gonna say, he burned himself out. He made Guile feel overconfident, but he had a level 2 super, so he can blow right through a projectile. So burning himself out actually created the false sense of security and made Guile play poorly. That was actually interesting.
Sonic boom again.
It might not have worked if the guy played ultra smart, but he didn't.
See if I gain super. Nope, didn't. Easy. There you go. Look at that. No reason to change it up. I lost the second round, but I only lost because of my own fault. He was nowhere near my level. Yep, delay button because I know he's gonna delay button. Up. I don't know why I did that. Anti-air. He wants to get out the corner. Meaty. Yep, mess up.
Wow, it stuffed the flash
Double
kick. That's
parry.
crazy.
Because he doesn't know what else to do. Get out the corner, who cares? Anti-air, burn myself out. Yep, nothing he does matters. I'll take everything. Yep, I got level 2. I win by default. Yep, he doesn't know what else to do, so he jumps. I'll burn it if I have to. Yep.
I got it. Yep. I understand what he's saying, but also he's fighting a Guile too, which actually a lot of what he's saying doesn't apply to a rushdown character. Like, he's playing smart for a Guile who's a zoner, but the rushdown character can just do this rushdown 50-50 mix-up that doesn't apply to what he's saying. Does he fight anyone else in this video? It's just Guile, Guile, Guile. Where's the next character? Who does he fight next? No one. Oh. Honda. It doesn't apply to Honda either. What he's saying, I understand, like, his philosophy. I get it. He's saying play confidently, understand when you're better than someone, and you can do silly, unsafe things. You can repeat things over and over because you know they're falling for it. Sadly, what he's saying doesn't work for the top-tier rushdown characters. He fought a Guile, and he fought a Honda. Show me this against Cammy. Show me this against Ken or Akuma right now, or even a good Bison. Like this philosophy is good. I get it, his confidence. I like that he's confident in his ability, but what he's saying isn't going to work against a character who literally is a guessing character who has no risk and all reward. That's where the game breaks down for me, and that's what I don't like. I think when it's kind of not balanced. But.
Simple thing.
All right, that was interesting to see him commentate over his own gameplay like that. All right, we got time for like one more video. What do I want to watch here for our last video of the week? Sadly, we just don't have one that's like... We don't have one that's very short that I want to watch. I don't want to do any more political shit. We'll just go for the dangerous... how about the world's biggest fart? Hippo drawing a giant fart, right?
What
Uber
do I
moments.
do?
The problem is it's very long, and I wonder what's in it. Most terrifying Uber rides ever caught on camera.
Nope, ride's over. You guys need to get out. Get out right now. No, baby. No, ride's over. Get out.
What the fuck?
Rich?
Okay. I got you on dash cam, dude.
That guy.
I got you on dash cam, dude.
No, I didn't stay in your car.
Driver's self-defense. The thing is, though, this is a common occurrence. At least it's not just some one-off psycho having a bad night. Being in any sort of service industry puts you at the will of other people, and sometimes they don't have the best of intentions.
Oh my god, they're both completely shit-faced.
Sitting around waiting for his customers to get in, this driver is already seemingly on high alert. His customers are clearly drunk, which can mean just about anything in terms of their behavior. Are they going to be abusive or rowdy in his backseat? It takes a few moments for them to settle down, but eventually the three of them start going. This driver wasn't messing around though. The couple tell him to shut up in his car and he kicks them out in response.
They're everywhere tonight.
You know what?
There's some
Don't
crazy...
talk to me right now. Can you put the music up? No, put the music up. I want to talk.
Alright, ride's over.
Stop this!
Ride's over.
Perfect.
Ride's over.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Nope,
it's perfect.
ride's over. You guys need to get out. Get out right now.
No, baby.
No, ride's over. Get out.
I'm calling
Get out. Cancel it.
I'm
fine. But dear guy, like...
He pulled out a knife.
The thing about this is, you're not entitled to a ride. Uber would have
I was
refunded their
talking
money.
to him, but
They
like
push
at a
back
certain
though, which
fucking
sets
point
off
when
the
you
man who
asked
pulls out a
me,
weapon.
you got that?
This sends
like,
them
bro,
running, but not
I'm
without
fucking
making their own
responding
move.
to the
They
people
scatter
that
out
are
each of the
tipping.
doors,
Like,
taking a swipe at
have
the
some
driver on the way
respect
out.
for them.
Baby, don't touch him.
Hey!
Don't touch him.
Hey!
You're on camera. You're on camera. You're on camera.
Yeah, you guys are both on camera.
You're on camera.
Get your shit, get out. Get your shit, get out. Right now.
Stop acting crazy. You're acting crazy. Crazy.
What are you reporting?
He's being crazy. 911. My Uber driver.
What? The police are already on. Get out of my car right now. Get out.
Grow up.
I'm not around. Get out. Hey, I need police at movie studio Guild right now. I'm driving Lyft. These guys are getting violent with me. Yes, in Rockland. These guys are getting violent with me. Get out. Get out of my car. Right now.
He's very livid.
Get out.
He hit me in the face. He's very livid.
No, she attacked me. I've got it all on camera.
No.
I've got it all on camera.
No.
Get out. Now.
No.
Get out of my car. Now. Ride's over. You have...
This is why I could never do a job like that. You want to deal with people like this? Now they won't leave your car and shit. It's like, I don't want to watch the rest of it. It's like, geez, that's enough.
They're not steering or really paying that much attention to the road, as the car is supposed to be able to drive itself and avoid obstacles on its own. There's a camera on the car that records the inside of the vehicle and another one that records the front of the vehicle. The car is driving down the street at night when all of a sudden, seemingly out of nowhere, the car hits a pedestrian who was jaywalking across the street. The customer inside the car has a look of pure horror on their face as the car hits the pedestrian without stopping. Video footage reveals what happened to missing Uber driver. On February 11th of
So it was an automated car? Where do they have automated cars that drive people? Where is it? Let's find it. Where was that? Right, that I can't fast forward how I want on this fucking app.
Self-driving car hits pedestrian. In this video, a customer is driving in one of Uber's self-driving cars.
It's a self-driving Uber car? I didn't even know they exist. There's self-driving Uber cars? Where is that legal? Exactly.
After she didn't return home from her job the night before. Christy worked as an Uber driver at the time of her disappearance, which is why her family was so concerned about her, thinking that she could have possibly been involved in an accident or had a bad run-in with a creepy customer. The police were able to find Christy's car the day after the report was filed and found Christy's body in the woods nearby.
Oh my
Christy
God.
had a dash cam video camera in her car to record her rides, so she was able to capture the moments leading up to her death. The video was used in court as evidence and released to the public after her killer was convicted. In the video, Christy picks up the customer.
Wow, this is the killer.
How are you today?
She's very nice and politely asks him how his night's going, but he doesn't really respond to her. Christy's customer would later be identified as Calvin Crew. Calvin was wearing a hood over his head and a mask that covered most of his face. In the video, the only thing visible are his eyes. As they drive, Calvin scoots behind Christy and threatens her.
What are you doing?
This is a gun. Keep driving.
No, it's not. Stop. Come on, man. I got a family. What are you
I got
doing?
a family too. Now drive.
She tells him that she's a mom of 4 and she'll give him anything he wants. Calvin switches off the dashboard camera and the video ends. Police were able to find out that Calvin would force Christy to drive for another hour and force her to give him access to all of her bank accounts so that he could transfer money to himself before ending her life. Last moments of Samantha Josephine.
Oh my God. I don't know if I want to watch the rest of this video, man. It's fucked up. Right? Let me guess, she gets hit by a car. I don't want to see that. Look at this. It's fucked up stuff, man. Fucked up people doing fucked up things to each other. Awful. Ugh.
A couple from Virginia began live streaming their Uber ride on Facebook after the driver started driving incredibly recklessly.
Kept going. That was the scariest moment of my life.
The couple states that another car hit their Uber driver's vehicle and sped away. Their Uber driver became very angry and chased after the car, ignoring the couple's cries to stop and let them out.
Hey, bruh. I can't let this guy go. Oh my God. Hey, yo. Oh my God.
We gotta stop it because I got 4 kids.
The Uber driver sped through multiple red lights as it tried to catch up to the other vehicle. Eventually, the inevitable happened and the Uber driver, along with a couple inside, were hit by another car after the driver went through another red light.
Oh! Ow! Oh my God, sorry.
What's happening? Somebody just hit us.
Luckily, the couple didn't sustain any serious injuries, but they did state that it was extremely traumatizing for both of them.
Oh my God.
Creepy Uber driver.
Alright, this is a fucked up video. Why'd we watch this one? No, alright. We're ending the show right now. You ready? We're gonna end it with this. Here we go.
Wow, look how creepy. Oh my gosh, they're killing me.
Look, his face. Well, the hippo gave them a show.
Or does that sound like ack? No, it sounds nothing like that at all.
Oh my God. All right. That was a much better way to end it than the... All right, everyone. Well, thank you for watching DSP versus the internet for this week. This has certainly been a crazy week of video submissions. Good Lord.
Fun.
Well, I hope that you enjoyed the show. I will see you next week, same time, same place. If you want to be a part of the show, become a member today. Either submission, super, or ultra tiers all get their videos a chance to be watched, with ultra being guaranteed. All right, thanks. I'll see you for episode 72 next weekend. Bye-bye. Oh, my God. What the heck is going on, man? All right, everyone. Well, that was a heck of an episode. We watched a good variety of shit. I just want to say next week, please, not as much political stuff. You know, the political stuff, I can cover it to some extent, but I mean, that was just a crazy overabundance of it. And again, I really feel it was in direct response to the fact that we had those presidential debates this week. And because of that, people, you know, wanted to have political discourse. I get it. At the same time, it is a lot to have that much in 1 week. You know what I mean? So, all right, guys. So I'm out of here to upload. By the way, thank you, Spawn Killer, for re-upping your membership. Super supporter level. Appreciate that. Tonight, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. Excuse me, over on the DSP Throwback channel. All right, it will be Dark Souls 1 continuing on my Retro React series. It should be really fun. This is my original run in the game from 2011. What a difference to compare that to, say, my Elden Ring run from now, right? So I hope that you guys will join me for that tonight if you can make it. If not, gameplay resumes tomorrow on DSP Gaming. Street Fighter 6 on the day stream to try to get M. Bison to Master. And the premiere of the Riven remake that just released on Steam on the night stream. Thank you, Adam, for a super chat here to end the show. All right, guys, thank you so much. See you tonight over on DSP Throwback. Peace out. YouTube. I don't want to. Pursuant to the content license agreement, nothing I can do. Pursuant to the content license agreement, go to YouTube. I don't want to. Pursuant to the content license agreement, is not fair. What did I do? Pursuant to the content license agreement, go to YouTube. I don't want to. If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it.
Devour you cowards, pig roach hour. Can't stand in your name brand, broke down shower. Your pre-stream self-glaze lasts the whole hour. Your wife's donuts glaze, so why's her face sour? Call me John, yo, because I'm going Rambo. Turning Jasper to Casper when I hit my flow. Stop the show, Argentine pesos. Know you're wrong with the wheelchair bankroll. Call me Cat, yo, because I'm feeling pretty fat. Turned on it as the haters when I smack the chat. So stop the show, Argentine pesos. Derek, no, hit them with the dark side flow. Because stacks of cash couldn't save your soul. Patrol the borderline personal hold. Unbox facts, writing lightning poems. I'll give your girl a pill and we'll leave you home. Call me John, yo, because I'm going Rambo. Turning Jasper to Casper when I hit my flow. Stop the show, Argentine pesos. Know you're wrong with the wheelchair bankroll. Call me Cat, yo, because I'm feeling pretty fat. Turned on it as the haters when I smack the chat. So stop the show, Argentine pesos. Derek, no, hit them with the dark side flow.
Post-nasal drip is a constant. It keeps going. It's like a faucet that's dripping. I can't turn it off. I can't make it stop. Then I'm like, damn, my post-nasal drip is going. My sinuses are inflamed. My throat is gunked up. What is going on here? Damn. Snort, snort, snort. Code. Drip. Snort, snort. I got the drip going. Snort, snort, snort. Code. Drip. Snort, snort. I got the drip going. Damn, I got the drip going. I got the tips going. Clear your throat. Blow your nose. Damn. Clear your throat. Please tip me. Damn. Post-nasal drip is a constant. It keeps going. It's like a faucet that's dripping. Damn. Snort, snort, snort. Code. Drip. Snort, snort. I got the drip going. Snort, snort, snort. Code. Drip. Snort, snort. I got the drip going. 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 Can't make it stop. So what do you want me to do? Have a mute button that every second I'm tapping the mute button just in case I'm gonna have to clear. Like, this is what I mean. These dumb kids. This is what it is. It's dumb kids. To get a big ups to Darcy DeFlo and add his song to the playlist. No. What is up, everyone? Hello, hello, and welcome. Only mic was on. It's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
Hello, hello, hello.
Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up. Turn up my headphones. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. What's up, Jamie?
Yo, yo.
Good to see you here today. Are you ready for this?
Yo, yo.
You know what time it is. Yes, Jay. It's time to go. Shout out to all my niggas from Guadalajara, Acapulco. I'm cruising in my blue Corolla. I need that money to be a high roller. Trapped and made a controller. She's crying downstairs, so I have to console her. Swimsuit model with eating disorder. Spent $200 on her DoorDash order. Yo, just a fucking crook with a fucking crooked jaw. False flagging out channel with my puppy dog. I committed fraud, and I got low teeth. I'm a low teeth god. False flagging, mundane maggot. Phil's fat, Phil's a faggot, Phil's a loser, Phil's a beggar. Arnold, Phil's a nigger. Right? How do you say? Brunel's a nigger, right? Very nice. All right. Let us continue. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. I got 2 big bills coming next week. One more chance to save the best streak. I'm going full mask off. It's not that deep. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. I got 2 big bills coming next week. One more chance left to blow. You ready? 8 time go. 8 time flow. Whoa. They thought I fell off. No. Like a prime D rose, I'd be dunking on these hoes, turn you into T-Parter, striking a T-pose. So let me tell you now what the story is. They call me ESP.
Notorious.
I'm cruising and wrenching, fast and furious, with my homie Pastor Eric Miller.
He's quite curious. They don't have nearly what it takes to be a man. And since I took their manhood, that's mine now, so I ain't giving it back.
My trolls are always watching me, waiting for another disaster stream. They won't even give me a piece of peace or like a whole fucking team locking onto my stream like a detractor beam. I can't get rid of night sober. I'm losing my mind and I'm losing supporters. Detractors are bending me over. Just another knot in this Ludwig world order. And now I'm seeing so much clearer as I sit here staring into Dark Dave's mirror and all of my fears and all that I see. The raw DSP, bottom leader, cult leader. It's 3 a.m. and I still can't sleep. I guess this is all I will ever be. This is just how time flows. Until 8 time go. It's gonna take years of effort to try to dig myself out of this fucking hole. It really is. And it sucks. I hope that someday I'll get out of it. I don't know if I ever will. I may be living month to month, paycheck to paycheck, begging for fucking tips and shit on stream for the rest of my life. Like, it's been tough. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. Yeah. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. Yeah. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade.
All right, LARPer. Keep on trolling, baby.
Chocolate pee-pee in the doodle-flavored toilet water. Keep trolling, baby. I clock in, I clock out, mics up, mics down. Jasper, tell me what I'm gonna play now. Trip in and trip out, mics up, mics down. Jasper, tell me what I'm gonna play now. Keep trolling, 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 trolling. Yeah. Keep trolling, 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 trolling. Keep trolling, 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 trolling. Yeah. Keep trolling, 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 trolling. Yeah, I know you'll be loving this stream right here. LIMP, Dick Phil is right here. People in the chat, put your tips in the air, cause if you don't pay, then I don't play. 1, 2, 3, dear, go for the tips. Putting on a hat in the vest with the drip. So where the fuck you at? Well, show the fuck up and wail the fuck out before I guilt your ass up. Chocolate pee-pee in the doodle-flavored toilet water. I clock in, I clock out, mics up, mics down. Jasper, tell me what I'm gonna play now. Trip in and trip out, mics up, mics down. Jasper, tell me what I'm gonna play now. Keep trolling, 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 trolling. Yeah. Keep trolling, 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 trolling. Come on. Keep trolling, trolling. trolling, yeah. Keep trolling.
Because I just want you guys to understand that means the world to me when I get a message like that. Like, it's been tough. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. It has. And when I read a message like that, I'm sorry that I'm tearing up like a baby. But when I read a message like that, it makes me feel like it was worth it. You know, like all the shit that happened to me and all the stress and the mental shit that I go through on a daily basis, sometimes, that is worth it because there's people out there who got something out of all of this. You know, it wasn't just some dickhead in front of a camera, you know, doing stupid videos, that it actually meant something to people. And that means the world to me, that there's people out there that, you know, for a decade, that they've been watching me and they've been following me and they've been watching my life evolve and how I become a better person, you know?
Really slow day for me on stream. I didn't make a lot of support yesterday. It's you guys and you know how much you're liking the content I'm doing in a given day, how much you can afford to support that content. Can you argue it's a begging model? I mean, I guess.
This dude is a piece of fucking garbage.
I need this money, I get this money, beg for this money, I want the money. The only time I chill is when I pay my bills. The only time I get to chill is when I spend the bills.
Scumbags and mental cases on the internet still support I'm a beggar and I'm a loser and I'm on level 1. That I can't go on a honeymoon with my wife. I'm paycheck to paycheck. I'm on level 1.
I need this money, I get this money, beg for this money, I want the money. The only time I chill is when I pay my bills. The only time I get to chill is when I spend the bills. I need this money, I get this money, beg for this money, I want the money. The only time I chill is when I pay my bills. The only time I get to chill is when I spend the bills.
If you are watching his shows and you're paying his bills, you're a fucking loser. You should not support this guy. He had an opportunity to make serious money to entertain you, and he wouldn't do it. But you're gonna still fucking give him $200? You're gonna give him $50 to pay his fucking bills? Nah, you got a job. You keep your money. Fuck that.
My stream is my place of business.
The company's name is Brunel Productions. It is internet content creation of on-demand and also live video streaming services.
Big up to your dad.
I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel.
Please tip me.
I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel.
Because I have bills coming up. Please pay my bills. I'm nervous. Strapped for cash.
You better take a sip.
Please pay my bills. I'm nervous. Strapped for cash.
Get a real fucking job.
I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel.
Please tip me.
I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel.
Because I have bills coming up. They fucked me again, left and right, and my ass is so fucking stretched out at this point. It's time to push back. It's time to push back.
I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel.
Please tip me.
I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel.
Because I have bills coming up. I've never ever used a hateful slur. Ever. And that pisses me off. I want to watch some faggot. Some homo. Fiddle's a nigger.
You better take a sip. All one take. AEG Almighty Egg Gang. No ad libs. Niggas, they don't talk to me. Yo, bitch can't even talk for free. Chillin' with the gang, AEG, you know how it be. 16K for me to speak. Who told you that talk is cheap? My dogs is gonna locked up. Almighty niggas, we ain't weak. Flying down the street, I see patrols, they think they ownin' me. Sippin' Jose Cuervo styrofoam, don't get close to me. No new faces coming down that street. Summer, winter, spring, I done found my lane. Now this rap shit is easy. See your shit sounding lame. Now the beats is weekend, you can't speak. Took your bitches plain to see. I hit it once faithfully. Dick all on the face, shit look like Squidward. It ain't hard to see. 1 time, 2 times commit a crime and I was hard to see. 3 times, 4 times headshots. Leave them at the scene. You Urkels just don't start with me. Season first, I brown the beat. McChicken gang looking like microwave. Badly bring the heat. Just like Reggie Miller with the 3. Scoring faithfully. Pacing down Money Street. Think I'm from Indiana. Down the chimney with the bag, this nigga look like Santa. Big pull-ups, no pampers. I tried to put my team on. Had to do them just like Bron James. Found a new home. AEG Almighty Egg Gang. We turn the skillet on. You might think the eggs gang bang. We don't have flags on. Pull up a mask on. Growth and development. I got it. New the tags on. Established like a settlement. Big bucks, no whammies on. Proper like a president. Time's up, the alarm is on. Almighty out, I'm heaven sent gang. And that's how you kill a beat, AEG.
Sounds like a love song. Sounds like a love song.
Most delusional, baby. Got talk to Mama Burner right quick. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. Look, boo, I know the mommy thing you tried to duck, but you wouldn't turn the boy into a straightforward. You're giving them lessons on how life would be tough. Instead of taking them out to friendlies just for some lunch, you use the kisses, boo-boos to make them feel better. So now we watch him rich and more for that cheddar. Man, you're sweet like honey bunches. On God, you spare the raw, so no real life bulls, no punches. How could you cuddle him for years on end? When he's in overdraft is when he checks back in. Flying across the country just for a toilet seat. That's exactly when Mr. Renault wished to swallow his seat back then. I can understand that you should have left him on a napkin, or left him with the turds and rest of the kids swim. Would have been a better place, you'd be comfortable in. Sounds sick, but baby girl, listen. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. When he asked for water and you should've reached for the stick, should've given him chores so he couldn't hear that shit. Should've pointed to the sink and said, wash that dish, but you couldn't be mean till you swayed at the piss. Now he got bad credit, crippling addiction and shit. Paper plays in the cat that goes up because he can't piss. You got half the bacon, you told me what's gonna make him rich. That's when the debt came in and your world got flipped. Bad mind instead of working, he scammed the sick. Spit up Venus steps, let me see that's it. It's no bullet, but it seems like it's only greed that sticks. He went and cut off his buddies. Why crying nobody loves me? That secret's fucked all of the dummies who gave him money. When you go and bring it up and right there's a delete. It starts to get fussy and he don't remember that. Even when there's proof. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. The level full of gin and barred hearing time and time again. Memories of you were food is all he remembering. So what was so special in? Sweet sauce and lemon tea when it's spoiled and sweet. Never at fault. How many times he's given the third degree? How many times he's so stressed out just for a critique? I know his pride is hurt and I get that, but you don't just ban a viewer like that. That's why he depends on handouts to pay for his flat. Using his wife as your replacement to wipe his ass. He's a shell of a man and I blame you for that. Wasting all of his time that he won't get back. They say you should get one to get is good, but he don't got shit, so now he down bad, begging forever. Panhandling forever. Shit, you gotta live with the fact that there'll be no grandkids ever. I can't see him coming down his highs, so I gotta make his moms cry. I can't see him coming down his highs, so I gotta make his moms cry. I can't see him coming down his highs, so I gotta make his moms cry. I can't see him coming down his highs, so I gotta make his moms cry. You fucked him up, girl.
They decided to do. They decided to put me in the middle of it and make me the center of the issue. So, well, we hate each other's guts. Look what you're doing. You're going to tear our family apart. What's going to happen to Phil because of this and that? And literally, they made me the center of it when really I had nothing to fucking do with it. It was those two. Everyone, and welcome to the show. I'm DSP as always, and this is the Level 1 podcast. We're busy having fun down here on Level 1. Death and taxes, microtransactions. My rhyme flow like water, but my flow like molasses. Still swaying on that axis. Staring at the past through these rose-tinted glasses. 15 years, man, singing the same song. I did everything correct. I did nothing wrong. It's been tough finding the strength to carry on. I'll never be like Justin Wong. The drama, the bullshit, my trolls, my haters. I'm laying down the law, and I'm putting my foot down. I'm done with it. I'm fucking done with it. The drama, the bullshit. I'm done with it. My trolls, my haters. I'm done with it. I'm just gonna live my life and have fun with it. I'm done with it. I'm fucking done with it. I'm tired of looking like dirt. Put on a crispy shirt. Take some pride in my work. Stop being a jerk. Spend some time with my wife and my son. Stay in my lane. Down here on Level 1. The truth of the matter is, I just want to have fun. I got some baked beans and a hot dog in my bun, basking in the glow of this digital summer sun. Babe, as soon as I met you, I knew you were the one. You're like a bright ray of light on my rainy day fun. So please tip me. The super chats don't help until the end of the month. Okay? The drama, the bullshit, my trolls, my haters. I'm laying down the law, and I'm putting my foot down. I'm done with it. I'm fucking done with it. The drama, the bullshit. I'm done with it. My trolls, my haters. I'm done with it. I'm just gonna live my life and have fun with it. I'm done with it. I'm fucking done with it. I'm tired of looking like dirt. Put on a crispy shirt. Take some pride in my work. Stop being a jerk. Spend some time with my wife and my son. Stay in my lane. Down here on Level 1. I made a big decision. I'm gonna make the investment. Viewers are like, cool. We're gonna see everything on PS5. You're gonna have the new joystick too. What do the haters do? Should have bought a blood test because his cat is sick. It's sad. How dare Phil spend money? Even when it's an investment, that's bad. It's not funny. And beg people to pay for it. Never happened. Said it's a big investment, and I'd like to make it back. You support my streams, and that's that. I'm buying equipment for my content. Last month, I told a one-off story, went to a vet. Essentially, I was very upset. This vet tried to scam me. They were trying to upsell us on a blood test. We're done, on to the next. Jasper is starting to show early signs of dental plaque. Did the vet tell us that? It's called called customer feedback. We're gonna give it to him. Don't worry about that. He's not sick. I'm gonna get this joystick. And she kept pushing it. Just real talk. Let's talk cost. I'm buying equipment for my content. What you guys don't know, there's been follow-up. I'm not gonna tell you. We talked with the management. It's true. And the management agreed with us. This is ridiculous. This was 100% upsell to make profit. We don't even know if he received his vaccine or anything. I'm not gonna tell you guys that. It's none of your business. When my cat was being examined medically, I was never invited into the room. I had no clue if it was true. He's trying to be sold by this vet. Jasper Cat has no problem with his urinary tract. We know this for a fact. Jasper goes bleh, Jasper Kitty had woken us up, vomiting all over the floor in the middle of the night. I got my coffee going. I'm cleaning up a pile of vomit, big clumps of this dirt and hair. He decided to barf everywhere. And how badly will the vomit be? Up in the air. He'd probably be pooping and peeing all over the place, purposefully trying to eat things or vomiting, making himself vomit to get attention. My wife, who's changing the litter box, Jasper Kitty is running around the house looking for shitting spots. He's trying to shit on the stairs, in the bathroom, in the room across the hallway, under the desk. So I'm chasing him around. I grabbed him and put him down. We almost had a house full of cat shit. In my sleep, Jasper has vomited. Why don't we do full purpose shampoo? The water is black. Sometimes it catches his barf. Jasper Cat has no problem with his urinary tract. We know this for a fact. I had no clue if it was true. He's trying to be sold by this vet. Jasper Cat has no problems with his urinary tract. We know this for a fact. He just scratched the shit out of my leg. Jasper, why'd you do that? Jasper, stop right now. That's it. Jasper, stop right now. He pulled my equipment across the whole floor. What are you doing? This joystick is meant to last. It's got the highest end parts. It's got heft to it. It's gonna probably overall improve my game. So I said, you know what?
It's an uncomfortable situation because he's cross-dressing. Ha ha ha. It's implied that something sexual happened between Cloud and these people. It just like fades to black and you don't know what happens. I remember that. It's just very fucking weird. I was just like so confused as a teenager.
We're not sleeping together, you fat.
I can't say that anymore.
That's why we got a room with a giant bed. It was a different time. It was a different era.
Ladies and gentlemen, DSP here. Apparently, I cross-dressed on Halloween.
You do realize the words trannies and gay are not bad words, right?
Even if I had cross-dressed, there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm coming out of the closet.
Are we excited now? What was the big deal about that? No, I'm proud to be how I am. I've been one of the most open people when this is, I don't care about your sexual preference, your gender preference. There should be homosexual marriages. I believe that should happen. Oh, I said homosexual marriages. What should I say? Same-sex marriages? All right, excuse me, I'm a little angry. It's 2022, it's time to fucking wake up.
Oh my God, Phil's woke.
I'm gay. I'm gay. We're totally
gay. You can literally bend over and suck a turd out of your own fucking butthole.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Come on, meaty man. Let's do it. 10 big dicks.
And you're gonna sit here and say, oh, you're dressing up like a woman. Oh, you're dressing up like a cross-dresser. It's like,
oh, you'll get up the ass.
Because I'm wearing a wig. You're not even insulting me. You're insulting other people. Wow, you want to prove how fucking bigoted, how scumbaggish you are? Why are you saying horrible things like that?
Also, I'm gay. Nothing wrong with that.
It's not a joke for you, because you're like a conservative and you think it's funny to make fun of people who do that kind of stuff. Not funny at all. What's funny is they're treating it like a negative towards me, when it's definitely not a negative anyway, but I didn't even do it anyway. It's 2022, it's time to fucking wake up.
Oh my God, Phil's woke.
I'm gay. I'm gay. We're totally
gay. You can literally bend over and suck a turd out of your own fucking butthole.
I'm fine. He's like, oh, you're dressing like a woman. Oh, you're dressing like a cross-dresser. It's like,
Oh, you get up the ass.
because I'm wearing a wig, and you're not even insulting me. You're insulting other people. By the way, if it were a woman's wig, it still wouldn't fucking matter. People do this constantly. It's acceptable. That's like his signature thing, his flowing locks. Cannot be Ken without his signature blonde hair.
I wish I was Ryu. I think I might just wear this every day. I like this. It looks natural, right? It looks like my real hair. So I'm just going to do this every day from now on. I like it. Okay, now we can just say, we'll never talk about it again. We'll act about like nothing happened, and we'll just continue on with a good game.
The topic I want to discuss is depression. Depression is not a joke. It's not something to be joked about with. You are not alone. You are not a horrible person because you have this. It's not your fault. There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me. It's WWE Champions time.
It's been tough. Over the last decade. It has. It's been tough. It's been tough. Over the last decade. It has. It's been tough. It's been tough. Phil's a beggar. Phil's fat. Phil's a loser. It's been tough. Phil's a faggot. Phil's fat. Phil's a loser. Phil's a beggar. It's been tough. Phil's a beggar. Phil's fat. Phil's a loser. It's been tough. Phil's a faggot. Phil's fat. Phil's a loser. Phil's a beggar.
Super Meat Boy is in the stream chat, whining and complaining, saying that I never talk to anyone unless they tip me or they send me money, which is completely false. All he's been doing is sitting there all night complaining that he's depressed and no one cares. And everyone's basically ignoring him because you're like, dude, we just don't care. You know, you come in and the first thing you say is you're depressed. And what are we supposed to say to that? Now he expects that I'm going to derail the whole stream to talk to him live. So let's do it. Super Meat Boy, how you doing? You're really depressed tonight, huh? You're really...
Gout. Interestingly enough, a study followed 48,000 men for an average of 10 years and discovered that within 2 years of a gout diagnosis, the risk of erectile dysfunction was 77% higher. Gout.
Got that gout cloud going.
Gout.
Got that gout cloud going.
Gout.
Inflammation's on my feet. Oh yeah, it's hurting me.
Gout.
Got that gout cloud going.
Gout.
Got that gout cloud going.
Gout.
Inflammation's on my feet. Oh yeah, it's hurting me.
Gout.
That's what it's about. Put some cherry juice right in my mouth. Eating all the red meat. Bitch, please look at my feet. That's what it's about. It's that
gout.
Got that gout cloud going.
Gout.
Got that gout cloud going.
Gout.
Inflammation's on my feet. Oh yeah, it's hurting me.
Gout.
Got that gout cloud going.
Gout.
Got that gout cloud going.
Gout.
Inflammation's on my feet.
Gout.
Oh yeah, it's hurting me.
Gout.
Take that bitch out for the clout. If you know what that shit's about, shut your mouth. Yeah, that bitch is so fucking fat. I'm just stating facts. Might just hit it from the back. Yeah, kinda shit to make my hardware into Microsoft. Eating so much red meat, I don't wanna stop. Might need to pop a blue pill. If I don't hit that ass, I don't know who will.
Gout.
Got that gout